Chapter 1751 Venerable. LV, the weaving of destiny churned with unknown splendor as in the cosmic Holy Land, a crimson stellar Red Sea was becoming increasingly more colorful as millions of cosmos filled it every microsecond. BZZZT, the light of empowerment was maddeningly fast as the aura Noah displayed continued to skyrocket ever higher, his origin skating past 25 billion royal cosmos as it just continued higher. While this process occurred, the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor resumed the receiving of information through prompts on all the new changes. Well, he was about to when he noticed a particular peculiarity. There were still some prompts left for the boons of the taboo Sanguine Emperor and its gift of a venerable bloodline. But from them Noah had yet to feel any changes to the limitation of ascendancy halos, not an increase. Not an alteration, even though the Sanguine Emperor went to taboo. Was the limitation of 60 edicts into a single halo truly left unchanged? Noah's will surged out to find an answer to this as it rose up soon enough, causing his expanding stellar Red Sea to surge with shock as the answer lay in another unlocked feature that was mentioned in a previous prompt. Sanguine aggregation has been commandeered by the venerable unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline as under it, the sub-ability of Sanguine Ascendancy Domain is born, the prompt that had appeared before as it mentioned, Sanguine Ascendancy Domain. The ability to pack many edicts from a single halo stemmed from sanguine aggregation, and this ability was commandeered by the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline to cause the birth of Sanguine Ascendancy Domain. The boon from ascending a tier this time wasn't being able to pack more edicts into a single ascendancy halo as this disappointed Noah, but his disappointment had turned into shock when he looked at Sanguine Ascendancy Domain, link your ascendancy halos. Expand your domain, and eradicate your enemies. Exceeding quality trumps quantity. This is one of the core concepts behind the venerable will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor is through the ability of Sanguine Ascendancy Domain. All of the ascendancy halos under the unnamed Kainos Emperor can be pulled together and fused seamlessly to bring about something accessible only to legends with extremely proficient control of their halos. Through the fusion of halos, the primogenial ascendancy domain can now be called upon as when fused with it, an ascendant true form of the chosen bloodline shall bloom. When reinforced by one's reality passages, the primogenial ascendancy domain will achieve the authority of primogenial sealing against its enemies, WAA, not the doubling of the number of edicts into a halo, but instead, the unlocking of an authority that only legends who were proficient in the control of their ascendancy halos came to be, as Noah could now call upon his primogenial ascendancy domain by fusing all his halos. And when he fused with this domain, he wouldn't achieve a true form as it would be an ascendant true form of the bloodline he chose. What did this mean? Just what was the distinction to this? As Noah sought answers, his will focused on the details of the past prompt as he scrutinized everything. One feature was mentioned as primogenial sealing, something that actually required reality passages to achieve, as this was the only thing in the description Noah could not get more information about since he could not do it. But there was one thing he could see more of as he could personally utilize it: primogenial ascendancy domain, an unyielding authority born from taboo that expands out to cover nearby enemies. It requires the burning of 600,000 units of the essence of reality to activate as it targets all those in the surroundings and locks down two of their aspects of existence up to the primogenial strata along with anchoring them to their surrounding space. A natural suppression comes down on all targets as multiple taboo authorities or even more unique means are required to override the ascendancy domain, or a similar domain cast out to oppose this. The laid-out abilities up to the level of REIFIED abilities can be instantly disrupted and cancelled, with the locking effects of the primogenial ascendancy domain lasting on all affected individuals even after the duration of the domain has ended, as the only way to overcome the lock on their aspect of existence is for them to break out themselves. Or with your permission, or they perish. Under the ascendancy domain of the unnamed Kainos Emperor, your enemies can only tremble under your gaze as its abilities will evolve and change depending on the number of halos and the qualities of edicts within it. The domain remains active and carries out an effect as long as 200,000 units of the essence of reality are sacrificed every microsecond to maintain it. A glorious new working of the ascendancy halo appeared as its effects were ridiculous to say the least, so glorious that even Noah was questioning them. Didn't portions of primogenial ascendancy domain sound extremely similar to the authority of reality's oversight that ancestral Beowulf had utilized to dispel the casting of Noah's abilities? From the elevation of a single taboo edict that gave way to this venerable bloodline, he was actually getting things only legends were privy to. A sonorous voice rang out amidst Noah's shock and wonder. You're beginning to attain the abilities of legends before even forming your reality passages. I can commend you for this. But I guess it is logical for a bloodline that was named after this era, a venerable bloodline that had the name of this era inscribed within it. Its effects were astounding as always. Noah wondered what else could be out there. Well, yours is still unnamed, and it is unknown how many other destined beings have managed to forge a bloodline with an affix of this era. But you'll probably come to know their names soon enough. Lavalier spoke freely as Noah thought about the area where he would meet the upcoming generation of legends, his gaze becoming firm once more as he tried to understand more about what he had just gained. Can you speak upon the means of primogenial sealing shown in the primogenial ascendancy domain? 25 uses. The reply was fast as Noah's stellar Red Sea radiated bountiful stellar light, his will shaking itself out of his stupor as he let the answers come by themselves in time. Chapter 1752 Venerable. Among the many boosts that the elevation of the Sanguine Emperor to taboo brought, a few were astounding as they also reserved their own recognition. The maximum number of true Sanguine clones has been raised to 10. The ability of cosmic lineage is further strengthened as the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline is passed down to your lineage as the lineage Kainos Emperor, carrying a portion of your abilities and will. True Sanguine clones raised to a ridiculous number of 10, and those of Noah's blood getting a definitive bloodline termed the lineage Kainos Emperor bloodline. This showed itself splendorous as within Noah's mind, a flash of light bloomed and it showed a vision of something occurring far away through the eyes of none other than a blue slime. It was a scene of battle and carnage as one side had vibrant existences who had released incandescent destiny reality passages that were suffused with golden light. And the other side was a mess of battles where golden dwarven kings and emperors could be seen fighting viruses, blight serpent dragons and primordial beasts with shocking vessels and armaments that glowed with utmost splendor. Rivers of golden blood were permeating throughout as deathly shattered stellar bodies could be seen all around. It was an already bloody battle as at the center of it all, a single draconic elephantine beast was roaring out with power while being chased by multiple eighth firmament primordial beasts, its elephantine limbs releasing a devouring light that actually forcefully pulled upon the bodies of primordial beasts to fuse onto into own body. The eyes of this beast were cold as they lit up when they saw the newly arriving party that actually had a small child in the lead. This child being little Henry as his party was just about to join the battle. A childish face filled with astounding regality and royalty showed itself before everyone's eyes as just when this face hardened and he prepared to give a command, BOM, the small figure of little Henry exploded out with horrifying power that raged across the whole area for many light years, of power that stemmed from his blood that caused all other bloodlines nearby tremble fearfully. The mere visage of the lineage Kainos Emperor was astounding against weaker bloodlines as Noah saw. His son utterly changed the pace of the ongoing battle with his mere presence, everything coming to a halt as enemies from the 9th firmament to the 7th firmament were forced to stop and gaze towards him in shock. Little Henry himself had a helpless look as he shook his head, barely controlling the surging essence within him as the commanders of primordial beasts, blight serpent dragons, and the golden dwarfs all turned towards him and his party. Many were solemn as the prideful figure of the matriarch of the blight serpent dragons was the one to speak out in disbelief. With a light of shock, the figure of Belladonna at the helm of commanding blight serpent dragons asked as she looked at the visage of this small child, What are you? What force do you come from? WAA. Little Henry's body was erupting with a heavy pressure of blood as gold and crimson light surged around him, replying lightly as he raised his hand. I am the son of the Emperor you placed on the primordial blacklist, BOM. His hand descended as it pressed down a shocking authority that even caused the hearts of the 9th firmament primordial beasts to tremble. Little Henry beginning to explore and utilize the newly gained authority of the lineage Kainos Emperor. The flash of light within Noah's mind faded as he let this scene play out, simply affirming his son was doing well as he continued with his matters in the cosmic holy land. My few days old son can now suppress 9th firmament existences. Noah's eyes shone with an astounding light of pride and happiness as the will of Lavalier looked at this scene and couldn't help but add in. I was surprised seeing you only having a single progeny. If you put in more effort and find unique women with mythical natural-born physiques or many other special physiques, you can even gain something from consummating with them and sow seeds of destiny by having many progeny across realities and dimensions. Lavalier spoke of dangerous things as she abruptly stopped there, Noah's stellar Red Sea bubbling with power as he replied sharply, You want to help me find such women? Sure. 5 uses. And I'll even be there to cheer you on if you have any problems. this terrifying treasure replied freely as it nearly caused Noah to sigh, bringing his focus back to the ending prompts of the Boons of Taboo as he saw the progression of his origin. His stellar crimson sea was still expanding and becoming filled with even more stellar bodies, with bursts of golden and crimson clouds beginning to form all around the cosmic Holy Land as it showed something grand was coming, with genuine seeds of reality turned into liquefied masses of stellar essence. Noah's forging of royal cosmos was easy as they rose by tens of billions every few seconds. The 50 billion barrier that didn't even give his vassals a problem at the eighth firmament due to their reality passages gave him even fewer problems as the raging force of the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells, unanimity of the parsimonious emperor, and the raging essence of seeds of reality themselves burst open this restriction instantly. The greatest ordeal of 100 billion would soon come as Noah prepared. He was ready to unleash sanguine adequation, to pair it up with all the others to instantly break apart this limitation as he saw for himself just what would occur when he exceeded this aspect of existence. HONG, radiant crimson gold light weaved as billions of royal cosmos were formed. Noah feeling his base true reality damage values defense values continue to rise as he had to re-optimize to see exactly where he was. And after all this, because even as all this occurred the surroundings still held the spinning storm of pristine white sand as his infinite dream physique was still undergoing its first cycle of refinement. The throne of Arcadian tyranny was still burning edicts as his primogenial soul was also further getting refined, and now his origin was proceeding forward as Noah was refining and strengthening all of his three aspects of existence. At this time, his mass of a crimson stellar red sea released a blinding radiant light as it stopped expanding. Noah's will coldly gazed within him as he saw the magisterial scene of 100 billion cosmos swirling with a sense of wonder in disorder. They had no order as they weren't given a method of operation through a runic écriture of modus operandi. They could proceed no further as they had reached an absolute limit, and due to how robust and ridiculous the foundation of the one holding this origin was. It even showed signs of wanting to rotate by itself to begin the workings of a reality. His very origin was tugging on Noah's soul and wishing for his knowledge of the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi to be put to use for him to utilize this method of rotating one's origin to form his passages and allow it to advance forward. His body and soul were more than ready as the latter had even already entered the primogenial strata, all three aspects of his existence. Dancing and pulsing with light as they already felt like they had done more than enough and could resonate to under complete rebirth and become a legend, yet the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor surged out. Insolent, boom, his three aspects of existence quaked as they were forcefully silenced. They didn't cry out for methods of a runic écriture of modus operandi to be put to use, nor did they express the signs that they were ready to advance. The will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor showed its tyranny as even the aspects of existences were reined in, with the voice coming out soon after to do what it intended. Sanguine adequation, the liquefied primogenial soul began to burn. The target was the origin as the glass ceiling stopping its advancement past 100 billion. The raging will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor went on to attack it with boundless majesty. Who decided one had to stop at 100 billion cosmos? Who decided the unnamed Kainos Emperor had to follow a path laid down across the ages that the masses followed? Who decided that, chapter 1753 exceed in another aspect of existence? One existence's raging will echoed out for many light years as he imposed himself unto his very origin commandingly. The origin felt like it had reached the bounds sufficient for advancement into the next realm. The body had been refined by multiple physiques as it also felt it was ready to proceed forward. The soul was already a step ahead and had achieved the primogenial strata as it just wanted to pull the other aspects of existence along and be complete, so they sought for the method to operate the origin and mimic the working of a reality to start the whole process. Yet the will of the being controlling everything admonished them as they were forced to obey silently. This being then sent his will to attack the shackles and glass ceiling of the very origin as he dreadfully pulled from the power of his primogenial soul through sanguine adequation, vibrant blue-gold colored flames rising and coming to wash over the 100 billion cosmos. Along with this, the force of 10 seeds of reality exploded out as Noah dumped them, and freely these seeds turning into multicolored essence that also raged inside. Then there were the Kainos primordial mesenchymal cells bathing over all these cosmos and continuing to expand them, as well as the pressure from the unanimity of the parsimonious emperor. All these factors came into play as whatever shackles existed were bound to be knocked down extremely fast. This wasn't to even mention that breaking the shackles was even easier due to the distinction of Noah being a limit breaker. The glass ceiling that put a cap of 100 billion cosmos didn't even last a microsecond. Crack. like the shattering of reinforced glass that was holding something in, a restriction that bound all existences was smashed away. BZZZT, the stellar Red Sea, vibrated with maddening waves of essence as the moment this limit was shattered apart. The cluster of 100 billion cosmos came to a complete halt. They didn't rotate or move or even release a single glimmer of light for a while. Microsecond is soon after. A magisterial cerulean blue light bloomed from the very center of these cosmos as they nearly doubled in size. You have exceeded the limitations of the origin in the firmaments of ascendancy as your origin begins to undergo advancement. An incandescent light of blue echoed out as the stellar crimson sea was nearly drowned in it. This light coming from the interconnected cosmos as after they doubled in size, they continued to expand as a moment later. Their proliferation past 100 billion continued. HONG, a shockingly illustrious light bloomed out as under the liquefied essence of 10 seeds of reality, hundreds of millions of now mainly stellar blue cosmos with wisps of red and gold permeated throughout his origin. Their expansion and proliferation didn't stop as it raged ever further, Noah going forward to cut off sanguine adequation as he allowed his seeds of reality to steer things forward while his mind began to buzz with glimmering prompts. From being unranked, your origin becomes distinguished as it breaks into a unique stage granted to those who have exceeded the base requirement for a reality. Your reserves of fortune and destiny are increasing in their refinement. Your reserves of mana are increasing in their refinement. Your elevated origin contains the reserves of the essence of reality. It's exceeded limitations, bringing your maximum reserves of the essence of reality to 1,000,000. Hung, his glimmering stellar sea raged with astounding might and essence as his origin continued to expand and increase in numbers, the cosmos within shining with untold splendor as the space that contained his reserves of the essence of reality increased fervently. Your origin has not transformed yet into a reality as it exceeded the number of cosmos a reality should hold, not being able to achieve the primogenial strata of reality as it has instead advanced to the unique casuistic origin primogenial strata. Rumble, casuistic origin primogenial strata. Casuistic was a word that meant illogical or implausible, with some meanings even referring to it as false, as this was the ranked stage Noah had achieved. It seemed to be lower than the genuine primogenial strata of the origin as a genuine reality was informed, but it was also above the unranked strata as it put the limit breakers of the origin in a unique position, an astounding achievement. You have achieved the casuistic origin primogenial strata before the formation of reality as your unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has been elevated slightly, your candidacy as a Kainos Emperor being further solidified. A stark prompt rose that caused his advanced soul and origin to tremble as it held too many meanings and secrets. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen slightly. BZZZT. The crown above his head began to spin faster and release even more glorious splendor. A third letter beginning to form in succession to the second that appeared not too long ago, yet Noah's eyes weren't focused on this, they were focused on the words that stated, your unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has been elevated slightly. The stage of the unnamed Kainos Emperor was raised a little with the shocking accomplishment of exceeding the origin's limitations, with this affirming the wondrous reality that Venerable was not the highest tier of a bloodline. There was something far above this, to the point that an accomplishment of exceeding the origin in the firmaments of ascendancy actually only slightly elevated Noah's bloodline further. The raging storms of white dream essence refining his body and the scintillating lights of his stellar Red Sea form seemed to fade away as Noah thought about this singular possibility. What lay above Venerable, his thoughts were wild as his will surged with balance and steadiness, the vibrant voice of Lavalier ringing out soon enough as if she could see the same prompts Noah was seeing. The stage above Venerable. Well, all I can say is that it is extremely rare to find existences who can achieve that in these barren lands we are in. Chapter 1754. Exceed in another aspect of existence. 2. Barren lands. Lavalier had used these words multiple times now, each time causing Noah's firm heart to shake. What exactly are you referring to when speaking about barren lands? The vast realities? Dimensions. WAA, his will surged out powerfully as it asked. And yet, this was the one time Lavalier turned silent. She wouldn't speak upon this, or she couldn't yet, as she didn't even put up the price of a usage. But this thought cemented itself in Noah's mind as with her words. The stage of bloodline past Venerable was something so extremely rare that Noah could infer that the masses of legends didn't have such a thing, yet now, he would begin walking towards it no matter what it took. Hung. His solidified crown spun with magisterial splendor. As a third letter had revealed itself next to it, with radiance and a light of glory, the third letter to come was H, as the brilliant visage of ETH spun and paid homage to Noah's brilliant crown. The more letters that came, the more one could pinpoint what the final word would be. But this didn't matter to Noah, as he would just wait for it to come and not play any guessing games. Right now, his focus remained on his origin, as with the exceeding of this limitation its effects would be even more horrendous than his soul. This was because it was very, very hard to cultivate and strengthen the soul, as Noah had to burn edicts or locate soul crystals to do so. But the origin, Noah had many, many seeds of reality. He had quintupled them, and all his shards of a seed of reality that Lavalier had swallowed half of, with his seeds of reality being the only loot untouched so far as his expansive space opened itself wide. From the skies, glimmering seeds of reality that seemed to contain 100 billion bright glimmering cosmos descended down with Noah's command, all of them becoming liquefied the moment they entered into the stellar Red Sea, as their essence was used to maddeningly push Noah's number of cosmos higher. The question of how high was the only thing left. Just how many cosmos would he actually be able to forge by the time he strove for reality? How would the reality that stems from an origin with such a number of cosmos be? Noah's will sought such answers while resplendence glowed all around him, this process taking its time, as the description of the casuistic origin primogenial strata that Noah was forging now was still filling itself out. As Noah waited for the time to pass, the one thing he was currently making sure of was to wrap Lethe tightly around the figure of Alexander, walking about, making sure that its unique surah of breaking the limitation of the origin never freely got out and caught the attention of the legends of the pure-blooded domains. Currently, this clone with the identity of Alexander was going through multiple portals across the peninsulas of the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans, passing through multiple regions and heading towards a single location that Noah was looking forward to, the place where he would undergo the bloodline baptism. The night had passed as he had received the call from Genevieve Beatrix beside him and taking him to the unique domain where all this took place, as her voice echoed out when they went through the last portal to appear in a place bustling with activity, and yet a sense of untouched holiness surrounded this place. This is one of the sacred domains of the pure-blooded domain of royal humans, the sacred bloodline peninsula, where existences undergo bloodline baptism to become those under the banner of royal humans. Her words flowed in and out as the scene opened itself up before their eyes. The most unique thing that drew one's eyes here was a massive figure of the body of an ancient corpse of a royal human, and yet it seemed very much alive as its skin shone with brilliant gold and white luster. This massive corpse released a sacred aura as its eyelids were closed, akin to stellar gates, its face exceedingly handsome as its hands were raised above it like it wanted to support the whole skies. Above the raised hands of this massive core, a vast crimson gold sea that took up most of the surface area of this place flowed silently, as this was the place all beings congregated around. A stellar disc-like platform surrounding this vast pool of blood that seemed to be supported by the singular corpse, enormous mountain-like reality trees anchored in space and surrounding this blood sea, as billions of auras could be felt within these reality trees, and a procession of billions of royal humans gazed at the crimson gold blood sea with fervor atop the stellar disc-like platform. The authoritative aura of Empress Genevieve that showed her status could be felt at the peak of one of the reality trees, and there were multiple other auras similar to her on the other reality trees, as it was the parties of other bloodline candidate rulers seeking the position of the bloodline master. Noah's entrance with Beatrix seemed to have caught attention, as before they could even delve in, a majestic voice of royalty came from the peak of one of the reality trees and spread out across the sacred bloodline peninsula. Your champion has finally arrived, little general. We can now proceed with the baptism of our followers and see just who is aligned with our pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. The voice of a candidate emperor of the royal humans rose as the visage of a golden-haired young man made itself clear atop a reality tree. Just like Genevieve, those seeking to become bloodline masters had obtained followers that would be undergoing the bloodline baptism today, a wondrous affair, as one could see just how in tune those who participated in the baptism by bathing in the blood of an ancestor would be. They would bathe in the sacred blood sea of the ancestor and truly become part of the royal humans, this particular baptism promising to be a shocking affair due to one anomalous being that would be involved in it. Noah's eyes flashed with this scene that Alexander was experiencing as his own stellar crimson blood sea continued to churn with vibrant waves of power. Intent on seeing the changes he would undergo as he dipped into the sacred blood from the corpse of an existence that should have been a legend, with his current means of a taboo nomological edict geared towards blood. Chapter 1755 Primogenial Casuistic Origin, in the Cosmic Holy Land. The visage of one particular being was utterly astonishing as the boons of the venerable unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline had ended, the stellar Red Sea beginning to churn and receding to form back onto his glorious humanoid form. Yet the stellar light of this Red Sea was astounding, as currently, one could see a large number of cosmos that even while receding into a body it seemed like an unnatural amount. After the 100 billion mark was eradicated, proceeding forward was a disastrous task for Noah, as he did it seamlessly, since he had the resources to do so and there was no barrier to stop him. About a few 100 billion royal cosmos had already been forged, with there being more than enough seeds of reality, he could truly not be stopped as he proceeded forward. Until, BZZZT, he returned to his humanoid form as a stellar accepted figure radiating purple, blue, and golden stellar light could be seen, his body releasing arcs of crimson light that showed off the surging taboo authority. As when Noah reached 613 billion cosmos. His origin trembled and slowly stopped the proliferation of cosmos. 613 billion, it was an utterly ridiculous concept, as when one recalled how each cosmos was equivalent to 3 normal others, with the base limit most legends had for their first reality being 100 billion. It was just setting Noah up to be capable of thrashing normal legends with ease. His body released pulses of crimson light as he opened his eyes to see the prompts that had been rising this whole time while his origin expanded. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have increased by 30,000, your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have increased by 50,000, your maximum reserves of fortune and destiny have increased by 10%, your maximum reserves of mana have increased by 10%. Every time that billions of more cosmos formed, such prompts had been coming, as the expansion of mana reserves were inconsequential while fortune and destiny were appreciated, but it was the essence of reality that was most appreciated, as after expanding above 600 billion cosmos, Noah's maximum reserves of the essence of reality had shot up until they settled at 1.6 million. As for the reason why the proliferation of cosmos had stopped at this moment, even though the essence of the liquefied seeds of reality were still there, it was because in terms of strength, his primogenial casuistic origin had even gone to exceed the soul at this moment, as it was even further ahead from the body, this action stopping its further advancement to make sure a large imbalance wouldn't be caused in Noah's body between his 3 aspects of existence. Because he had the resources for it, he could do such a ridiculous thing as even the soul he had achieved primogenial strata on first was exceeded, and even now, he could still continue further, as all he had to do was utilize sanguine adequation and burn his origin to begin speeding up the strengthening of his body. And very quickly see if this aspect of existence could have its limits broken soon. For this, his rate of refining his physique would be increasing, as even though the swirling white dream essence storm that was refining his body for the first cycle of the infinite dream physique, its rate of refinement would be greatly elevated and pushed forward if Noah burned the strength of his origin to propel his body forward. But he didn't get started on this right away, as he took his time to absorb all the gains and understand just how ridiculous all the things he had done were. After 100 billion royal cosmos, there was no limitation to stop him, as his destiny only told him of one number that he had to be mindful of: 1,000 billion cosmos, HONG. His majestic voice caused the surrounding space to nearly shatter, as he could almost see the number of 1,000 billion cosmos, or simply 1 trillion cosmos. This number. His destiny was indicating that it might be the golden number he could reach before he was truly and entirely stopped, but even Noah would still see if it was something he couldn't exceed no matter how he tried himself. But for now, his mind focused on the casuistic origin primogenial strata he had entered, or it could be referred to as his primogenial casuistic origin, a stage of origin that hasn't yet entered the stage of reality but is far above normal cosmic filament. Exceeding this limitation has allowed the uncontrollable natural laws of reality to be more easily pulled towards you, as forging the concepts of taboo is easier. The reserves of your essences are further expanded, as a few specific essences are naturally undergoing refinement to be capable of casting reified abilities. Primogenial origin empowerment is granted as your origin can withstand traversing across the veils of dimensions and other unique spatial boundaries with ease, not requiring the essence of that dimension to be capable of surviving within it. With the primogenial casuistic origin as the base, a unique reality will be formed when the shackles of the firmaments of ascendancy are broken, as there is a high chance of attaining a paramount ancient reality of your current era. As an existence with an origin at the casuistic primogenial strata, attacks from others of the same strata are nullified by 20%, while attacks from a lower unranked strata are nullified by 95%. Hashtag. Much of the details of the primogenial casuistic origin were still being quantified as Noah waited for the destined number of 1 trillion, with him looking forward to the refinement of his essences that would meet some of the conditions to have his abilities undergo reification. And some of the details repeated themselves similarly to the primogenial soul description as Noah breezed over those. There were a few more things to unpack from the details of the primogenial casuistic origin, but one of the more prominent ones Noah focused on was that when he finally forged his reality, it would be a paramount ancient reality of this era that would exceed all others. So a paramount ancient kainos reality, just like his bloodline, he would even make his origin to be termed after the current era. It was a wild and boastful thing as Noah did it, freely going over the other fantastical details of the primogenial casuistic origin as he sensed the many profound changes still occurring within him and nodded. It was time to optimize and quantify what all the recent boosts would elevate his power to, but he couldn't do all this without gazing at the last prompt of the boons of the taboo Sanguine Emperor had been holding back this whole time. Chapter 1756 The Sacred Blood Sea Trembles. The last prompt from elevating the Sanguine Emperor to taboo. Noah saved the best for last, as in a stellar humanoid form where arcs of multicolored light burst from his body, his luminous eyes pulled up the golden crimson prompt. The new quasi-RFIED ability, Blood Fiend, has been born under the authority of taboo the Sanguine Emperor, quasi-RFIED. His essence was undergoing regiment to be capable of casting reified abilities, as the authority of taboo directly granted him a quasi-reified that he should now be able to cast with his refined essence and essence of reality. He continued on as he focused on the details of this ability. Blood Fiend, a quasi-reified ability that requires at least two primogenial aspects of existence to activate. It is a single target ability that locks onto the enemy and explodes out with ancient true blood magic, being capable of dealing 200 true reality soul damage and 1000 true reality damage. Every cast of this ability costs 1 million units of the essence of reality, supported by refined essence of mana, as its terror lies in the ancient Blood Fiend coming from it, a taboo skill that would be capable of allowing Noah to far exceed the 5 million true reality damage value that beginner legends dished out had appeared. Destiny weaved around Noah madly as lines of karma and fate vibrated intensely. Many possibilities rising in his mind as he had truly arrived at this stage in such a short period of time, and there was still more to come, as at this moment his destiny was telling him that the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline was about to give him a surprise in the far lands where his clone of Alexander was moving in. The scene was one of utmost wonder. The enormous corpse of an existence above the primogenial strata was suspended in the air while raising its hands and hoisting up a stellar crimson gold sea, a stellar sea that many people in the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline knew as the Sacred Blood Sea. Noah had just arrived with Beatrix when the auras of two emperors and an empress locked onto him. This was because these were siblings of Genevieve who had gone ahead and obtained their own followers on their journeys, but the follower that Genevieve returned with was an existence who had profound potential, as he had even completed 3 physiques. This alone told them his power should be stably above a legend's visage. It was a truly powerful follower for Genevieve to have gained, as she would be all that much safer in the unexplored grotto sanctum that was to come. So the eyes of Genevieve's siblings Emperor Namor, Emperor George, and Empress Roseanne all locked onto Noah with focused gazes. We can proceed with the baptism and see just who is aligned with our bloodline. Emperor Namor spoke as the voice of this being was magnetic. He had golden flowing hair with eyes radiating a piercing gold light, and he was adorned in a simple emperor's robe that shone with incandescent white and gold light. Emperor Namor was the oldest out of all the siblings left alive from the lineage of the current bloodline master, and he sat at the peak of one of the reality trees, as the 2 other massive trees had the identities of Empress Roseanne and Emperor George residing on them. These 3 beings swirled with immense power and regality as they held profound foundation and might at the 9th firmament of ascendancy, illusory crowns spinning above the heads of Roseanne and George as a solidified crown spun wondrously above the golden-haired Emperor Namor. Genevieve was on the other reality tree as she was surrounded by her own forces, her own solidified crown spinning serenely as these candidate rulers of these pure-blooded domains were all sitting high above and releasing a light of regality that put all others below them. They seemed untouchable and holy, as one of them would eventually be granted a unique title to oversee countless quintillions and hold a seat of power that would grant them access to many things. The eyes of such beings were currently coming to focus on the entrant that was Alexander King. He was fresh on the minds of many people as the observers who routinely came to see the bloodline baptisms carried out began talking amongst themselves about the feats of this existence that they had once seen in the vestigial Flames Mountain. Noah's visage was unfazed by all of these gazes as he flew past the many figures of normal royal humans and went towards the scintillating crimson Sacred Blood Sea, stopping just a distance away before coming in contact with this Sacred Blood Sea. His eyes were calm as he caused all those looking at him to see an infallible being who seemed free of worries, his very eyes showing strength and fearlessness that seemed to not even put the far above emperors and empresses in his eyes. Interesting. The figure of Empress Roseanne licked her lips as she muttered under her breath, her shimmering dark hair and curves pulsing with light as unknown thoughts crossed her mind when she gazed at the being below who actually raised his head to speak while gazing at a laid-back Genevieve. "Shall I proceed forward, Empress?" The tone was carefree as it was picked up in the minds of the other three siblings, Empress Roseanne flashing with a particularly cold light as Emperor Namor and George waved their hands to send out three followers each from their reality trees. Each of them shone with their own uniqueness and vibrancy as they seemed to be from different races. One was an enormous hound whose skin seemed to be made of quasars, another had a humanoid figure with the head of a golden bull whose horns caused the surrounding space to fluctuate, another was a resplendent cerulean furred wolf that actually came from the royal cosmic wolves bloodline, as similar to how Genevieve had visited the celestial vines and obtained the enlightened peerless alchemist Alexander King. This royal wolf was also a rare genius taken from his primordial bloodline. This wolf and a few others stemmed from Emperor Namor as he gazed towards the masses of millions of pure-blooded royal humans while he spoke out. The bloodline baptism is a sacred event where followers of the royal human lineage will undergo a change and be welcomed into this very bloodline. Those who are particularly in tune with our bloodline will achieve a higher level of baptism as their blood will be measured in purity. As he spoke, the followers they sent forth neared the sacred blood sea similar to Noah as they waited for permission to enter. A sacred blood sea. Noah had this thought as his emperor's will was contained and reined in, laughing inside that some unknown followers whose names didn't even matter to be mentioned actually thought they could compete or even shine bright when an existence who had in his accolades the distinction of a protagonist was here. An existence that had forged a bloodline named after the current era and many more things that they couldn't even comprehend, if they even knew about the taboo authority geared towards blood that Noah had in the event happening here today. They would all be running away from here before they had fallen behind his shadow. Chapter 1757. The sacred blood sea trembles. Noah's heart and will were firm as he understood himself and his position very well currently. As his clone of Alexander stood in before the sacred blood sea, the masses of uniquely dressed royal humans who were prideful of their power and lineage seemed like normal beings to him, and even the rulers like Emperor Namor. George and Empress Roseanne couldn't even be considered on par with him. Genevieve was merely set as his target right now for the destinies and opportunities she provided, with his entrance into the unexplored grotto sanctum being through her, as some of his future seeds of taboo would also come from her when the time came to end things entirely. So the followers that Genevieve's three siblings brought. These poor existences didn't even know who they were trying to compete with, as Noah could only lament for their destinies. Well, let's not go too wild. Noah had such a thought as he was currently masking this clone heavily with the authority of Lethe, otherwise his terrifying aura of an existence with a primogenial casuistic origin would evoke outwards and cause those in the surroundings to shudder. His main body was currently solidifying its gains and understanding just what it truly meant to have over 600 billion cosmos brimming with vitality in his origin, the expanded pool of essence of reality making many things possible. As with the elevation of Sanguine Emperor and constant refinement of physiques, he could also continue to brand himself with the vitality ecritures and further increase his defense, all this on top of looking at the details of the newly birthed nomological edicts of Dream Emperor, Opulent Emperor, Pathfinder, and the Causal Nexus Emperor. He also had to undergo the next infinite dream that would advance the stage of his infinite reality, and finalize the materials for more taboo relics with his clone in the mirror reality, with Ruination looking for the last pieces of materials at this very moment. And further on top of this was beginning to balance his three aspects of existence by using sanguine adequation on the origin now as it had exceeded all others, using its cosmos to raise his body and soul as with it. The first cycle of the infinite dream physique should be done soon. The things I have to do are too many. It seemed more and more things always came even after he cleared his table, with there still being other miscellaneous things he had to oversee, as he could also do that with more freedom after the limit of true sanguine clones was raised to 10. What his clone of Alexander was doing now was merely a small part in all the things he was doing on the sidelines, as if Noah could liken it to something. It would be him progressing forward the main storyline while he buffed himself up crazily in the background to prepare to utterly thrash the geniuses and emperors of the Kainos era he was about to come in contact with. It was also that when he gazed at the existences that had worked for millions and billions of years, schemed and prepared for countless hours, he could trample them below his feet, as his origin alone before it even became a reality could suppress them. The Adjudicator Commanders and the Obsidian Adjudicator Commanders, the chosen emperors and legends who oversaw everything from the past era, those with mythical natural-born physiques. And those with treasures and secrets gathered from the vastness of these realities. He wanted to meet them all. He wanted to gaze upon the wonders out there and see just how far his own foundation had come. Against ancient existences who had lived for ages, against unbelievable monsters like Oppenheimer. Could he ever aspire to reach them when they had been alive for who knows how many billions of years, for an existence like him who had even attained the seat of the true emperor of an age as he conducted such an action? For an existence who was at the peak of power then, he did not just stall these past billions of years as who knew how much stronger he had gotten, who knew even where he was now and what he was doing. Could Noah truly set his eyes on such a level of beings? Bursts of destiny, karma, fate, and fortune surged around him as Noah didn't need to answer this question. He knew that his biggest weakness was time, as this was why he favored the 10,000 to 1 time ratio of the cosmic Holy Land. If he wanted to catch up to those terrifying existences, his infinite mana, destiny, uniquely designed edicts and reality-altering systems, and the tools he had in his hands would all come into play, things like his infinite reality, ruination, lethe, and the terrifying uncontrollable tool that was lavalier, a tool that, are you thinking bad thoughts about me? I feel like you're almost about to badmouth me, Lavalier's voice rang out in Noah's mind just when he thought about her. But he ignored her for now and got back on his thought process, as all of these things were just his preparations to try and catch up to these resplendent beings. This was why he was stressing his foundation so much, this was why he was taking exceeding the limitations step by step and so seriously. It was all to build a platform that would catapult him to catch up and even exceed those terrifying beings who might be capable of erasing him with a mere thought at this moment in time. As for the answer to whether he could actually do it, a deep smile formed on his main body that was reflected on the form of Alexander, as well, a smile that when Empress Genevieve saw it, her calm and cold expression was wiped off as she became utterly serious. It was like she had seen something from that smile in Noah's eyes as her own gaze became extremely sharp in the distance. She wasn't the only one, as just from gazing at him, Emperor Namor and the other 2 siblings also felt their eyes tighten just from the smile and eyes of this being that didn't even seem to see them. Chapter 1758. The Sacred Blood Sea Trembles. LLL. Those who are particularly in tune with our bloodline will achieve a higher level of baptism as their blood will be measured in purity. The words of Emperor Namor were just fading when Noah had his thought process and adopted an aura and a gaze that even caused the eyes of the emperors and empresses to focus on him sharply in alarm. The gaze of Empress Roseanne becoming particularly more piercing as her voice echoed out next. The vast majority of royal humans in the firmaments of ascendancy have just over 50% purity within their bloodline. Those in the 9th firmament of ascendancy would have refined their blood further, as they would near 60% or 70%, with special existences like Adjudicator Caitlin being one of the rare few that have exceeded 90% and achieving a level of purity that only the truest royalty of our bloodline enjoy. Thus, we also entertain the level of purity our followers would have, so special occasions of bloodline baptisms arise as we get to watch a grand show. Her lips curved into a smile as she spoke about this. Her eyes seemingly excited to see how these events would play out, but all of this seemed to annoy a specific existence as Empress Genevieve finally spoke out sharply with a hint of authority. We don't need all this talking. The time for the baptism is ready, so just jump in and the results will show themselves. The eyes of this reincarnated olden emperor shone with utmost coldness as she knew the true identity of the being before her. He was a chosen emperor, as she knew none of the followers her older brothers and sister had brought would be able to even compare against him. This baptism being something that Genevieve herself gained little benefit from, it wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things, with her waiting for them to enter the unexplored grotto sanctum and watch how events would unfold there. Ha ha! Towards her words, Emperor Namor laughed boisterously as he continued, "It seems my little sister is impatient to see the results, so proceed forward. Bathe in the blood of the sacred ancestor and let us see the purity you shall attain." BOM. The command was given as those situated on the massive reality trees watched on carefully. The royal humans adorned with capes standing on the vast disk-like space that surrounded the sacred blood sea quieted down and stopped their bustling discussions as they were intent to see which of the followers that these possible emperors and empresses brought would shine the brightest. The follower of Emperor Namor, whose body was made of resplendent quasars, jumped in first as the golden red sacred blood surged into his body and began to spin around him in a glorious storm of baptism. A sacred blood storm double the size of his body, that he should reach at least 60% purity. Looks of acknowledgement rose as a small region of the sacred blood sea was spinning in a wondrous storm to baptize this powerful follower at the 9th firmament. The sizes of all beings here restricted to 5 meters, as they seemed like ants when standing before the vast sacred blood sea that was over 100,000 miles long, the body of the sacred royal human ancestor holding it being even larger. The Other Ninth Firmament followers didn't wait any longer as they also jumped in, the figure of the royal cosmic wolf being particularly resplendent as a sacred bloodstorm 5 times the size of his body began to swirl for his baptism. Congratulations are in order, sire. The scion of the royal cosmic wolves should be able to reach at least 70 purity. The beings around Emperor Namor on the peak of the reality tree smiled as they began to suck up, this golden-haired regal being merely nodding his head as his eyes weren't focused on his followers at this moment. He was locked on the visage of Noah as just like the other 3 future candidate rulers. He had felt an imperceptible air of a tyrant from this being that caused him to have a feeling he only felt when he gazed at specific beings, when he gazed at someone as special as Adjudicator Caitlin or Adjudicator Ezekiel, when he gazed at the legends of his race. He felt the same gaze of utter confidence and might that only such beings would have as they held inherent belief that these vast realities were in the palm of their hands, that their positions were unshaken with their foundation being something that was nearly impossible to destroy. Having to face such a feeling from the being before them was a hard thing to accept, so even though some exceptional beings were showing off their compatibility in the sacred blood sea, the gazes of the truly powerful were all on a single being who shook his head at this moment as he used the very space below his feet as a springbox, compressing it as he used the force of his body alone to affect space and jump as far towards the center of the sacred blood sea as he could. The swirling crimson gold storms of sacred blood surrounding the 9 followers of Emperor George, Namor, and Empress Roseanne passed below his eyes as he lamented for them, poor fools, minor characters who didn't even know whose path they happened to cross. Noah's figure landed in the sacred blood sea as intense silence followed, no raging storms, no reaction of immense fervor. Interesting expressions and sneers began to arise as many beings still watched on. Expectantly, in the sacred blood sea, Noah's hands rose as they felt the milky crimson gold sacred blood pass over his fingers, his origin buzzing lightly as the authority of the sanguine emperor was let out and loosened. Lightly, bzzzt, with him as the center, the surrounding sacred blood began to churn, a flash of golden crimson light burst out with the figure of Noah at the very center as soon after. The nearby seas of blood began to spin, but it didn't stop there. The effect spread out further and further outwards as even though everyone's forms were limited to 5 meters. The swirling bloodstorm forming around Noah was not a few times his size as even now, it had spread to tens of miles as it only continued to expand further. The eyes of many beings shot up in shock as this exceeded any scene from a bloodline baptism they had seen before, and it was just beginning as within seconds. The calm sacred blood sea began to bubble and churn as gradually a terrifying bloodstorm many miles in size began to form around a singular figure, the vibrant crimson gold blood surging into his body fervently. Even the swirling bloodstorms surrounding the prominently powerful 9th Firmament followers were pulled away and redirected towards him. The followers gazed on in utter stupor as their baptism actually halted, the blood swirling around them seeming to find something much better than them as they rushed towards it with haste, towards this being whose body currently glistened with a crimson gold light. A new prompt rose in his mind: the supreme pure-blooded royal human bloodline has begun undergoing elevation. WAA, Chapter 1759, Pure Archroyal Human. The supreme pure-blooded royal human bloodline has begun undergoing elevation. This was the rising prompt in Noah's mind as his unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline roared out with power, pulling upon the taboo authority of the sanguine emperor to simply unleash it on the crimson gold sacred blood sea as this was the result. A massive bloody storm began to rage around him and only expanded more and more as the followers of the other candidate rulers weren't even worth mentioning, gazing at everything in utter stupor and shock as above the reality trees, the most prominent royalty had risen to their feet. Emperor Namor, George, and Empress Roseanne were standing and locking their gazes into the barely discernible figure of Noah bathed by bundles of crimson gold blood surging into him, his form fluctuating and changing as his already sculpted body became larger and larger. His fair spotless skin showing strings of muscles so strong that one would think he was made of crystal and reality metal. Empress Genevieve was the only one still sitting as her gaze retained its calmness. She expected something ridiculous from this chosen emperor, but even her expectations continued to be exceeded as she nearly sighed. This was the enemy she chose for herself. She knew very well the impossible task of scheming against a chosen emperor, but she still chose to as a being like him was crucial to steal the destiny of it. She wanted things to play out differently from the age of destiny. She needed to accumulate more destiny as no matter how arduous the task it would be to handle this chosen emperor, she had to do it. If you were bright enough during this moment, You might even be able to help me succeed in my quest against you. A dangerous thought rose within her as she thought of what the repercussions of this chosen emperor's current actions would be. If he went wild enough with his actions. She expected to be able to fish some things from it. An austere aura of ancientness began to pervade around the sacred blood sea as everything was churning wildly, the masses of watching royal humans tumbling back in shock as the massive body of the sacred blood ancestor. Also began to shake. At the center of the storm, vibrant streaks of crimson gold blood surged into Noah's true sanguine clone as they were transferred into his main body soon after. Noah undergoing his baptism truly in the cosmic Holy Land as he adorned the form of a royal human, yet this form was gradually being changed inside and out as Noah's visage was becoming massive, his musculature becoming built monstrously as he seemed like a character designed by an animator who had simply gone overboard on his muscles. A ridiculous 10-pack could be seen with clear definition as the pectoral muscles alone were the size of someone's torso, his visage truly seeming fantastical. As with increased amounts of sacred blood surging into him, a scintillating golden wing began to form on the back of his right shoulder. His skin shone with a stellar gold and white luster as he seemed to be forged from molten gold. His hair color entirely changing in this form to become a radiant stellar white gold. Along with this were the dings of prompts that continued to resound in his mind. The supreme pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline is advancing to the quasi-venerable tier. The pure arch-royal human bloodline is coming to fruition. Pure archroyal, not pure-blooded, but simply pure. When the pure was given the distinction of blood, that seemed to only focus on this aspect. But the elevation to quasi-venerable changed the name of the bloodline to pure archroyal human bloodline as a magnificent golden wing formed on one's right side to signify its authority, with the second wing only appearing if one managed to elevate this bloodline further to venerable. Seas of crimson gold sacred blood surged into his body and was devoured by the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline, the volume of the sacred blood sea noticeably reducing in the lands where the bloodline baptism was occurring as in mere moments. The golden wing behind Noah's main body finished. With it came the completion of the elevation as you have attained the quasi-venerable pure archroyal human bloodline, yet before these boons could even be enjoyed by this newly risen bloodline, the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor erupted out within Noah. The quality of the quasi-venerable bloodline is subpar as the will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor absorbs its strongest aspects. The bloodline Noah had forged which took in the aspects of all of his bloodlines. It moved at this moment to actually commandeer the boosts of the pure archroyal human bloodline as it considered its boosts subpar, absorbing nearly everything about it to produce a more potent effect under the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline. The feature of pure royal physique has been born under the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline. Pure royal physique, a passive reality-altering ability that increases the rate of physique refinement by 3x. Born from the accumulation of all the concepts of the pure archroyal human bloodline, it is the perfect ability for one to exceed the forging of the body aspect of existence. The atmosphere shuddered as the swirling white dream essence storm around Noah surged with a domineering light, the first cycle of the infinite dream physique refinement proceeding ever faster as it was bound to finish even sooner, a decent gain stemming from a mere baptism of a primordial bloodline. Noah's voiced out mesmerizingly as he checked the now blank pure archroyal human form that was a form in name only, having all of its boons culminated to the single reality-altering passive ability under his unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline is whatever boons its true form held would also be added to his unnamed Kainos Emperor true form, as he ascertained his gain with the main body in the cosmic Holy Land. He didn't let things proceed in the same way in the sacred blood sea where the clone of Alexander was, where the progeny of the current bloodline master could see a single golden wing beginning to form behind his back as their eyes showed genuine shock. He is actually pulling upon the sacred blood. To achieve a royal human form that only legends can refine. When pure-blooded cardinal royal humans refined their blood enough, it would naturally elevate to quasi-venerable, as this was the phenomenon that they were experiencing before them, and it didn't stem from a royalty with a truly pure bloodline or even a legend. But it was from an existence entering their bloodline for the first time. Chapter 1760 Pure Archroyal Human. Even as such a shocking phenomenon unfolded, Noah's eyes flashed with ingenuity in the midst of the surging bloodstorm as he continued to collect more of this unique liquid. This clone showing his advancement was not complete as the golden wing behind him was still half-formed. Noah didn't show that he had attained everything as he began to pull his authority back into himself ever so slightly, this sticking to his guidelines of not being too wild. It was also because his destiny had shown multiple fates rising up for the near future paths that showed a new entrant with great significance was about to appear. This was because as the sacred blood sea became utterly tumultuous, the sacred ancestor holding it up began to shine with a cold golden light. The masses of royal humans backed up in alarm at this, as this should have been a corpse. Yet at this moment, a budding aura had begun to release from it as its eyelids began to tremble. They wavered up and down as the corpse of the sacred ancestor truly seemed like it was about to wake. At such a juncture, an illustrious and overbearing might suddenly wash down from the area above the sacred blood sea. An aura of immense authority and wonder, as it carried with it an inviolable might that encompassed the sacred blood sea below along with the sacred ancestor. The eyes of the watching royal humans trembled as such an aura was something they were familiar with. Their knees buckling below them as they paid their respects, those on the expansive disk surrounding the blood sea, those on the reality trees around it. They all got on their knees as their wills gazed up to see the nonchalant figure of the genuine legend that was visiting this area of the pure-blooded domain, Uncle Brightborn. Emperor George and Empress Roseanne breathed sighs of relief as they saw the appearance of this being a singular existence whose hands were pressing down at this moment, as he had a calm smile on his face, but he utterly suppressed the raging storms as the sacred blood sea calmed entirely too quickly. The corpse of the sacred ancestor that seemed about to wake became calm again. All the fervor and wildness brought about from the figure of Alexander being suppressed instantly as this clone at the center of the crimson gold sea gazed up calmly. Before his eyes was an expert of shocking power, and yet the visage of this being was unique, as he appeared like a barely matured young man above 15 years of age. His hair shone with a devilish dark charm as his eyes were deep and ancient, being the only thing that showed his true age. This being had appeared out of nowhere to entirely suppress everything, Noah having recalled his own taboo authority before he appeared, as this legend had no opposing force when he laid his authority down. Now, he looked towards Noah's position while nodding with a smile, tapping down with his fingers as his voice actually resounded in Noah's ears. "Let's talk. BZZZT." His single action of a tap of a finger caused a silver bubble to wrap around Noah, this bubble popping an instant later as he disappeared. Something similar occurred on one of the reality trees as the figure of Genevieve also became wrapped up in a silver bubble and disappeared. The visage of the legend doing the same and leaving behind the 3 other future candidate rulers that looked on blankly, and the masses of watching royal humans that were still kneeling. The followers who were still on the blood sea that thought of themselves as geniuses also had blank looks on their faces. The visage of a true protagonist becoming ingrained in their memories as they would never be able to forget it. When Noah's will came to, he found himself standing on top of a long stellar river that stretched towards the horizon endlessly. Beside him, the figure of Empress Genevieve appeared as Noah adopted a light smile on his face. "Empress," he nodded as if everything was normal, his eyes soon coming to gaze in front of them as the unshakable figure of a young man appeared, Brightborn, a legend of an unknown strata that when Noah gazed at him with his eyes of the Kainos Emperor, nothing was shown, as it was all question marks. Brightborn, realm edicts destiny fortune Noah had designed the eyes of the Kainos Emperor to give him something similar to the status panels of those he gazed at, but this legend before his eyes couldn't be seen through unless Noah unleashed all of his taboo authority and possibly went all out. Little Jen seems to have found a gem in the celestial vines. The mesmerizing voice of this legend echoed out as Noah nodded with a smile, but his head never bowed nor did he kneel like all others. "I thank esteemed legend for the praise." He didn't ingratiate himself or bow down as Brightborn raised his brows at this and let out a light laugh. "Your very blood seems to scream of pride as you do not even pay respects to a legend. Ha ha. I won't hold this against you, as I was at the same place once. And you can now be considered one of us, as after the results from the sacred blood sea, you should be halfway to becoming an archroyal human." His eyes shone with a knowing light as Noah nodded, the form he currently adorned being that of a pure archroyal human with half a golden wing. Brightborn smiled knowingly as he turned towards Genevieve and nodded. "You've brought in a genius this time, with the potential of an adjudicator commander and the power to back it up. Are you sure you can keep him as your follower?" Genevieve was beside Noah as she acted with care around this Uncle Brightborn, letting out a smile as she gazed towards Noah's figure. "I brought him here because I knew he was special. And also because someone of similar power to me would be able to protect me all that much better." Her eyes were sharp as they locked with Noah's, these two beings gazing at each other as if they could both see the thoughts of the other person and what they wanted to do. Good. Alexander, is it?" The small figure of Brightborn walked closer to them on the endless stellar river he had brought them to, floating up to be on the same height as Noah, his visage even floating a bit further as he seemed to be looking down slightly. "I stepped in the sacred blood sea to prevent any problems for you, as if you attained the full archroyal human bloodline. You would have met the requirements to fight for the legacy and rulership of this region of the pure-blooded domains. But this is a boon, as well as a curse, as those you would be fighting against have legends within their lineages. Even with your talents, they might drown you in insignificant politics when your path can lie elsewhere. The eyes of this legend released a terrifying light as they locked onto Noah and continued, with your foundation and the fact that you can achieve refinement in 3 physiques before becoming a legend, reality is all but guaranteed for you, as depending on how you excel in the firmaments of ascendancy. Your path could be illustrious in the future, as some primordial factions will even seek you out to join them. Bursts of unseen destiny rose and fell in waves as Noah's mind was calm while listening to the words of a legend. A path was gradually forming in his mind as his destiny showed a level of fortune waiting for him in terms of knowledge this time around. All talented primordials are more often than not recruited by the factions of the pure reality with the allure of resources and treasures one can attain there, but I will advise you to remain with the pure-blooded royal human bloodline. Simply because the legends remaining in this faction are few. Which means all the many more resources that will be allocated to you in the future. His figure of a young being had begun to shine with an incandescent light as he spoke, his eyes shining with an endless river of a reality as his visage laid down a wondrous authority. His true purpose in doing all this being revealed with the next set of words he spoke. I can smooth out this path for you and even let you know of the secrets of entering the stage of reality, with the only thing I ask of you being that when you enter the unexplored grotto sanctum in the next few days, you be mindful of a few things and bring back some resources directly to me. I will trade them with everything you will require to become a legend. The unexplored grotto sanctum, everything came back to this, as within it the most powerful beings in the 9th firmament of ascendancy would obtain the most things. Noah had just revealed himself to be capable of holding 3 physiques, as he now even possessed the pure-blooded royal human bloodline through baptism, going even further to be halfway towards possessing the arch-royal human bloodline that legends of this race attained. I am another card you want to play for this unexplored grotto sanctum. Noah's mind buzzed with activity as his main body pulled upon the strings of destiny and fate, seeing that this being must have planted multiple cards to play for this unique domain many geniuses would soon enter, a fantastical grotto sanctum that no established legends could influence and enter. So they instead had to send in powerful existences in the 9th firmament of ascendancy to claim treasures for them as they made deals behind the scene. Chapter 1761 Sanctums and Nakers. In a unique spatial domain, 3 beings stood above an endlessly stretching river of stellar bodies, one of them dominating the current space as his authority of a legend released itself freely while floating slightly higher to the other 2 existences in the firmaments of ascendancy. Brightborn was gazing at Noah with eyes that swirled with a devouring light as he heard a question from this genius to his proposal. May I ask why you are interested in it the most? Can you enlighten me more on the matters of the unexplored grotto sanctum? His words didn't deny Brightborn, as this being kept his brilliant smile after that, folding his hands behind his back as he spoke freely. Within a vast grotto sanctum, naturally formed domain spaces exist, as the core of the sanctum will produce magnificent treasures over the years, with the domain spaces ranging with rarity on just what they contain as the one universal thing you will find. Are grotto nakers, grotto nakers. Hey, you don't have to listen to this boring guy's explanation. If you just allow me to go through 0.25 uses, I'll tell you all about grotto nakers and the basics of grotto sanctums that this little thing doesn't even know. In the cosmic Holy Land, Lavalier's voice jumped in and interrupted as Noah raised his brows, his body currently surrounded by many stellar lights as it constantly pulsed with fantastical power. I might just have to take you up on that one. Hold on though, a thorough set of knowledge on grotto sanctums. This would be extremely crucial for Noah for what he was about to do, or he could obtain another edge on the monstrous primordials who were also about to enter this place, wasting precious words on this guy. Lavalier spoke nonchalantly and Noah returned to the scene of Alexander, Genevieve, and Brightborn atop the stellar river. This legend had a profound look as he spoke. For one to enter the stage of reality, their origin has to rotate like one, as this will initiate the resonance with their other 2 aspects of existence. Achieving this resonance is what stops many beings from ever forming a reality. With those who have weak foundations, insufficient support from their reality passages, or a myriad of other factors, never being able to achieve the state of resonance and take that final step. But once one is able to bzzzt, the very surroundings began to tremble at his words as the body of Brightborn became suffused with a wondrous light of authority. The surrounding space fractured and reformed with bursts of white constantly as his pure body strength alone seemed to have been joined with his origin and soul to achieve a terrifying stage, strata, OM. One starts to ascend the strata of reality starting at the primogenial strata, as advancing within strata is not effective. With the past treasures merely filled with different essences that allowed one to increase their cosmos or refine their bodies slightly. To advance across one strata, grotto nacres are the most useful as they refine your strata. And allow for the birth of your temporal origin bones. This was why grotto nacres were so crucial, and grotto sanctums were the only place that birthed them. These locations being born from clusters of reality, as even Noah wasn't fully understanding of their nature. How does my infinite reality compare with grotto sanctums? I fused over 1,000 realities in it, as after a few thousand more, it should reach the next rank. Would something like the condensation of grotto nacres be possible then? Noah had a terrifying thought as he thought about his infinite reality, his clone of Alexander listening intently to the legend Brightborn as he nodded. He also subtly saw how Brightborn spoke briefly about something like grotto nacres allowing for the birth of temporal origin bones. What was this? Something that only came to be after one forged their own reality. In the cosmic Holy Land, Noah's will turned to Lavalier as he asked lightly, "You can't even speak of this if it has already been said." Well, not much. All I can say without a price being paid is that even though you've undergone reformation of your body and origin a few times, the stage of a legend is the place you truly begin your reformation onto something greater. And this reformation requires a strata to be established, as with it, your reality passages, and other resources like nacres one can begin to nourish their organs. Bones and musculature to birth temporal bones, organs, and musculature within their bodies. When all parts of you are nourished and your strata has advanced a few times, you can be considered accomplished in these barren lands as your foundation is set. Astounding words were released from Lavalier as they expanded greatly from the information that either Brightborn didn't have or didn't choose to share, nourishing everything within one's body with your strata to form temporal bones, organs, and musculature. Apart from one strata, the nourishing also required reality passages and was further enhanced with the treasures, even legends heavily sought after grotto nacres. Wild thump, Noah could feel the beat of his heart clearly as blood surged all around with excitement. Just when he thought he had seen and understood everything, an even larger path opened itself up before his eyes. With temporal bones, organs, and musculature one can inscribe their concepts and skills unto them as with a move of their fingers or brows. They can manifest reified wills without any energy consumption, as it would be like raising a hand or breathing, everything returning to nature. I can feel the chains of karma getting tighter as I'm speaking too freely without uses being spent. I'll have to stop here. Thump. Lavalier made her voice to sound pitiful near the end as she baited Noah to utilize more uses. Dropping another load of shocking information before she stopped, inscribe one's concepts and abilities onto their bones and organs as casting them becomes second nature, merely moving your limbs causing a change in phenomena as you could release REFAED abilities. Chapter 1762. A cycle is completed. The new ideas being introduced caused Noah's mind to buzz with possibilities as he thought of the legends he had met so far. He didn't get to observe too much of this shocking power as either. The formation of temporal bones, organs, and musculature were so insanely hard that they hadn't formed them yet, or they were the strongest abilities that they didn't display before him. There were still too many unknowns as while Noah pondered. Brightborn continued his spiel in the unique stellar domain he had brought him and Genevieve into. In this unexplored grotto sanctum, you might even become a legend if your foundation is robust enough, and this will allow you to further excel against the monstrous geniuses from the pure reality and the obsidian adjudicator commanders. At that time, just remember your ties to us and preserve some of the treasures you attain for an even brighter future. The boundless visage of Brightborn pressed down as Noah's clone gave a smile and a nod. I'll keep this in mind, A smile became etched on Brightborn's face at this moment as off to the side, the figure of Genevieve jumped in with vibrant words. Uncle Brightborn. For bringing in such a genius as a follower into our bloodline, I feel like I deserve a reward. Genevieve's eyes were shining with a sharp light as she finally made a move to attain something from Noah's wild actions. Oh, the eyes of the legend flashed with immeasurable might as he turned his attention to Genevieve. Your identity is special as you already have everything, little Jen. What could you want? The future candidate ruler to be the bloodline master who could control the resources of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline to grant themselves a stupendous foundation, among other things. Most things were at her fingertips, as what could she seek? A smile rose subtly as Genevieve walked towards Brightborn while speaking out. The royal treasury. I want to see if I am destined to pick out a taboo relic before becoming a bloodline master. This will also increase my power for the exploration of the dangerous grotto sanctum, and collecting grotto nacres and other treasures will be easier. Waves of destiny weaved out as the purpose of Genevieve was made clear. Brightborn became thoughtful as he thought about her last words, eventually nodding as the smile on Genevieve only became deeper. Then, we shall leave it to destiny, the royal treasury. The location that in its inner depths, the body of a sacred beast was kept. Hidden for the past years, her body and origin, she should be able to regain some things easier if she could just get near it. This was what she had calculated destiny would allow her to achieve from Noah's actions, so Genevieve's mood became entirely happy at this moment, as she didn't know the enemy she was plotting against was even happier, because the stronger she was, the more loot you will give me. Noah had his own plans as he felt a spatial light begin to wrap around him once more. Finish your preparations for now then. Those who will be traveling with you all will arrive in the next day or two, as I shall lead you guys towards the unexplored grotto sanctum on the third day. Noah was the only one disappearing as he nodded towards Brightborn and Genevieve, these two having a whole other trip to make, as Genevieve had a chance to regain more of her power when delving deeper into the royal treasury. As for Noah, it seems like I need to finish my preparations before 3 days are up. He had many things to do, as 3 days should be more than sufficient for him to make great strides. Finally, what are we starting with first? Lavalier's mesmerizing voice echoed in his mind as in the cosmic Holy Land, Noah gave the command. There are 2 uses remaining. So let's use 1.5 to forge that runic ecrature of modus operandi that will pair with the infinite dream physique to allow for the theoretical forging of infinite reality passages. The cosmic Holy Land began to buzz with shocking activity once more as a true sanguine clone came under the authority of Lavalier being taken into a dream, as absolute dream authority began to rage out. At the same time, Noah's body was releasing arcs of fantastical light, as his royal cosmos had actually reduced to 500 billion from the 613 billion, and this was due to him using sanguine adequation to burn the strength of his origin to go towards the body while still utilizing the seeds of reality to forge more cosmos. After the strength of the origin flooded into the body, this whole time paired with the pure royal physique that increased his rate of physique refinement by 3x. The barrier he had to break for the body was nearing, as to top it off, a cycle came to completion at this moment. Lustrous dream essence overflowed in a storm of wonder around Noah as the white stellar sandstorm became even denser while a prompt rose up. The first cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. Around Noah's body that had reverted back to his stellar form, illusory and white runic markings flashed and faded over his body constantly as they seemed to come and go like a dream. They shone with a pristine white sandy light as they surged through Noah's body, seeming to hug him tightly and provide him with an endless source of power from another dimension entirely. After the completion of the first cycle of infinite dream physique, the true reality damage values and true reality defense values have been increased by 200, as the number of reality passages you can forge has increased by 30. This wasn't all, as soon after radiant white runic ecratures that read, Dream, began to bloom around Noah's body. The runic ecratures of Dream begin to surround you as the completion of the first cycle grants you the maximum reserves of Dream essence of 100,000. The current Dream ecratures allow for the passive daily generation of 50,000 units of Dream essence. Wondrous changes were taking place as Noah's preparations unfolded fully, his body feeling a sense of tightness after completing the first cycle of the infinite dream physique, as this meant a glass ceiling of the body neared another limit came close as the unnamed Kainos Emperor was ready to eradicate it. Chapter 1763, A Pristine Foundation. While a single existence completed his preparations, things were becoming extremely active in the vast realities as the upcoming event held a somewhat significant importance to the rising primordials. Outside of this all, chaos still permeated throughout as many bloodlines still waged war against the primordials with the enders of reality, with the destruction of realities still occurring constantly at a small scale, as even though the adjudicator legions and will-bearers were many, they couldn't oversee everything, and yet even in the midst of protecting their borders and reinforcing their defenses, the most powerful adjudicator commanders and will-bearers got ready to enter a fantastical opportunity to elevate their power even more, with even the attention of the utter royalty from the pure reality turning towards this direction, as the untouchable forces from this place would also be mobilized. The blessed obsidian adjudicator commanders from the pure reality. The true royalty from the primordial bloodlines whose power was unshakable as they bathed upon the allure of the visage of the main reality for much of their lives. All of the existences with a profound foundation were getting ready for what was to come, as even though this exploration of a single unexplored grotto sanctum would include many beings, it didn't mean all of the talented existences across the vast realities would be here. Some geniuses from the pure reality had support from their lineage of legends, as they had already explored multiple grotto sanctums. Some geniuses with mythical natural-born physiques were known as guaranteed limit breakers, as they were raised with care and weren't allowed to risk their lives before breaking into the realm of reality. There were even the non-primordial bloodlines with their own geniuses across the vast realities who continued seeking their own fortune elsewhere. with other bloodlines even having connections and inheritances from the ancient bloodlines of the past era, so there were many factors and beings to consider as among those participating and those not. Some were worthy of note, across the vast realities. Within a unique location that actually held the visage of a shattered grotto sanctum, an exceedingly curvaceous young woman floated amidst the wreckages around her. There were deadly spatial storms and phenomena that could tear apart the defenses of ninth firmament existences if they were careless. She was accompanied by a devilishly handsome dark-haired young man with blue eyes beside her as behind the two of them. A legion composed of ninth and eighth firmament primordials could be seen. The shimmering dark hair of this regal young woman shone as her eyes were sharp and filled with dominance, turning her gaze towards the handsome man beside him as they explored the shattered grotto sanctum. I don't even know why I'm listening to you, Eckert. All those annoying guys who think the realities are under their feet are going into that unexplored grotto sanctum, and yet here I am going the other direction. Her face carried power and ingenuity as she spoke, the blue eyes of the man beside her releasing arcs of light as he spoke freely. It's going to be packed with so many people. What can an outcast like you who was ignored by her bloodline do there? Ah, what a sad reality for the great Europa, getting a little fucking cheeky there, aren't we? The eyes of Princess Europa condensed flames as they shone brightly, the figure of Eckert actually moving closer to her and gazing at the legion behind them as he seemingly whispered something in her ear. I've confirmed over and over again that there's no fortune or destiny for us there, with a calamity actually coming for many of those that enter the unexplored grotto sanctum. So why should we go? While the eyes of all these geniuses are turned over there, we can continue following traces of this ancient bloodline. The eyes of Europa flashed at these words as the 8th and 9th firmament primordials forming a legion behind them looked at the scene of this man being so close to the princess with eyes shooting out flames of anger. If you're wrong, when have I ever been wrong recently? The two beings went back and forth as the dark pupils of Europa locked onto the cerulean blue of Eckert before a decision was reached. Let's go see where this Koan-Pang Emperor bone leads us then. Europa agreed after locking her gaze with Eckert's long enough, continuing forward as this young man beside her had many thoughts swirling in his mind. He didn't tell her the true reason he recommended for them to back off the unexplored grotto sanctum, as he couldn't reveal this too freely. I just confirmed with that monster that he's going there. If we go, won't we just be fighting for scraps? The participants of this event were too monstrous, as this being had seen a shocking calamity would descend. As for what form this calamity would take, Eckert didn't fully know, as it could just be from a single being. Well, let's see if I can obtain a full ancient bloodline first to reforge my foundation. I can't fall too far behind that anomaly. With a sharp and unseen gaze, this being continued forward as the weaving of destiny wrapped itself differently around many beings, in another location, close to the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans but also extremely far apart. It was far apart because even though the will of the being stemmed from the pure-blooded domains, it had entered a dimension through here that was filled with countless mirror-like structures stretching around endlessly. Her silver hair flowed down her smooth shoulders as she was currently submerged in a viscous silver lake shining with scintillating lights, with the periphery of this lake actually being surrounded by a row of enormous mirror beasts taking the forms of a myriad of bloodlines. As their bodies gave off terrific waves of power, each one released an aura far surpassing a legend's visage as they shocking approached an average adjudicator commander's level of power, and there were tens of such mirror beasts protectively surrounding this incandescent silver lake this existence was swimming in, as it was a shocking reality that would even cause a powerful legend to be shocked. Yet on the exceedingly beautiful face of this existence surrounded protectively by such power, sadness and frustration could be felt that nearly caused the surrounding mirror beasts to howl out in sympathy. Mother. Just where are you? Chapter 1764. A pristine foundation. The visage of adjudicator Caitlin was submerged in the mesmerizing silver lake surrounded by shocking mirror beasts whose bodies pulsed with power. These types of beasts could be found past the periphery of the mirror dimension where legends roamed, and yet they fell under the command of this being as she held a truly special mythical natural-born physique. Her mother was a unique dimensional existence, as her father was a renowned legend of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human bloodline. Her own both being a miracle as she was bound for glory, yet she floated in the silver lake as her blessings could at times be seen floating up and down, her gaze full of melancholy as she sighed. A mother that doesn't want me, and a sister that hates me. Must they all be so focused on power? Must they struggle and fight so much? A trace of anger could be felt in her sadness as she shook her head again. Power. Bzzzt. She raised her fair hands as her body shone with an incandescent silver light, the bodies of 10 mirror beasts in the periphery of the lake rising up as they malformed and changed constantly, eventually joining and fusing together in a shocking fashion as an enormous mirror beast the size of multiple cosmos began to form. A mirror beast that shockingly began to give off the visage of none other than a legend as its body became armored in crystalline silver light. Power is fickle. Caitlin shook her head as she waved her hand again, this fused mirror beast breaking apart into 10 once more as she shook her head. If my heart and words cannot reach them, silver radiance began to bloom out as she rose, her wondrous body becoming covered and wrapped in a regal mirror armor as the sadness from her eyes was wiped away, calmness and serenity returning. That I will use the power they hold so dear to reach them. Astounding radiance and destiny erupted out as an existence that didn't have any goals began to form grand aspirations. She was just one of the contenders who would be delving into the unexplored grotto sanctum as the rest of the beings to come. Were bound to shake the vast realities with their grandeur. In the cosmic Holy Land, time passed as an existence forged his foundation to a shocking level. Multiple physiques were completed for his body as a stupendous cycle of the infinite dream physique was also achieved, with sanguine adequation being put to use as for the sake of exceeding the aspect of the body. The strength of the origin would be burnt along with Noah cultivating multiple physiques at the same time. One was the infinite dream physique, the second was the limit-breaking extreme mana physique that Noah could now refine 2 more times after the elevation of unnamed Kainos Emperor. And the limit-breaking Arcadian physique that required the blood of 8th firmament existences and higher to forge. Normally, all the different methods of refinement had their own requirements, but Noah was once more breaking apart normality as with sanguine adequation, he had rapidly increased the pace of the infinite dream physique to complete his cycle. Now, he would be doing the same thing with the other 2 physiques as so long as he provided the initial requirement for the refinement. Sanguine adequation would take him the rest of the way there as it transferred the power of the primogenial strata and fused it into the aspect of his body. So currently, Noah was surrounded by vibrant colors of essences as he seemed like an ancient king pulling apart and putting together aspects of his body, constantly refining them and strengthening them as above his head stellar seeds of reality were breaking apart and turning into a multicolored liquid that flowed into him. At the same time, one of his true sanguine clones was undergoing a fantastical dream as the voice of Lavalier guided him through it. Reality passages are unique as they allow you to access more resources, but they are also a limiting factor as if you have a few of them, your path forward is abysmal. You aren't the first being to seek continuous forging of reality passages as others seek many other methods for it, but it is still all dependent on yourself whether such a feat can be truly pulled off. In the dream, Noah was standing in front of the edge of a vast reality that clearly mimicked the infinite reality and the rotation of its cosmos that came from over 1,000 other realities. Noah had pulled upon his connection with this treasure while forming the runic ecritures of modus operandi as he wanted to entirely base it on the rotation of his reality, with the infinite forging aspect of it also evolving with the infinite reality as the more cosmos it added in the future. Noah wanted this to be reflected in his modus operandi as well, constantly changing, ever evolving, the infinite runic ecriture of modus operandi, BZZZT, a fantastical cerulean began to form before Noah's eyes as his will was closely interconnected with the movements and rotations of the cosmos of the infinite reality both in his dream and reality. The subtle movements in space. The push and pull of the stellar bodies, as large as the movements as cosmos and as minuscule as the rotates of the universes within these cosmos, their galaxies, quasars, black holes, stars, and all the stellar bodies were focused on as the product to come from this was bound to be utterly stunning. Well, the results will be interesting. Lavalier's voice echoed out as Noah's will covered the infinite reality entirely, the clone within the dream about to wake a resplendent blue page. Screaming of regality and ancientness was about to form. From dream to reality, austere waves of dream essence pervaded the surroundings near Noah's main body and the body of the true sanguine clone as Lavalier's mesmerizing voice boomed out all around. Absolute dream authority, a cerulean blue page began to materialize in the real world as it boasted tremendous authority, this event coinciding with another as Noah's main body was also burning furiously at this moment, even with the seeds of reality constantly being liquefied and surging into him. His royal cosmos were reduced to 380 billion as he burned a significant amount to guarantee the transfer of tremendous primogenial authority onto the body. This was to guarantee the breaking of a glass ceiling of another aspect of existence with ease as sacrificing nearly half of the primogenial casuistic origin for this, caused the 3 physiques he was cultivating simultaneously to receive an explosive reality-breaking boost that defied everything to grant them completion. The second cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. The second refinement of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique has been completed. The refinement of the limit-breaking extreme Arcadian physique has been completed. Wondrous prompts began to bloom as soon after. You have exceeded the limitations of the aspect of the body before achieving reality. A terrifying reality set in as an existence that had exceeded the limitations in all three aspects of existence. Was born, your body is undergoing elevation into the primogenial strata. A radiant glow of blue began to cover everything as similar to when his soul condensed into a cerulean blue liquid form. This color began to suffuse over his body as astounding changes began to take place. Chapter 1765, A Pristine Foundation. 3. The fundamental change of one's body achieving a strata was too unique, Noah feeling everything about him being ground down and replaced rapidly. The soul and origin were hidden and housed in the body as they were extremely important, but they were all housed by the body. So Noah was currently undergoing one of the greatest changes as his body attained a strata after stacking up so many physiques and refining it to a ridiculous level. In the cosmic Holy Land, his visage pulsed out with a cerulean blue light as while his bones and musculature were undergoing a change in strata. This blue light began to converge around him in a shocking manner as it seemed like a barrier of light made up from the very force of his body was coagulating, a barrier of light made up of all the base boosts of true reality defense values that his many physiques granted him as currently, they had long since exceeded 1,000 after the 2 cycles of the infinite dream physique granted 400, and the recently finished refinements of the limit-breaking extreme mana and Arcadian physiques both collectively granted 200 more defense values. An innate barrier of light that only legends got a chance to enjoy was forming at this moment around Noah during this shocking process as the prompts continued to rain down. From being unranked, your body becomes distinguished as it breaks into a stage granted to those who have exceeded the base requirements before forging their reality, hung, an incandescent allure of light, a flash of blue radiance that covered everything, and then, your body has exceeded its limitations and achieved the primogenial strata. Your reserves of fortune and destiny are increasing in their refinement. Your reserves of mana are increasing in their refinement. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have increased by 300,000. His body was suffused by pure unadulterated splendor as the moment his very cells reached a new stage and everything was reformed. His whole body seemed to be bathed in a distinct blue light as the biggest boon of a primogenial body showed itself. Your innate primogenial defense barrier has formed, cerulean in color and barely discernible. It flowed over his skin as one may not even be able to see it or touch it. Yet it pulsed with such astounding power that Noah had to view it while withholding the prompts that wanted to continue coming. Innate primogenial defense barrier, a passive innate barrier that forms over you protectively. Originally, it forms when one's 3 aspects of existence have resonated and established a single primogenial strata as it grants innate defense against true reality soul damage and physical damage values, but no resonance has occurred yet as currently this innate barrier only provides protection against true reality physical damage values. The level of protection granted is calculated to be half of the strongest defense values reachable with your base true reality defense values and your strongest ascendant true form along with the multiplier of your fused halos. Current innate true reality physical defense values 6,500,000, an innate barrier of protection that granted Noah half of the defense values he would reach in his strongest ascendant true form while fused with his halos, and this was a distinction that had to be clear. It wasn't the true form, but the ascendant true form. This innate primordial barrier didn't take into account the fusing of his 40 ascendancy halos, it took into account Noah fusing with his primogenial ascendancy domain that came from the seamless fusion of all his halos. A change that would distinguish him among others is more than this, it required him to utilize 600,000 units of the essence of reality to activate and even 200,000 units every microsecond to keep it active. His innate primogenial defense barrier took the ascendant true form that would come from fusing with this domain and calculated the base true defense values with the multiplier of such a combination as previously. This multiplier wasn't known, the base multiplier for fusing with 40 ascendancy halos was 2,500, the multiplier for the infinite willow tree true form came out to be 3,500 after its racial boost when 40 ascendancy halos were fused with Noah. But this wasn't his strongest true form. The strongest form he could take was naturally the unnamed Kainos Emperor that took in the strongest aspects of all of his bloodlines, and the multiplier of this ascendant true form under the primogenial ascendancy domain could now be inferred from the innate defense value Noah would always have around his body, 6.5 million in defense values. Noah's defense values had long exceeded 1,000 as if we include the boosts from his physiques and the addition of 25 ecritures of vitality coursing through his blood. we can approximate this number to be over 1,300. Noah's innate barrier granted him half of the strongest defense value he could reach with his base values, so the 6.5 million would actually lead us to believe that the strongest defense value Noah could reach with his ascendant true form under the primogenial ascendancy domain was 13,000,000, more than double the basic damage value of a legend, and for this to come to be from a base defense value of 1,300. It meant that the multiplier was ridiculously 10,000. Not the 3,500 of the infinite willow tree that was considered one of the 5 strongest reigning bloodlines, but a 10,000 multiplier was what Noah's unnamed Kainos Emperor under the fused primogenial ascendancy halo that took a crazy number of units of the essence of reality to keep active. Granted, it was something utterly ridiculous, but it made Noah's innate defense barrier that always passively surrounded him exceed the base attack of a legend by 1.5 million. It meant that even average beginner legends who hadn't done much to strengthen themselves in this stage, a single attack from them would not even be able to bypass Noah's innate defenses before he cast any defensive skills. Or those in the firmaments of ascendancy. Could only despair when they faced Noah. Chapter 1766, a pristine foundation. For Noah had reached a truly shocking state by exceeding the limits of all 3 aspects of existence before breaking into the realm of reality. Unless it was geniuses who had exceeded their limits or those with mythical natural-born physiques, others shouldn't even show themselves before his eyes. But even with all this wonder, one must keep in mind that the 6.5 million innate defense was half of what Noah at his strongest would achieve. It was a state that he might be able to keep active for a few microseconds, as with his normal state where he just had his ascendancy halos out and in a non-fused state, his multiplier was only 100 from each halo or a range of 3,000 if he fused with lesser true forms without calling for the ridiculous primogenial ascendancy domain. If he also simply fused his unnamed Kainos Emperor with the 40 ascendancy halos without activating the ridiculous essence of reality draining primogenial ascendancy domain, he expected his multiplier to be a bit over 5,000, as even this was a ridiculous number for his attack and defense values when he cast his abilities. What Noah had reached currently was enough to make average geniuses in the firmaments of ascendancy cry as gradually, only anomalies and legends were becoming those who could even stand against him. His eyes gazed at the thin blue barrier protectively hugging his skin as he let out a brilliant smile. His eyes blinking to let the remaining prompts he had been holding back flow down once more, an astounding achievement. You have achieved the primogenial strata body before the formation of reality as your unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline has been elevated slightly, your candidacy as a Kainos Emperor being further solidified. His solidified crown began to shine with utmost splendor as his stellar form with the purple-blue cosmos tinged with a golden light made him look like a stellar cosmic existence that shouldn't be touched. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen slightly. His stellar arms and legs were outstretched as his sculpted form was clear, his clearly defined muscles and 8-pack abs coursing with vibrant undeniable essence that would cause even average beginner legends to be wary. His crown was spinning and washing his body down with astounding golden light as another letter was beginning to form next to ETH, but the brightness this time was too astounding as it didn't seem to be even close to being done. BZZZT, you have exceeded all 3 aspects of existence before the stage of reality. Yes, Noah didn't just exceed the limit of his body this time, but it also signified him exceeding all 3 limitations of the aspects of existence, a pristine foundation, a wondrous achievement. There was a distinction and wonder that came from this. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen moderately. HUUUM, his stretched out stellar body exploded out with magisterial wonder and authority. Boundless secretures swirling around him as the last prompt had changed from the many he had been getting so far, with his authority as an emperor of this age increasing, moderately, and not slightly, due to this achievement. The crown above his head spun with grandeur as multiple characters bloomed this time, not just a single letter. From ETH, the letters E, R, E, A, L appeared one after another as the significance of what had been done with time was truly profound. BZZZT, a final glow of luster blazed out as it didn't end at the word ethereal, a space appearing as the letters EM began to form next to it, not a single word of distinction, but 2, there was no suspense or need to guess. The authority and distinction surrounding Noah's solidified crown wasn't complete, but Noah could already guess what it was. Ethereal Emperor. He uttered out the distinction as his surroundings raged madly, the radiance he released even overpowering the cerulean blue page he was actualizing from the dream of his clone not too far away. This was Noah Osmont. This was the stage he had reached a bit over a year since he became an existence that could utilize mana, were there any others that could even compare, across the vast stretches of realities. Within the depths of a grotto sanctum near the pure reality, inside a domain filled with stellar glacial storms, a figure could be seen atop a shattered frozen mountain staring down towards an enemy that was currently kneeling while breathing out heavily, an expression of amazement present on this kneeling existence. The one that had brought him to his knees had the visage of an ancient kingly bear whose very body seemed to be made up of countless shimmering cosmos, this being the form of a reality ursity. A fantastical crown floated above this being as the Eckriture's reading, EMP, spun around it, an expression of immense confidence and regality shooting out from the eyes of this reality bear that stood on its hind legs and had its stellar claws bearing down towards the kneeling enemy. The force of these claws were supported by his body and the fantastical reality passages that occupied the space behind him, one being capable of shockingly seeing over 100 reality passages, releasing splendorous lights and causing the pressure this being gave to be that of utter madness. Yet by the end of it all, one would be shocked to feel that it was still distinctly a pressure of the ninth firmament of ascendancy. This kingly majestic reality ursity imposed such a pressure as an attack of his had caused the enemy opposing him to kneel, this kneeling enemy causing anyone seeing this scene to nearly die of shock as stupendously. It was an existence who gave off the untouchable aura of a legend. An existence of the ninth firmament of ascendancy. Doing something that caused a legend to actually kneel down, you cheeky child. Showing no respect to your elders now that the time for you to become legend nears. This unexplored grotto sanctum has caused you to become too riled up. The body of the legend that was also a reality ursity vibrated with intense power as its innate primogenial defense barrier reformed. Amazement and a smile present on his face as behind him a RFID ability began to form, yet the reality ursity at the top of the cracking glacial mountain actually swooped down with confidence to face the attack head-on, his mesmerizing voice echoing out with the authority of taboo as a terrifying glow surged out from him. Be careful, elder. BZZZT. Utter splendor clashed as an existence at the ninth firmament of ascendancy faced a legend reality ursity, this merely being one of the contenders who would enter the unexplored grotto sanctum. Chapter 1767. Those seeking the throne. In another location, in the deepest parts of the pure-blooded domains of the dragon phoenix bloodline located within the pure reality. Across an expansive and endless blue sky, a golden-robed young man giving off a mystical aura stopped as he raised his head up, staring at the endless expanse above as if he could see something others couldn't. A solidified crown spun above his as the Eckriturer, Emperor, could be seen circling around the crown reverentially. A party of ninth firmament experts giving off a semblance of an aura like his could be seen behind him, as right beside him, an old man with the genuine aura of a legend could be seen. This old man saw the imperceptible look from this young man as he spoke with respect. What has the young emperor seen? A legend spoke to an existence that had yet to reach the stage of reality. With respect, as this devilishly handsome young man actually smiled while speaking out terrifying words. Just the destiny within the unexplored grotto sanctum becoming even murkier, making it hard for even me to discern it. This caused surprise and alarm to rise from those around this being, and it was because they knew just how terrifying the perception and understanding this being had towards fate and destiny. Shall we let the others know? The old man legend spoke out cautiously as the young man shook his head. No. Those who are truly understanding will realize the true importance of this unexplored grotto sanctum. It is the first natural domain space in a while that is actually restricted entrance for anyone that has already formed a reality. It is bound to be filled with mysteries to even cause Father to send me in. WAA, shocking words echoed out from this being as they revealed more truth about what this unexplored grotto sanctum was all about. It wasn't actually that the primordial legends were magnanimous and wanted to use this as another destined springboard for the next generation, but it just so happened to fit perfectly as the truth that only the truly powerful knew was that legends actually could not enter. Beings of utmost power were not allowed past the gates of this unexplored grotto sanctum, and thus those strongest below the stage of legends were required for the exploration and reporting back. Why was this? What authority could actually defy the wills of legends across strata? The eyes of the young emperor were bright as they gazed up and seemed to read the skies themselves, smiling lightly as he soon continued on his way, his party following behind him closely as his serene words echoed out. It should be an interesting time. I haven't mixed in with other limit breakers in a while. The scene of the shocking being faded as in another location, a similarly terrifying being that would also be making their way into the unexplored grotto sanctum could be seen. BOM, come on, fight. A shocking battle was taking place as one could see a stellar fiery existence wrapped in a cosmic light, her whole body painted with a cosmic skin as if her very being stemmed from cosmos. Her face was exceedingly beautiful as she had sparkling eyes that shone like galactic suns, beams of molten cosmic lights constantly shooting off from them and shredding the surrounding space as if it were paper. Her figure was exquisite and vibrant as stellar crimson flames surrounded her maddeningly, but she actually seemed small at this moment as she moved within the remains of a few destroyed realities while facing an enormous primordial beast legend. The aura she gave off was still at the ninth firmament of ascendancy, yet she was actually targeting an ender of reality at the stage of a legend as this ender took on the form of an enormous reality-devouring ether serpent. The stellar flames wrapped around her body tightly as they carried unbelievable power, causing space to shudder and turn white constantly as ridiculously she was using her bare body alone to rush against the primordial beast legend that was aiming for her life. Over 100 reality passages filled with roiling flames that made it seem like she had volcanic passages of magma supporting her could be seen behind her, these passages constantly pumping a unique essence into her small figure and causing her to erupt with even wilder power. Around her stellar body, bountiful runic ecratures lit up and golden flames surged, flashing in and out of existence as she seemed like a holy flaming ancient creature that one shouldn't anger. A solidified crown spun above her head at this moment as it had the ecratures of surging around her, the stellar hair flowing down to her shoulders lashing out like flames as her small fists actually smashed onto the scales of the reality-devouring ether serpent, and, roar. A maddeningly fearful roar echoed out as the innate primogenial defense barrier of the legend was shattered, with its scales torn and golden purple blood beginning to surge out like rivers. The unique fists this young woman wielded, seeming to carry a terrifying power as unknown essence surged into the body of the primordial beast legend and caused its injuries to be incapable of even healing. Yeah. Like a blaze of utter glory, the stellar visage of this existence from the astral bloodline illuminated the surroundings as she shot out her small fists rapidly, a barrage of illusory fists blooming out and smashing against the scales of the reality-devouring ether serpent as maddeningly pained and fearful roars echoed out across the shattered realities. Golden purple blood of an existence from the genuine primogenial strata began to overflow as the cause of it was an existence that had yet to forge her reality. Not too far away from this battle, the aura of two beings watching this scene with pride could be felt. It was a man and woman pair that seemed to have walked out straight from a stellar wonderland. Their bodies pristine with power and wonder, as their bodies didn't release even an ounce of power, yet they were stable within a strata at the stage of a legend. Uniquely, their crowns were only solidified with nothing else as the stellar woman, looking to be in her 40s, hugged the strong cosmic arm of the man beside her, her eyes shooting out lights of love and pride when gazing at the scene of the young woman utterly shredding a primordial beast legend. Chapter 1768. Those seeking the throne. LL, you think she'll be okay in that mysterious grotto? The stellar legend held on to the arm of her partner as she asked while looking at the vibrant young woman from afar. If our daughter is not okay among those going in, then nobody will be okay. Do not worry too much. We have given her everything, as it is now time for her to forge her own destiny. With someone like her holding a genuine shot for the seat of the true emperor. Wondrous words came out from this husband and wife pair that didn't let out any waves of power, their stage belonging far above the primogenial strata, as they should be a strata or two strata above this. Yet their solidified crowns didn't hold any spinning ecratures as they showed their candidacy to become a true emperor of this age was lower than even their daughter. The authority of an emperor of an age, all beings fought for it, as the higher in power one was, the harder it was to be distinguished. Below the stage of reality, one could forge taboo edicts, exceed the limitations of the aspects of existence, forge a bloodline unique to that age or era, and many other profound things that would allow them to become distinguished and increase their authority. But within the stage of reality, and for those standing in higher strata, the things they had to do to become distinguished were insurmountable harder. This was why it became an unwritten understanding that if you lived through an age and rose to power without becoming a true emperor, you had more than likely lost your qualifications to do so forever. This was why those who had been suppressing and building their foundation, waiting for the first age of the Kainos era to begin, were those who had the highest chance of holding the seat of the true emperor. Of course, you had the powerful existences in higher stratas who wanted to defy everything, as even though it was much harder for them, they could still attain authority so long as they targeted rising emperors and stole what they had built up so far. It was a terrifying reality to think about, as this was one of the reasons that reaching the seat of the true emperor was insurmountably difficult. Yet the eyes of the couple watching a limit breaker rip apart a genuine legend shone with utmost confidence as the father repeated, "She can do it. She holds a genuine shot." The weaving of destiny pulsed vibrantly as this scene faded as well. In a location that Noah's true sanguine clone of Alexander was actually near, in the depths of the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans across multiple layers of restrictions and bloodline tests that required one to hold the authority of the current lineage of bloodline master and the authority of one to it was the domain space that held the royal treasury, Ta. The light steps of Genevieve could be heard as she walked along a stellar golden road floating in space that was lined up on all sides by floating glimmering treasures, crystals, gems, jewels, weapons, and many more things filled with terrifying waves of energy could be seen as this was one of the treasure vaults of a pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline. One of the treasure vaults of a bloodline that had lived for eons. It was something multiple times larger than Noah's expansive space. As if he could get his hands on something like this, items releasing waves of sway generous relics, quasi-taboo relics, and even hidden taboo relics could be felt the deeper one went, as those gaining access to this place would be sending their wills out to attain the quasi-taboo or taboo relics. But Genevieve had her clear eyes closed as she didn't sense any of this, but instead was silently resonating with something that wasn't in this royal treasury but adjacent to this at an even deeper level that she wouldn't have easy access to unless she was the bloodline master or a powerful legend of the royal humans. It was in this space that her body and origin were kept and drained of all of its resources since the past age, picked apart and used to refine relics and elixirs as if she was a mere source of materials. Anger rose within her mind when she thought of this, but her gaze refocused on the resonance of her old body and origin. She had many restrictions for the forbidden technique that allowed her to reincarnate after death, with the shackles binding her being heavy. As if she had access to her old self, things would be a million times easier. Thump, in the deeper treasury she had no access to, the origin of a sacred beast began to pulse silently as it resonated with its future self. Genevieve, feeling a tug in her soul as the heavy chains binding her loosened ever so slightly, her will surging out as she pulled upon a vestige of her old self. More taboo concepts. More of my physiques, hung, like a fisherman throwing out a line. Genevieve pulled and prodded as she returned back with terrifying concepts, a price still being paid for this even though it was minimal compared to her calling back her old concepts by herself. She also had to be careful as even though vibrant authorities were silently surging into her, the visage of Brightborn wasn't too far away monitoring everything as she also had to put on a show and be quick about it. Taboo authority leaked from her as she masked the incoming concepts with it, her hand pointing towards the depths of the royal treasury as a cry of a taboo relic resonated with her and began to come forward. It was normally a hard task for one to seek taboo relics within the treasure as they would fall to those destined. But when the relics were made by her very own bones, she knew where every single one was. A resplendent white battle armor flowed out from the depths of the royal treasury as it flew towards Genevieve, the legend Brightborn watching all this from afar while nodding his head, not realizing that this being had snatched multiple taboo concepts from her old origin that they had locked away at the same time. She repressed the realization of these concepts at this moment, or her solidified crown would have begun filling up with ecritures due to her accomplishment. She only held a silent smile as an existence with multiple taboo concepts and relics rose at this moment, and she had her own grand plans for how things would play out in the unexplored grotto sanctum. All of these beings felt a pull calling them to this grotto sanctum as if they wanted to explode with fortune and destiny. They felt like this was the place to be in. A pull of destiny drew them all in. A weaving of destiny concocted for an event that the results of were unknown. In the cosmic Holy Land, Noah's body was surrounded by surging essences as things calmed down, his solidified crown shining gloriously as his body was surrounded by pulsing runic ecritures from all his physiques. In addition to mana, pure dot and many others, idol was now added as the ecriture for the limit-breaking Arcadian physique, this ecriture washing Noah's body with regenerative boosts constantly for his vitality as he always felt like he was brimming with life. His sparkling eyes opened and closed wondrously as he watched the last prompt that came with the boons of breaking all of his three aspects of existence. WAA. It was a concept Noah only saw on the prompt as he couldn't discern anything about it with the word lying within its name as it reflected the wonders of the realm of reality. Noah was marveling at it when the sonorous voice of Lavalier rang out. She spoke out nonchalantly as Noah's eyes turned to the glimmering cerulean page screaming of wonder and ancientness not too far away from him. A modus operandi designed just for him. Something that reflected the rotation of the infinite reality he held and would continue to evolve along with the infinite reality. When Noah was dreaming of this infinite runic ecriture of modus operandi, there was one aspect aside from reality passages that he wanted to actualize to become reality the most. It was a concept closely interconnected with his resplendent treasure emperor that allowed him to loot his enemies and break them down into bloodlines, concepts, and cores based on the level of their origin. this concept stemmed from the very workings of the infinite reality where at its base, it could bring down apocalypse and assimilate other realities onto itself infinitely. What Noah wanted to test and bring to reality was the idea that if his future reality rotated and worked in a similar manner to the infinite reality, would he be capable of pairing this up with his current means of bringing about loot and be capable of swallowing the reality-level origins of other beings seamlessly to elevate himself and not only be limited to things like grotto acres? That apart from swallowing their edicts and bloodlines, he took their entire strata as he assimilated it onto himself. Chapter 1769, the finite runic écriture of modus operandi. Noah had grand goals as at this moment, he wanted to see what was actualized. He beckoned towards the glimmering blue page that floated towards him rapidly, its scintillating blue light reflecting his stellar eyes as he grasped onto it and got to learn of its wonders. BZZZT, a glorious flash of blue covered his eyes as a stellar description appeared. Supreme, infinite runic écriture of modus operandi, a supreme and pure understanding of the revolution of a reality that is made up of a myriad of other realities and harmoniously combines the rotation of all the stellar bodies from different realities into a singular one. The ultimate understanding of the assimilation of many into one was grasped from the rotation of the infinite reality, with the aspect of infinite being focused on the most, as the number of reality passages one can form with this runic écriture of modus operandi is only dependent on the allowable number of passages one's body can handle. Due to the sheer size and grandeur of the reality they are based on and its intricacies, the reality passages brought forth from this modus operandi are exceedingly larger than others, as the essence they release is dependent on the essence the user has currently been exposed to. The resource generation and reserves of resources are increased greatly with every formed reality passage, as the resultant passages formed are termed infinite reality passages, that reinforce greater concentrations of all resources and grant the additional features of passage suppression, reality assimilator, tyrannical reifier, nullity, emperor's might, and strata nourisher. Forming a single reality passage requires 2 million units of the essence of reality, with every single infinite reality passage granting the generation of 20,000 units of the essence of reality per second, a million units of the essence of destiny, fortune, mana. Per second, WAA, a simple and considered description of this modus operandi, with one of the more shocking things explained being the generation of resources. A million units of all of Noah's resources recovered every second, 20,000 units of the essence of reality generated every second. In a single minute, Noah would have over 1 million units of the essence of reality recovered. Even if he drained himself off all units of the essence of reality, he would be fully recovered within 2 minutes, and this was only from a single reality passage. I have to say, the results of these will be somewhat unique, as they came to be uniquely due to your infinite reality that other beings didn't have to base their operandis on. It's the one thing I can say is truly unique to you. Lavalier's mesmerizing voice entered his mind as Noah was lost in his wonder of just the aspect of the essence generation of the reality passages. If he made just 100 reality passages, he would be able to generate his maximum reserves of the essence of reality every second. This in itself was an unbelievable reality, as Noah knew the specs of other reality passages. One was from his own people, as from the Azure Treasure Emperor's runic écriture of modus operandi. Noah knew its reality passages only aided with the generation of 100 units of the essence of reality per second, and this number was reflected for all high-tier runic écritures of modus operandi that he had come across so far, yet his infinite reality passages were capable of doing 20,000 units every single second, as even if they had this perk alone with nothing else, Noah would leave an astounding victory among all others. But no, this was just one of its base features, even with the cost. To build a single infinite reality passage being 2 million units of the essence of reality, it truly was still one of its base features. Now, Noah gazed at the other things he had dreamed of to see just how much came to fruition. Passage suppression, the infinite reality passages can suppress the reality passages of other existences nearby, as they are rendered weaker and unable to express their full effects. If the power between you and your enemies is wide enough, the activation of your reality passages can even entirely erase and deactivate the effects of their reality passages by releasing a light of suppression. This is a passive ability of all infinite reality passages, as if a stronger level of suppression is sought after. 1 million units of the essence of reality can be burned to release a dominant light of suppression. Emperor's might, your forged infinite reality passages carry a weight that can be superimposed onto your attacks. The augmentation of strength will vary depending on the ability cast and the target. Nullity, a feature that requires 10 million units of the essence of reality and 100 infinite reality passages to cast. It turns your body into pure essence as you gain nullification from true reality physical damage and a nullification of true reality soul damage for 1 microsecond and can only be cast again after 30 microseconds. Sheesh, a ridiculous trio of abilities outright that were so ridiculous Noah had to stop at the third one. Emperor's Might was deciding to be mysterious and not give any concrete numbers and values for the augmentation of strength, while passage suppression was just pure madness. When Noah released his reality passages, others would turn dim, but this was compared to average or normal reality passages. Did limit breakers and other anomalous existences have normal reality passages? How abnormal were they in quality and quantity? The effect of passage suppression was bound to be terrific, but it would be fun to see its variations when facing different enemies and what other limit breakers could have that would allow them to stand against Noah without a major source of strength of their being eradicated the moment Noah released his infinite reality passages. Then there was the ridiculous effect of nullity, holding a requirement of essence that Noah didn't even have at this moment. It was an ability that essentially made him invincible for a microsecond. Chapter 1770 The Infinite Runic Écriture of Modus Operandi. LOL, passage suppression, Emperor's Might, and nullity were already wondrous enough, but Noah's hungry eyes went to lock onto the remaining features of the infinite reality passages that were just as ridiculous. Straight and Nourisher, your aspects of existence resonate with your reality passages as the surges of boundless essence constantly wash over you and strengthen all aspects. This effect carries over even when one achieves a ranked strata, as the nourishing effect has a slight effect in slowly elevating the strata. Different tiers of nourishment can be reached as they are dependent on the feedback of pure mana that your reality passages receive, with higher tiers carrying a greater effect of nourishment even as you ascend the stratas. Due to the reality-altering effect of infinite mana, you have directly exceeded the tiers of white, blue, purple, and gold as you can achieve black tier nourishment from your infinite reality passages. A higher tier of nourishment can be reached in the future as you progress to greater stages. Reality Assimilator, the infinite reality passages release their tyrannical authority against a defeated enemy who cannot defend themselves any longer. Locking their reality passages as through them the very reality they had forged is pulled through to be taken into and assimilated into the reality of the unnamed Kainos Emperor. The assimilation of the realities of others grants an unspecified effect similar to the absorption of Grotto Nacres, with more information required to quantify their exact effect. 2 million units of the essence of reality are required to carry out the reality-altering effects of this ability. Tyrannical Reifier, for the expense of 1 million units of the essence of reality, specific viable abilities can be chosen to be inserted into a reality passage as they receive reified nourishment to elevate them towards the stage of reification. And further past it. Every ability placed within an infinite reality passage requires 10,000 units of the essence of reality every second to continue its progression upwards, with selected abilities getting an increase in their true reality values and effectiveness so long as they continue to be nourished. With sufficient time and nourishment, it is not impossible to release your infinite reality passages as they awaken with personified abilities that can move on their own. Noah's eyes released luminous lights as most of his wishes were actually realized. The wish to be capable of devouring the realities of other beings could actually come to fruition in the future. Even though the cost of it was bound to be somewhat ridiculous at 2 million units of the essence of reality, then there was the wonder of tyrannical Reifier and Strata Nourisher. The former was just a stupendous spark of an epiphany from Noah after he learned of the concepts of reification. He wanted to be capable of elevating his skills and match legends at a faster rate. And the ingenuity to somehow nourish his own skills in reality passages came to be as their personification could occur there, and of course, the cost was great as attaching even one ability into an infinite reality passage cost 1 million units of the essence of reality, and Noah had to pay 10,000 units every second to continue nourishing this ability. It meant the 20,000 unit generation of the essence of reality per second would be cut in half the moment he attached an ability into an infinite reality passage. But the cost can be considered nothing when comparing the ridiculous results they would bring. Then there was Strata Nourisher. His infinite reality passages would be designed so that the essence they gushed out and came to bathe him would actually be passively elevating his strata, with the absolute dream authority actually focusing on this feature the most, as Noah wanted the cost of nourishing his strata to be pure mana. Noah would merely have to expend droves of mana to bring about different tiers of nourishment, with him being capable of achieving black tier nourishment that would nourish his strats at even greater levels. But one must still be clear that even though this stupendous feature could elevate one's aspects of existence, it still detailed that it would be a slight effect. It wasn't a replacement for elevating one's power, as maybe if Noah hid himself for many, many years he could just passively nourish himself while releasing boundless waves of mana to have a feedback with his reality passages, and he simply ascended the strata while secluding himself for billions of years. But where's the fun in that? His destiny shone vibrantly as he had only been playing with mana for a bit over a year, the concept of secluding himself for millions of years only occurring within his dreams through dreamstones. What he had to do needed him to course along the weaving of destiny and obtain enough authority to become a distinguished being out of all others in this entire age of the Kainos era. The cards were set. Noah had all the pieces he needed to be utterly prepared, where he could even break the shackles of the seventh firmament of ascendancy and forge his infinite reality passages. To break the puny restrictions of the seventh firmament of ascendancy or not to break them? This was the question. His restriction at the seventh firmament were so loose after he continued to ceaselessly forge his foundation that even the restrictions to forge a reality from the ninth firmament were nearly non-existent, with Noah planning to not take the step to achieve a reality anytime soon until he could affirm over and over again that his foundation in the firmaments of ascendancy could not rise any higher. But the restrictions of the seventh firmament and establishing his reality passages were different, as he would not even be limited to forging his passages only during the breaking of his shackles, as he could continue to forge them ceaselessly due to the infinite dream physique and the infinite runic écriture of modus operandi. The number of passages that he could form was dependent ultimately on his infinite dream physique, and he could increase this number as time went on. As truly there wasn't anything preventing him. In fact, the boons of nourishing the three aspects of existence even called for it to happen right now. He would only start accumulating the immense benefits of the infinite reality passages early and better understand their usage before he met the terrifying existences of the vast realities. He could begin utilizing the tyrannical reifier feature to nurture some of his abilities to become RAFIED at this moment in time and have them ready for the battles to come in the unexplored Grotto Sanctum, abilities that he had many offensive types and badly needed powerful defensive abilities that didn't just rely on auras and shields from edicts. He also needed a defensive keystone ascendant skill tree for this. Form the reality passages, nourish my three aspects of existence with them along with seeds of reality, forge new skills, and then start nourishing abilities to become reified. WAA. This was some of what Noah had left to do right now. Especially on the subject of his origin, he could gain a constant cycle of strengthening where, because he had a large supply of seeds of reality, he could forge his origin easily, as he could then burn it to strengthen the soul and body until everything was at its utmost allowable peak before he broke through to reality. Everything was set as Noah just had to make a move. Chapter 1771, Arduously Breaking the Shackles of the Seventh Firmament. The breaking of restrictions. It was an important task that multiple significant beings were contemplating at this point in time, Noah not being the only one seeking to tear apart his shackles. In a unique environment within the mirror dimension, in a lake filled with endless mirrors reflecting onto themselves, a curvaceous young girl was now floating meditatively atop its clear silver waters, as her unblemished visage wasn't privy to anyone's eyes. Her fair white skin was covered by a hazy silver light, as currently, mysterious runic markings were coursing over her figure and causing the mirrors around her to shatter and reform the essence they carried, being pulled into them as boundless silver light was entering Caitlin's body. She didn't wish to seek power before, even though she had stupendous means for it, and now she was getting serious. An existence like her getting serious was a terror for all others who considered themselves geniuses, as someone like her had what even legends envied. The moment she became serious, other geniuses had to despair as they lost any chance. One of the things that was envied about her was a mythical natural-born physique. Specifically, the mythical natural-born mirror physique that stemmed from a dimension as its source. Being who held any mythical natural-born physiques were considered to be natural-born limit breakers, with their physique easily allowing them to break across an aspect of their existence before reaching reality. Caitlin hadn't put in all that much effort in this, as even her solidified crown that signified her authority was something she had formed accidentally when she had an epiphany while pushing back against legions of enders of reality days ago, as she finished grasping a taboo concept during battle. Now, she seriously cultivated her mythical natural-born mirror physique in this unique environment where even the laws of time seemed to pass differently, as after absorbing an inordinate amount of mirror essence, BZZZT. Crack, her seamless fair body cracked like a mirror and reformed right after, as around her solidified crown, the écriture began to spin wondrously as it showed off an unbelievable truth. A truth that, after getting serious and putting in a little effort, this existence had exceeded the limitations of her body, as her physique was just this monstrous. And this reality also showed that having more ecratures spinning around one's crown didn't relay the true strength of an existence, as it was previously seen that Caitlyn alone controlled multiple mirror beasts, letting out waves of legends when she didn't have any letters spinning around her crown, that authority to control. Mirror Beast Legends. Was merely due to another inheritance that Legends envied her for. In a fit of anger when she was young, Caitlyn had nearly torn apart a portion of the pure-blooded domains as she had angrily and briefly called out a legend mirror beast. A shocking authority that had even alarmed some powerful existences in the main reality as they invited her constantly over the years to join their bloodlines and factions, but she had remained home as she wished to enjoy the little family she had left. But it seems that all she did only caused a rift between her and Nefertiti, as her sister hated the fact that Caitlyn could have obtained immense authority and reigned over vast domains, but she simply chose not to. Naive, weak-willed, these were the words her older sister had constantly used before she left to go seek her own destiny. She would not be naive or weak any longer. Then not onto the soul, hung, an already ridiculously broken existence gained purpose as she reformed herself inside out. Others who considered themselves geniuses truly not prepared for what was to come. There were geniuses, limit breakers, destined children, chosen emperors. There were many beings, and then there was Noah Osmont. He had forged his foundation so ridiculously while being in existence below the 8th firmament of ascendancy that his very shackles that prevented one's path forward were tired of being present at this moment. They were all loose with barely any force remaining, as the only reason Noah had not exceeded them was because he didn't wish to. Now, everything was ready as Noah finished his last set of preparations. Tens of seeds of reality were sinking into his body and turning into liquefied essence that went to build up his royal cosmos. Noah having long stopped sanguine adequation to make sure he bolstered his origin enough that he exceeded the 2 million maximum reserves of the essence of reality for what was to come. Each forging of an infinite reality passage needed 2 million units of the essence of reality, this number not affected by any modifiers as it wasn't an ability cast through the black tier ascendancy halos, and uniquely the effect of the runic Kainos mana lines of ascendancy that could have all of Noah's resource cost had only a little effectiveness with this ability. Hung, Noah's body released waves of pure cerulean power as his innate barrier shone distinctly, his body currently vibrating with the might of 700 billion cosmos as he had worked his way back up after burning so many royal cosmos to raise his body. He affirmed that his reserves had exceeded 2 million as he also waved his hands to call forth ascendant flasks of life and death, ready to replenish his resource reserves fully whenever it was required. He breathed out lightly as billowing resplendent auroras of essence light released with his breath, where if anyone was exposed to it their origins would vibrate with happiness as they elevated their realm further just from his mere breath. BZZT, his body was in tip-top shape as while holding a foundation that some might argue to nearly be comparable to an early legend, only now did he seek to release his shackles at the 7th firmament of ascendancy and proceed forward. Yes. He was the one releasing his shackles as they were barely holding onto him and wanted to fall off this whole time, with Noah putting them out of their misery as his luminous eyes released beams of light while he spoke out regally. Break, HONG, essence began to run utterly wild as ridiculously weakened shackles let out a cry of relief akin to being put out of their misery. Chapter 1772, arduously breaking the shackles of the 7th firmament. LL, boom. Crack, utterly wild waves of essence began to surge around Noah as within the hands of his stellar visage was a cerulean page that held the rotation of boundless cosmos mimicking a certain reality. Radiant runic ecratures screaming of ancientness surrounded his body as they paid homage to him, his crown doing the same as within his body. The non-moving cosmos that numbered over 700 billion began to move, not randomly or just for the sake it. They actually began to move with purpose as they mimicked the stellar rotation of cosmos within the very infinite reality Noah stood in. Hung, his cosmos had wanted to do this every single time he got his hands on a runic ecrature of modus operandi as behind him. Tens of reality passages would flash as a precursor to let him know of the possibility. At this moment, nothing flashed behind him as it was all well controlled. His surging origin began to rotate like a stellar construct that was actually alive as the moment that it did this. Noah could finally sacrifice 2 million units of the essence of reality to call down a construct to link with his unrealized strata, WAA. The stellar purple-blue cosmos in his body began to rotate as surges of golden liquid light surrounded them, his whole body seemingly coming to life as even the multicolored stellar pupils within his eyes were rotating. Explosive force seemed to be contained within him, wanting to rage out as his body lit up incandescently, Noah holding everything in as he could only release the bursts of power in a glorious bellow. A bellow that released a terrific beam of stellar light with illusions of suns of stellar bodies radiating out. Whoa, the surroundings shook and trembled with increasing pressure as amidst his bellow. The golden skies of the cosmic Holy Land suddenly became torn from above, the illusion of a ridiculously massive mountainous passage beginning to materialize as it was domineeringly pushing even the skies away. It seemed to be like the top of a massive stellar volcano that was shining with resplendent light going towards Noah. This mountainous passage expanding outwards and stretching into the very veils of space as it swirled with terrific waves of essence, BZZZT, the atmosphere of the cosmic Holy Land cried out as it seemed to be getting pressed down with an unbreakable weight, a shocking weight as the infinite reality passage forming wasn't just multiple times bigger than any others. It was fucking massive, massive. A single one seemed to occupy the whole skies and pushing apart everything with a shocking weight that nobody should even think of bearing, a weight that a single being who had forged many physiques for the purposes of withstanding such a construct was bearing all by himself. Noah's body lit up brilliantly as he felt the imposing weight and pressure of a ridiculous reality passage, his body giving off bursts of essence as his physiques made it so that he was able to bear the shocking weight of this construct that was linking up with him, but it still felt so exceedingly heavy on his body that it even caused Noah to be surprised. At that moment in time, Lavalier's voice jumped in. You seem surprised at the weight a single infinite reality passage imposes on you, so let me clear it up. A single one of those bad boys and all the reality-altering feats they can do is not just for show, with a price having to be paid. In this case, you'll be paying it with your body, as a single one of your infinite reality passages is equivalent to supporting the weight of 10, so the over 220-something reality passages that your body can support with all the physiques you forged in from the contribution of the 2 cycles of the infinite dream nut, you should be able to handle 22 infinite reality passages with it, WAA. Thereafter that matched the ridiculous capabilities of the infinite reality passage came down as Noah only bellowed out while finishing to connect with it. It had multiple features and could ridiculously generate 20,000 units of the essence of reality every second, while normal passages generated 100.so. Its weight was of course not the same as other reality passages. A single refinement of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique that would grant the capability to withstand 30 physiques would instead mean Noah could bear the weight of 3 infinite reality passages. Every time he finished a cycle of infinite dream physique, it meant that he could forge another 3 infinite reality passages. Oh, his vibrant bellow echoed out as his imposing body that had its origin moving like a living stellar body withstood everything, the illusory reality passage above becoming real as Noah felt a click within his very being. And everything began to stabilize. He raised his head as above him, he could see an utterly massive reality passage that seemed to be over 10 times larger than anything he had seen. This mountainous passage shining with resplendent purple-blue stellar lights just like his body, as it was lined up by coils of golden and crimson lights that stretched over the extent of this massive passage. The moment it connected with Noah, the converging point of this passage released out radiant light. As it began to gush out horrendously potent and concentrated waves of essence that seemed more real than anything, as at the very center, Noah could even see a glint of a luminous golden liquid blob that felt so full of energy and life that he couldn't help but reach out towards it. His stellar right hand reached out to the wave of incoming essence that would continue to bathe and nourish him for the years to come, coming in contact with the golden incandescent accumulation of liquid that surpassed everything else as it smashed into his hand and body with a terrific light boom. All of the rushing energy suffused with him and melded into his body entirely as Noah shone with unbelievable radiance, the golden liquefied essence that smashed into him being especially potent. As his rotating cosmos within his origin maddeningly surged and multiplied as 100 billion more were added instantly, WAA, he instantly exceeded 800 billion cosmos as all the royal cosmos became coiled in radiant light. His whole body surging with this multicolored light, as well as this would be the nourishing effect of the infinite reality passage that would come passively. He didn't need to spend any resources or do anything, and he would just constantly be washed over and refined by waved of essences at this moment. His body coiled up with surges of vibrant multicolored stellar light as his whole visage seemed like something other beings couldn't even near. Thump, the formed infinite reality passage released pulses of stellar light as it shone with multicolored hues, looking vastly different than any other passage as it pulled out with more waves of essence to wash over Noah before the last one even finished. A second passed. Noah felt over 20,000 units of the essence of reality vibrantly generate within his origin. Another second passed, and ridiculously another 20,000 units of the essence of reality generated within him. WAA, his visage was painted with shocking light as he affirmed the shocking effects of the single reality passage, thinking of their equivalent weight of 10 reality passages each, as he could only call down and form a bit more than 20 in the next few minutes. Well, no matter, Noah spoke out domineeringly as he gazed at the massive infinite reality passage that seemed to imposingly press down on the skies of the cosmic Holy Land. Even 20 infinite reality passages was 400,000 units of the essence of reality per second. He could max his reserves of essence of reality within mere seconds. And when he completed more cycles of infinite dream physique and forged even more, the number of passages didn't shake Noah right now as he affirmed this with his tyrannical will. In time, 1,000 reality passages are nothing but an inevitability. Vibrant waves of essence erupted out as multicolored essence gushed from the infinite reality passage and onto Noah's body, his very stellar skin turning crystalline as it began the process of nourishment from the one passage. At the same time, Noah crushed an ascendant flask of life and death that seemed to only refill another 2 million units of the essence of reality within him as he got ready to forge the second infinite reality passage. But not before a prompt thundered down into his mind as vibrant essence exploded out even further, an astounding achievement. A prompt thundered down as Noah created one-of-a-kind reality passages in this era, this distinction becoming recognized as waves of essence gushed into his body and nourished him endlessly. Chapter 1773. Massive an astounding achievement. You have brought to fruition a reality passage unique to you in this age and era. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality increases slightly, your authority as an emperor of this age has risen slightly. Boundless multicolored liquefied essence raged around Noah as the crown above him spun with more splendor. Additional ecritures being added as the words, ethereal EMP, surged around it with wonder. Noah was waiting for a prompt about an increase in the maximum reserves of the essence of reality due to achieving another feat, but it never came apart from his increased authority and affinity towards natural laws of reality. No matter, it didn't faze him as he currently towered over 2.2 million. His origin rushing towards 1,000 billion cosmos as it received boundless nourishment from the formed infinite reality passage. An ascendant flask of life and death was devoured as Noah affirmed it to regenerate 2 million units of the essence of reality, once more getting additional knowledge that even items like this could have their reality-altering effects dwindled when they involved greatly higher stages. As Noah received the nourishment of the infinite reality passage, he wished to quickly forge more of these massive stellar mountainous passages as the time for his clone of Alexander to head out into a vast and unknown grotto sanctum was nearing. So let's knock things up a notch. BZZT, vibrant authority weaved out as Noah's will released multiple commands. Near him, the figures of multiple true sanguine clones could be seen as each one was surrounded by unique waves of energy, each one holding a separate task. Oh? Are you finally going to be a little more efficient? The voice of Lavalier held a mocking tone as it rang out, Noah ignoring it as his will expertly laid down tasks. A clone had surging arcs of incandescent storms of pure mana raging around him, the final third round of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique being cultivated through it as all the refinement returned to Noah's body. Another clone had radiant white sandstorms raging around it as it pulled upon the dream essence that another one of Noah's body was drawing out from the dream dimension, along with the few tens of thousands of reserves he had unlocked recently, this clone going to contribute towards the next cycles of the infinite dream physique. And it wasn't alone, as a few other clones sat in a meditative position close to Noah, their bodies becoming surrounded by the dream essence storm as paired with the fact that Noah could cultivate physiques 3x faster. He should be able to complete multiple cycles and increase the number of reality passages he could support. Another clone was surrounded by concepts and a light of glory as he designed a defensive keystone ascendant skill tree. Another was inscribing the ecritures of vitality as they would surge towards Noah whenever they were completed. And another clone was surrounded by shining waves of destiny and fortune, as well as incandescent lights that represented karma and fate as he familiarized himself with the newly birthed edicts of opulent emperor, pathfinder, and causal nexus that dealt with fortune, fate, and karma. His stellar visage was in the center as his clones surrounded him and multitasked to a shocking degree, all of them facing the imposing infinite reality passage above them as Noah was regenerating boundless energy constantly within him. But it was also being spent just as fast as barely anything remained within his body after a few seconds. The only thing that remained constant and continuous within him was mana, as even the vibrant essence of reality became dried in an instant as another 2 million was burnt to call down a second infinite reality passage. Multicolored splendor permeated out madly as in the already crowded skies of the cosmic Holy Land. Another ridiculously massive reality passage began to materialize as Noah's body became wrapped in even more waves of essence. The volcanic passage erupted out as similar to the first one. A mass of golden fluid surged out from its first nourishment as it bathed Noah's figure to cause an explosion of royal cosmos, the total number now nearing 1,000 billion. Noah's eyes released a dominating light as without stopping. Another ascendant flask of life and death was crushed as he regenerated more essence of reality, only to burn it all again a second later towards forming the third reality passage, HUUUM, non-stop. Without a delay, unbelievable radiance rained down as on the third infinite reality passage. Its essence that gushed down with the unique golden fluid caused Noah's visage to shine stellar gold throughout. His cosmos rotating to the means of the infinite runic écriture of modus operandi is at this moment each one shone with utmost golden radiance as the golden number of 1,000 billion was reached, 1 trillion royal cosmos. Mind you, each one was equivalent to 3 normal cosmoses. Noah had achieved a level of power far exceeding any normal being at the 9th firmament of ascendancy who held a mere 100 billion cosmos, and any legends who weren't limit breakers. Shouldn't even show themselves to him. Noah felt the vibrant luster of his cosmos as they utterly stopped proceeding forward after hitting 1 trillion, not even feeling a glass ceiling or anything that he could break, as it just seemed that he couldn't do anything else. But is it truly so? He had exceeded the limits to reach a shocking stage. Could he exceed the limits past the limits he had already broken? His will surged out as he wouldn't give up without at least trying. A flask was crushed and then its regenerated essence of reality was burned. Another flask was devoured and the essence it provided was burned. Thuck. Thuck. The skies cried out as they were utterly squeezed as 2 more infinite reality passages formed, a third one coming down soon after as Noah generated 2 million units and burnt them just as quickly to bring to fruition 3 additional infinite reality passages in mere seconds. Their vast essence coiled and trembled as they erupted out like stellar volcanic mountains, 3 resplendent golden liquefied essence shooting out from their peaks and coming to bathe Noah nearly simultaneously as he wanted to use this force that would have normally granted him 300 billion more cosmos as a weapon to see if 1 trillion royal cosmos truly was it. Chapter 1774. Massive beautiful and chaotic storms of energy constantly raged out around Noah and his sanguine clones as 6 infinite reality passages shone resplendent above the strange skies of the cosmic Holy Land, his stellar visage currently covered by an overbearing radiance as a wave of essence was used as a weapon to test the 1 trillion cosmos mark. And, the essence washed over his cosmos as they became even more vibrant, but that was it. It began to collect around the gaps of the rotating cosmos as the more essence from the infinite reality passages that came down, it only coagulated around his cosmos and began condemning into liquid form, as if his own cosmos were telling him they couldn't take any more. As if his own origin was saying he couldn't expand his cosmos any further, the essence was being collected as he was being told it would erupt and be used when he unlocked the next stage of his realm that would require even more abundant resources. It was a maddening reality as Noah couldn't help but let out a loud roar of frustration. Multiple ascendant flasks of life and death spilling on his body as their generated essence was burned soon after, the massive outlines of 6 more reality passages beginning to form ridiculously massive. This was a word to pay attention to as at this time, a creaking sound of something nearly breaking could be heard as a strained voice of the infinite reality rang out in Noah's mind. Master. Wait for a second, please. Let me expand the cosmic Holy Land first. Noah's will stopped his maddened increase of infinite reality passages as he saw at this moment, these massive mountainous stellar passages actually occupied the whole skies of the cosmic Holy Land as this whole space seemed to be trembling and about to fall apart. They didn't seem illusory as they truly felt real and occupied this space in a shocking fashion, leaving one to wonder that if Noah ever released his infinite reality passages, could anyone's passages ever occupy the skies or space? Trillions of units of mana were drained from Noah by the infinite reality as the skies of the cosmic Holy Land were buzzing as they rapidly expanded, this golden-colored space finally easing from the pressure of the massive infinite reality passages that had a ridiculous number of 12 in less than a minute. The golden throne and the endless golden stairs that was one of the distinguishing features of this space became pulled away, Noah being left in ever-expanding skies that were tinged with a stellar hue. Much of the skies were occupied by his infinite reality passages as only now was space becoming freed up. The versatility you get with this infinite reality of yours is actually incredible. Why don't you finish things up and undergo another infinite dream to upgrade this reality? I'm curious about the changes that would occur then. The curious voice of Lavalier rang out at this time as Noah's will focused on this shocking tool briefly. Even you don't know this, his stellar lips opened to voice out his rainbow-colored essence that could turn a normal existence into a cosmic realm expert flowed from his mouth, Lavalier's reply returning soon after. Hey, even I don't know everything. Just a few records of the past, as if you want to take a peek at any of them. You'll need to build up more uses. I'll drop a hint and tell you to focus on the resplendent treasure emperor next to make sure the loot you're getting soon will be a bit more palatable. This ridiculous existence spoke freely as the cosmic Holy Land continued to expand, the 12 infinite reality passages above releasing radiant glows of multicolored essence that all flowed into Noah's stellar visage. Even the transformation of that ruination will be interesting, though she's been a little slow in helping you find those last materials you need to forge taboo relics from the mirror dimension. WAA, Lavalier seemed to be talking to herself freely as her words passed through Noah's mind and were heard by the quasi-taboo relic in the faraway mirror dimension that was moving with Noah's clone. The crimson eyes of ruination flashing with an intense light as she actually replied at this moment, "I've been assisting Master longer than your short appearance." The mirror dimension is just hard to navigate as Ruination's voice cut off as Noah waited for the cosmic Holy Land to continue expanding, his eyes shining with shock at this moment as his clone could still hear Ruination speaking in the mirror dimension with his clone even though her voice was cut off for them to hear. It meant, there shouldn't be back and forth arguments in your mind during this important juncture. I'll get to know and talk to your treasures on my own time soon enough. Lavalier had truly cut off the voice transmission of Ruination with her unfathomable abilities, Noah feeling a possible headache coming in the future as the treasures around him seemed to be getting more pronounced and powerful personalities. In the mirror dimension, the vibrant visage of Ruination actually showed emotion on her face as the crimson gold runic lines that painted her body gave off a threatening glow, her red eyes locking with Noah's clone as she shockingly spoke in what Noah would consider a pouting tone. "Master, this Lavalier can't just come in and act like this." Noah's longtime treasure spoke like so as her eyes that should have been monotone and emotionless actually showed that she was pouting as if she was a young girl that was just bullied. What was this? Noah's astounding will gazed at Ruination as he collected himself and smiled lightly while patting her head. "It's okay. We'll rein her in soon enough. Let's see if we can find the last materials to begin upgrading you to taboo." The emotions on Ruination were pacified as she nodded lightly, her eyes shooting out radiant crimson lights as she shattered the nearby mirrors that had always prevented their advance into the mirror dimension. Her will re-energized as she moved with even more vibrant purpose. Noah noted all of these progressing changes as his treasures seemed to be taking an astounding direction, but this wasn't something he wanted to dwell on too much at this moment as his main body focused on the continued wonders of the infinite reality passages while the cosmic Holy Land finished expanding. Thump, back in the cosmic Holy Land, boundless waves of essence washed down from the mountainous infinite reality passages as they bathed Noah to make him seem like a celestial being from ancient times. Thump, 240,000 units of the essence of reality surged from Noah's origin every second, 240,000. As at this moment, he could even choose not to swallow the ascendant flasks of life and death, waiting only 10 seconds as his maximum reserves of the essence of reality would be filled soon. After, he couldn't help but let out a laugh as he gave the infinite reality the time to expand the cosmic Holy Land, and he was laughing at the wondrous stage and tool that he had brought to fruition with his own destiny and effort. 10 seconds to entirely generate 2.4 million units of the essence of reality. His Ruination affix that granted 25% daily generation was turned useless. The measly 100 generation of other beings' reality passages was utterly trampled on as his was raised at a truly high stage. He didn't even waste any more flasks of life and death, he merely waited 10 seconds as thereafter. Another infinite reality passage began to form. It washed down its essence as Noah saw all of it condensed into golden liquid form in his rotating origin, his purple-blue stellar body becoming painted more and more gold as his figure alone released rays of radiance. The only thing he could do now for this origin that had reached a cap was to have another true sanguine clone call upon sanguine adequation as he burned his origin, reducing the 1 trillion cosmos to elevate his body and soul, specifically his body at this point in time, as it should allow his cycles of the infinite dream physique to be completed within seconds, and thereafter, more infinite reality passages would bloom as Noah's stellar advancement continued while the time to enter the unexplored grotto sanctum drew near. Chapter 1775, The Skills to Occupy Passages. In the cosmic Holy Land, Noah's stellar visage was surrounded by his true sanguine clones as each one was surrounded by waves of unique essence. The skies of this place had turned expansive and much vaster as up above. Massive infinite reality passages covered everything as they seemed to let go of the fact that they were illusory as they felt very real. Something astounding was occurring within these skies after every few seconds though. A glorious flash of light would brighten up on Noah's body as 2 million units of the essence of reality were burnt to call upon more infinite reality passages. He would then wait for a few more seconds as before they even reached 10 seconds. His maximum reserves of the essence of reality would shine resplendently as he would use nearly all of them again. The golden skies ridiculously already had 20 radiant stellar infinite reality passages pressing down unnaturally, Noah feeling his body tightening as the weight of these wondrous passages was truly not a joke. His body was surrounded by a hazy lake of multicolored liquefied essence at this moment, as it seemed to be overnourished, as if he was a plant that was being given too much water. He couldn't take it all in at this moment, as his vast origin was still suffusing with golden liquid between the gaps of the royal cosmos that weren't reacting to any of the surging essence. Thunk! The skies were squeezed once more as the 21st infinite reality passage formed, the whole scene being ridiculous to look at, as Noah's own figure was multiple times smaller than the infinite reality passages he supported, and yet their never-ending waves of essence all thundered towards him. A few seconds later, thunk! The final 22nd infinite reality passage that Noah could currently bear with the 220 normal passages due to his physiques was formed. 22 infinite reality passages, wondrous constructs that granted 440,000 units of the essence of reality per second. In 5 seconds, Noah would easily have recovered his maximum reserves of the essence of reality. Waves of blue and gold surged over Noah's body as it called out its current limits, telling Noah that he couldn't forge another passage until his body was strengthened some more. Limits. Noah disliked hearing this word, as he still felt distaste from the fact that he couldn't exceed the 1 trillion royal cosmos limit at this moment in time, but he could still easily exceed other limits as he gazed at the true sanguine clone that had terrifying waves of mana surging around it, paired with the continued burning of sanguine adequation that ate up a few million cosmos in exchange for strengthening the body. This clone's task of using limit-breaking extreme mana refinement was nearing completion, as Noah called in all of its progress. BZZZT, the third refinement of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique has been completed. His body pulsed with cerulean light as more mana creatures surged around him, his true reality defense and damage values rising by 100 each once more as the number of reality passages he could form increased by 30 to thunk. The deafening sound of the skies being pierced rang out again as Noah instantly burned 2 million units of the essence of reality, another infinite reality passage being called. As soon as Noah completed the third refinement of the limit-breaking extreme mana physique, his eyes released beams of fomenting light and wonder as in 4 seconds, thunk, the scene repeated itself again, as it was truly maddening to see. And soon after, the bodies of the clones that were collecting dream essence among many others surged with a silvery white light as in the next instant. The third cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. More runic creatures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the third cycle increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 1 million. The current dream creatures allow for the passive daily generation of 500,000 units of dream essence, WAA. Another cycle of the infinite dream physique also completed as his defense and damage values reached greater levels, his body gaining the capability to withstand another 30 normal reality passages as it represented 3 infinite reality passages. From the 22 just seconds ago, he would soon accumulate 28, as the only thing he had to do was wait for more cycles of the infinite dream physique to be achieved. And he would continue forming passages until his body couldn't take it any longer, until, just like his origin, his body would not be able to be elevated any further. But until then, there were still many more things that Noah had to get started early, as while his reality passages were forming, he moved on to accomplish another task that actually came as a feature of these very reality passages. Tyrannical reifier, instilling his skills into an infinite reality passage to nourish it and gradually have it gain personification, becoming a REIFIED skill in the future that normally only legends could play with. Now came the choice of which skills to reify. The ones to enter the infinite reality passages were already in his mind, as others were actually in the process of being made right now through another Keystone Ascendant skill tree by a true sanguine clone. As Noah paid the 1,000 reality resource points and this skill tree gradually came to be, he focused on the offensive skills that would be getting added to the infinite reality passages that within less than a minute had already reached the cap of 28 as they endlessly rained down glorious waves of essence towards Noah. It seemed like massive stellar mountains bathed him like a celestial creature with rivers of stellar essence, and he took everything in as his stellar visage actually pointed towards the first infinite reality passage he had forged. He pointed to it as 1 million units of the essence of reality were burned to activate Tyrannical Reifier, the first skill to be chosen being uttered by him lightly as brilliant crimson gold light flashed. Fireball, WAA. Chapter 1776, the skills to occupy passages. LL, Fireball, well, Ascendant Reality Fireball to be exact, While it might not be the most powerful skill in Noah's arsenal, it held sentimental value to him as it was his first ability that awakened with him the day he utilized an F-rank skill book many months ago. You will now also be the first skill to occupy the first reality passage. Noah spoke with a smile as after the required essence of reality was burned, his chest shone as an incandescent ball of crimson light flew towards his first infinite reality passage. It followed the path of the surging stellar rivers and sank into the massive mountainous passages, making the center of this construct its home as it became enveloped by boundless rays of light soon after. Noah watched with concentration as he saw a stellar crimson egg forming after these radiant beams of light faded, half of the boundless essence from the reality passage that was flowing into him being redirected to this as Noah experienced the second cost of tyrannical reifier that was detailed before, the fact that it required 10,000 units of the essence of reality every second to continue its nourishment and progress upwards. It effectively cut off a single infinite reality passage's boons by half. But this price was nothing compared to what the wondrous results would be. The first infinite reality passage had its respective skill chosen as Noah moved on to the second, Blood Fiend. WAA, the quasi-reified ability that held the strongest single-target true reality damage values at this moment, damage values that couldn't be reached by even Sever until its chaining effects began. Something that legends could disrupt with reality's oversight. This was the second skill Noah placed into an infinite reality passage as a unique scene took place. A crimson gold massive concept surged from Noah as they traversed up the stellar river of essence towards this mountainous passage, sinking into it and actually going forward to be situated at the very center as beams of light illustrious weaved out. A crimson gold egg now formed in the second infinite reality passage as Noah continued on with the third skill. Ascendant Reality Sever, WAA, the ridiculous chaining ability that had immense potential with its effects coming out in full bloom so long as Noah could chain it for many times. This was the third ability Noah wanted to reify as a similar scene repeated. A purple gold stellar egg forming in the third infinite reality passage at this moment, Ascendant Illuminating Soul Star. The ability geared towards decimating the souls of his enemies also entered into an infinite reality passage. As a cerulean gold egg formed, 40,000 units of the essence of reality were now being directed to these abilities every single second as Noah stopped here briefly, while his stellar visage was still being bathed by boundless essence and his clones surrounded him while undergoing their own tasks. Another clone finished its work as the uniquely designed defensive Keystone Ascendant skill tree showed its details before Noah's eyes. This one was particularly unique as it couldn't entirely be called defensive as it also held offensive capabilities, and Noah had purposefully directed it to only have two abilities. This was why its cost came out to 1,000 reality resource points even though it was at a powerful level. As for the build of this defensive Keystone Ascendant skill tree and what Noah included in it, this was where the true uniqueness came from. Keystone Ascendant Celestial Lich Emperor's skill tree, 20/20ths, an ascendant skill tree born from the strength of a primogenial strata soul and body along with a unique casuistic primogenial origin. Born from the concepts of the taboo nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor and the quasi-taboo nomological edicts of Apocalypse. Tyrannical Emperor.it is created with the idea that the one most proficient in death will be the best one to prevent even a chance of death for the caster. The other concept included is that the best defense is offense as one cannot face death if all their enemies are eradicated. Thus, the Keystone Ascendant Celestial Lich Emperor's skill tree was born. Due to a taboo concept being used at its base, one of the abilities has undergone a mutation and become quasi-RAFIED. Abilities include the quasi-RAFIED, Ascendant Lich's Armament of Devotion, 5/5, and Ascendant Celestial Lich's Smite of Retribution, 5/5. More abilities can be added to the Celestial Lich Emperor's skill tree whenever the unnamed Kainos Emperor wishes. A skill tree that took two of Noah's earlier skill trees of Archlich Arazon and Fate's Guardian and reformed them into something else entirely. It was bound to have powerful abilities as similar to Blood Fiend. One of them was even already quasi-RAFIED. Their details bloomed before Noah's eyes as he already burned 2 million units of the essence of reality to already begin sending Ascendant Lich's Armament of Devotion and Ascendant Celestial Lich's Smite of Retribution to the 5th and 6th Infinite Reality Passage, Quasi-RAFIED, Ascendant Lich's Armament of Devotion, May 5th. The illusory quasi-RAFIED visage of the Arch-Lich Arazon appears behind the caster as they are graced with the Lich Emperor's Armament of Devotion. A celestial armament made from the vast legions of the Archlich that provides 1,500 true reality defense values and 5% strata vitality regeneration every microsecond. It requires 500,000 units of the essence of reality to cast and 50,000 units of the essence of reality to keep active every microsecond. So long as the Lich Emperor's armament of devotion isn't breached and bypassed, it will remain at its optimum state for multiple attacks as the bony visage of death embraces you. Ascendant Celestial Lich's Smite of Retribution, 5/5. The visage of the Celestial Lich descends as its legions of undead are summoned as an amalgamation of a weapon, transforming into an enormous Celestial Bone Legion sword that rains down retribution into a single target with a damage value of 1,500, and then a secondary smite of 500 area of effect true reality damage values as the Celestial Bone Legion sword transforms into a celestial necrotic ring of death that swirls for 3 microseconds against all enemies. Chapter 1777 Other Means of Progression. Pure wonder lay before Noah's eyes as while the past defensive skills like auras and shields granted 5 true reality defense values or 20, the defensive ability from the Celestial Lich Emperor's skill tree granted a 1500 true reality defense value that when paired with the base boosts from his physique stud Noah's defenses were bound to be astonishing. Also, there was the factor of reification that Noah had to look forward to. At the end of it all, he expected to have these abilities he placed into the infinite reality passages REFIED before the wonders began in the unexplored grotto sanctum, and he would be able to see exactly what personas these skills would take. Just what personified form would the first skill Fireball amount to? What would the effect of reification be on Ascendant Reality Sever? The possibilities were many as Noah waited patiently for what was to come. 28 infinite reality passages gushed down rivers of essence unto his body as he underwent constant nourishment and refinement, his 1 trillion royal cosmos constantly being burnt as with the boundless essence of the reality passages and the golden liquid accumulating between his origin. The cosmos reformed back to 1 trillion even faster as their rate of reformation far exceeded anything else. All of the strata essence of these burnt cosmos surged towards strengthening Noah's body as his next cycle for the infinite dream would finish all that much faster. And his thoughts didn't even finish before, silver-white dream essence gushed over his body powerfully as the true sanguine clones that were surrounded by dream essence storms trembled. Yet another prompt rising before Noah's eyes. The 4th cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. More runic ecritures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the 4th cycle increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 1,500,000. The current dream ecritures allow for the passive daily generation of 750,000 units of dream essence. The maximum number of reality passages your body can hold has been raised to 310. His body surged with dreadful arcs of dream essence as the runic ecritures of dream surged even more around him, overcrowding his body as he seemed like an ancient existence surrounded by runic ecritures that were paying homage to him. His eyes and face were illuminated by these radiant rays of light as the exceedingly handsome stellar visage would cause any woman to blush. A level of magnetism surging around Noah that would even make legends of the opposite sex take a second look at him. This was because his body alone was brimming with boundless essences even when he breathed out and spoke. Rainbow-colored radiance would shoot out as if anyone was near their realm would experience a slight elevation. If there were primogenial legends right beside his main body, the residual waves of nourishment from his reality passages would even elevate their strata slightly as Noah had become an ultimate panacea. The state of your body should greatly help in finding you an existence with a unique physique that you can consummate with and gain a few things. You know of dual cultivation, yes? Your rate of progression will be even faster if you find someone who somewhat complements you. Lavalier inserted her words freely once more as at the same time, a massive infinite reality passage was added on as after a 4th cycle of the infinite dream physique was completed. 3 more spots opened up as Noah continued ceaselessly, his will focused on Lavalier as she mentioned something interesting for a second time now. My rate of progression is already something even legends at the highest stratas will probably never reach. How will consummating with unique existences with special physiques augment this even further? His eyes held a light of interest as he could peer across his destiny and fate, and they showed they could be something in this field as well. Across the ages, there have been some groups who have used this method mainly to rise in power as they formed unique dual cultivation techniques to complement themselves. In the Age of Chaos, existences with mythical natural-born physiques and other types of physiques and foundations were even sought after and hunted by those who wanted to exceed all stages of their stratas as this method became renowned in that age. Alas, time has come and gone as it is different in every age. Well, all my words right now are just that as you can see what I mean firsthand by consummating with your harem right now after your body has achieved this state. Let's switch more of your will over that clone that's just relaxing right now. 2 more infinite reality passages formed as the maximum 31 were reached before Noah exceeded the cycles of the infinite dream physique any further. His body shining with even more radiance as most of his will switched over to a true sanguine clone that was in the novice universe of the past primordial cosmos. This clone had the task of just enjoying life with Noah's people, as while his main body and other clones were undergoing ridiculous strengthening and building of his foundation. This clone was relaxing with Noah's family by spending time with Amelia and Henry or his women. Currently, Noah's clone was reclined on a huge beach bed that was pulsing with vibrant waves of essence, this being an enlightened sui generis primordial relic he had forged, and it was actually resonating with the body of the true sanguine clone that was letting out waves of essence that were barely a tenth of Noah's main body. The relic seemed like a resplendent white and blue castle that could expand and shrink in size, hazy white curtains swaying peacefully with the wind of the cerulean blue skies attaches to it on all 4 sides. Beside Noah on the primordial relic beachbed were the figures of Barbados and Elena, and further away in front of them the figures of Adelaide, Anna, Halcyon, Athena, and others could be seen in beach attire as they were moving around an enormous primordial relic grill that was floating on top of the radiant white sandy beach while releasing a stellar radiance, golden-colored flames burning below it as massive metal skewers that were cooking the thighs of a royal cosmic wolf that Noah had brought back could be seen. Each one had their own radiant-colored hair that ranged from the blue of Adelaide to the red of Anna to the golden shimmering hair flowing over the shoulders of Halcyon. Each of these shocking women with world-destroying figures and looks talking amongst each other while waiting for the thigh of a 9th firmament royal cosmic adjudicator wolf commander to finish grilling as the skewers turned over the golden-colored flames while releasing shocking glistening radiance. The meat of a 9th firmament royal cosmic wolf that had lived for millions of years held abundant essence and vital life force, the potent smell alone being something others couldn't deny. An expanse of a blue sea lay before the white sandy beach that only they were on. Noah's true sanguine clone enjoying such a scene along as he rose at this moment after Lavalier's words. The body of his clone reflected the main body as an illusion of the 1 trillion cosmos could be seen on him, the surging essence of the infinite reality passages coiling around him as he glimmered radiantly. Barbados was shaking her head at the side with shining eyes while looking at him, while Elena's red eyes had a ravishing look in her shimmering white beach attire, her silver hair releasing a colorful light. Little fish, you've been glowing like this for a while and releasing waves of life force. Just what are you doing now? The petite figure of this devilish necromancer sat up beside Noah as he glanced at even his arms that were pulsing with essence before he replied nonchalantly. Just raising my foundations a little. I've finally broken past the 7th firmament like a few of you. He spoke freely with a smile as before his words even fully finished, the vampire queen Elena licked her lips beside him as she asked, "Progenitor, may I?" Her pristine white fangs were already out as since Noah came to confirm the state of his body. He nodded to give her permission as she turned into a silver streak of light to appear behind him and sink her small mouth onto his neck. She wouldn't have even been able to get past Noah's skin if he didn't allow it, but this girl got the permission to taste a bit of Noah's true blood that had the surging imprints of vitality flowing into it as after just a second. Elena's figure was pushed back with a look of ecstasy as her origin at the cosmic filament shone, hundreds of thousands of cosmos beginning to form as Noah's blood alone was akin to one absorbing a shard of a seed of reality. This is just the effect of your blood. Try consummating and see how different that will be for them, even though the positive feedback for you won't be that beneficial since they don't hold a mythical natural-born physique. Lavalier's sonorous voice rang out in Noah's mind once more as he nodded, his eyes shining with brilliance as his mesmerizing voice rang out towards the faraway Adelaide, Halcyon, and others who were focusing their eyes on the royal cosmic wolf thighs that Noah was augmenting the cooking of with his own abilities from afar. Let's take a break to raise your realms for a second. His body pulsed with vibrant essence of the faraway infinite reality passages, his hands grabbing onto the petite figure of Barbados beside him as the loose golden robe Noah had on fell onto the primordial relic beachbed. Ah, little fish. Barbados stared at this unfolding situation with surprise as the others that were standing on the white sandy beach looked over, the unnamed Kainos Emperor following the words of Lavalier and trying to better understand the effects of dual cultivation, that if they were shocking enough he wouldn't mind seeking existences with mythical natural-born physiques to forge himself even more. Methods of progression that others had followed over the ages and some groups might still be using even today. Just how would it benefit Noah if he dipped his fingers into it as well? A shocking scene that we must avert our eyes from began on the paradisiacal beach that Noah's true sanguine clone was on with the main bodies of his women, but not before Lavalier's voice rang out as she observed Noah's visage amidst it all, particularly toward a certain area. Now that's just unnecessarily big. WAA, Chapter 1778 Fortune, Fate, and Karma. as his true sanguine clones affirmed the effects of another rod of raising power, his main body continued forging his physique as sanguine adequation took the already full origin and burned its power into his body, his physique becoming more and more powerful as more cycles were both to finish soon. Noah's goal at this moment was figuring out what would arise after he exceeded the 10th cycle of the infinite dream physique, the concept of a mythical natural physique. He was curious to see if this was just an elevated form of the infinite dream physique or whether it came with its own wonders. The infinite reality passages rained down rivers of essence as the true sanguine clones around him carried out their tasks, his focusing on something else as he waited for more cycles of the infinite dream physique to complete. His stellar body brimming with multicolored essence raised one hand as a golden book unfurled from it, the essence of destiny beginning to permeate throughout as Noah wanted to peer into fate and destiny to get a better look at what was coming in this unexplored grotto sanctum. What fates were waiting for him? How could his fortune and destiny affect these fates, and how would the strings of karma come to affect everything? He wanted to better understand this as he called upon the nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor, and he went on further to call upon the newly forged nomological edicts of the Opulent Emperor, Pathfinder, and the Causal Nexus Emperor. The four concepts of fortune, fate, destiny, and karma were closely interconnected with each other as the abilities that the newly forged edicts of Opulent Emperor, Pathfinder, and the Causal Nexus Emperor brought weren't too different from those of the Dictum Emperor, simply with different names as their focus lay in fortune, fate, and karma. The flames of the Opulent Emperor brought forth a supreme bloodline of the White Deer of Fortune, with the abilities worthy of note that didn't just passively augment his fortune being, flourishing fortune, that allowed Noah to influence a particular fate and increase its fortune. Another ability from the Opulent Emperor included Fortune Snatcher, as Noah could snatch the fortunes of other defeated beings to increase his own. An ability like this was universal across the other two edicts geared towards karma and fate, allowing Noah to also steal the fates and karma of others. The most important ability worthy of note from the Opulent Emperor though was something termed a touch of fortune. A touch of fortune, an ability that causes immensely budding fortune to permeate at a focused area, granting one a reality-altering effect of multiplying the results of an event by at least twice. It may succeed or fail, as that is the play of fortune. Those with little fortune might still gain while those with greater fortune still have a chance of losing. To increase the probability of the touch of fortune granting its effect, it can be paired with abilities geared towards destiny, fate, and karma. A touch of fortune can be utilized once a day and costs 90% of all current reserves of fortune. A touch of fortune. It was an ability that even its description wasn't too clear on its effects, and Noah wanted to see its results as he would try it on an event that was about to happen soon to his body. The nomological edicts of Pathfinder and Causal Nexus Emperor had similar notable abilities just like this that could alter the result of an event, abilities respectively termed a touch of fate and a touch of karma, as Noah designed their names to be similar to their possible effects, with their usage also being restricted to once a day, and similar to the Opulent Emperor. The edicts of Pathfinder and Causal Nexus Emperor had an ability similar to flourishing fortune that influenced particular paths he wanted to take by lulling upon the strings of fate and karma. Their flames of edicts each also granted the supreme bloodlines of the Golden Dragon of Fate and the Lunar Karmic Rabbit. These concepts were designed together as their abilities were very similar and respective to their own fields, Noah's goal being for them to complement destiny and take him to even greater heights. So, his eyes released vibrant splendor as he was ready to test one ability out, as he saw the flow of essence due to sanguine adequation that propelled his cycles of the infinite dream physique to finish ever faster. He could feel the fifth cycle nearing completion, towards its completion. Noah's body began to shine with a white gold light as he pulled upon 90% of all the fortune within his body, his visage tyrannical as he called out lightly, a touch of fortune, HUUM. Boundless waves of white gold light permeated on Noah's body as the targeted event came to fruition. The fifth cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. BZZZT, golden fortune permeated this event as a touch of fortune came to fully bathe Noah's visage, a skill geared towards achieving a reality-altering effect of at least twice the original results of an event, and it could succeed or fail. Immense fortune has surged into the completion of a cycle. Fortune has successfully flourished. The sixth cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. HUUM, yes, this was the effect Noah envisioned, as when a touch of fortune or the other two similar abilities from fate and karma were activated, the positive reality of an event could be multiplied. This caused the fifth cycle to be completed as due to the casting of a touch of fortune. The sixth cycle was simultaneously completed soon after, more runic ecritures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the 5th and 6th cycles increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 2,500,000. The current dream ecritures allow for the passive daily generation of 1,250,000 units of dream essence. The maximum number of reality passages your body can hold has been raised to 370. Glorious radiance continued to flash out as Noah smiled devilishly. His stellar visage was astounding to look at as above him. The 32nd infinite reality passage formed as it seemed the 10th cycle of the infinite dream physique would be achieved relatively quickly, with there being 2 more reality-altering abilities of fate and karma similar to a touch of fortune that he had yet to utilize. Opulent Emperor, a concept geared towards fortune as its flames grant the supreme bloodline of the white deer of fortune. Abilities include Flourishing Fortune, Fortune Snatcher, A Touch of Fortune, Eye of Fortune, Pathfinder, a concept geared towards fate as its flames grant the supreme bloodline of the golden dragon of fate. Abilities: Flourishing Fate, Fate Snatcher, A Touch of Fate, Eye of Fate, Causal Nexus Emperor, a concept geared towards karma as its flames grant the supreme bloodline of the lunar karmic rabbit. Abilities include Flourishing Karma, Karma Snatcher, A Touch of Karma, Eye of Karma, Chapter 1779 Old Monsters from the Past Age. Noah's body was shining with increasing radiance as he finished his preparations, time moving in the outside realities as many beings were setting off to prepare. In the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans, Brightborn stood outside the cluster of many realities in this domain as he stood on the helm of a glorious purple ship that released terrifying waves of taboo essence, a taboo vessel. It shone with utmost radiance as it was the size of a cosmos currently, but it could expand to be even larger than realities. The small figure of the legend Brightborn had his eyes shining with shocking power as he spoke lightly to a medallion in his hands. Little Jen, you and the others can come outside the Peninsula Observatory to board the. We will be starting our trip soon, and we will have some guests joining us as we make our way towards the unexplored Grotto Sanctum. Guests, even more terrifying existences at the peak of power in the firmaments of ascendancy. But what did this truly mean? Not too long after Brightborn's words, the figures of Empress Genevieve, Beatrix, and Noah appeared as they floated across the starless space towards the glimmering purple vessel. The figures of Emperor Namor and his followers also appeared as after deliberation, this future candidate ruler was the only one accompanying Genevieve who wanted to seek a greater foundation on the unexplored Grotto Sanctum, George and Roseanne choosing to remain behind as they didn't want to risk anything. They might return as even more powerful victors from the unexplored Grotto Sanctum. But what if they perished? If in the case that Genevieve or Namor who were entering this place seeking opportunities actually perished, it would also mean their paths to become a bloodline master became that much smoother. The 9th firmament existences and very few at the 8th firmament boarded the taboo vessel as they paid their respects to the visage of the legend Brightborn at the very forefront, who had his hands clasped behind his back. After the party of Empress Genevieve and Emperor Namor, over 5 prominent adjudicator legions filled with 9th firmament powerhouses of the royal humans appeared and bowed respectfully before boarding the massive regal purple ship. Forming into neat rows as they barely filled up half of it currently, it had a smooth deck that everyone currently stood on, with glittering purple gold stairs leading down from the first deck and into many lower decks that held private lodgings and even an expansive ballroom the size of a universe within. There were no groups of wool-bearers in this region of the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans. Adjudicator legions holding most influence here, as a few recognized ones were allowed to join this venture. The figures of the parties of Genevieve and Namor stood side by side behind Brightborn. Noah mixed in among these beings as those near him could feel vibrant waves of life force pulsing from his body. They attributed this to his recent bloodline baptism, as Noah currently had the form of a pure archroyal human who had a single wing floating powerfully behind him, his figure sculpted and built as it seemed more handsome than many of the men there, even putting Emperor Namor a bit lower. The waves of essence he was releasing were the result of him suppressing the results of his current foundation as much as possible, not being a percentage of his true aura, as even this exceeded any other men on this vessel. Yet the face of Namor held a light smile as he and many others gazed around them. An enormous purple gold sail rose from the center of this that everyone stood on, as even after everyone boarded, it remained anchored in space without moving. This was because one being had yet to arrive. Namor's golden hair flowed serenely as he spoke towards Brightborn with a smile. Uncle Brightborn, we are still waiting for someone else. Yes, everybody had arrived and boarded the vessel for the past few minutes, but they still remained as one important figure had not made their descent. Brightborn had a sharp expression flash over his eyes at this as he simply nodded without even turning his Head towards Namor's question. Many things were at stake for what was to come, as Brightborn had even mentioned that there would be a few guests joining them on their way into the unexplored grotto sanctum. Before they could set off towards these guests, they still had to have all those from this region of the pure-blooded domains board, as at this moment a single existence that overshadowed many of those here had still not arrived. The eyes of Genevieve flashed powerfully at this, as one could only see her solidified crown, and the visage of Noah turned to gaze towards a certain direction at this moment. Crack. Space began to tremble and crack apart like it was made up of mirrors, a terrifying bestial aura blooming from it as the fair hands of an existence tore space apart to appear. Space trembled as she fully stepped aura, her wild aura becoming contained as the visage of a fair young woman adorned in a glimmering thin silver armor stepped out. Her silver white hair shone in the starless space as her red lips could shock weak beings, her pupils shifting with a myriad of colors as they seemed glazed with mirror essence. She was dominatingly beautiful and had an aura that others couldn't seem to match, a bearing that even the legend Brightborn at the helm of the ship couldn't release. The most shocking thing of all was the fact that above her head, a solidified crown floated serenely as the astounding écriture of sacralized pulsed with pristine white waves of essence and seemed to press down with shocking pressure onto everyone nearby. Apologies for being late, Uncle. Her words were light as she floated forward to land on the ship besides the figure of Genevieve. Everyone looking towards her with shock and reverence, as even the legend Brightborn seemed lost in thought for a second while gazing at her and the écritures of the crown above her. These letters seemed to have appeared overnight as they held shocking meaning, many shocking thoughts flashing in the eyes of even Brightborn as he hid a light of greed and envy when he gazed at the figure of Caitlin. An existence whose body held too many things that even legends from the main reality had sought her out, but her father held a shocking identity as her mother was even a taboo to speak of, with a major reason for the uniqueness Caitlin had coming from this mother whose origin stemmed from the mirror dimension as far as everyone knew. The mirror dimension that held its own terrifying powers at its depths as ancient existences superseding multiple ages lived and reigned, the mirror dimension that primordials had a small foothold in as their domains within this dimension were barely situated in their deeper areas. Everything about the history of this young woman before them was shocking as Brightborn's will hit his thoughts as he smiled. Not late at all. Let's head out, OOM. His words were accompanied by the vibrant purple endeavor brightening up and becoming covered by boundless spatial light, turning into a regal streak that tore across space. Chapter 1780 Old Monsters from the Past Age. The journey would be long as there were multiple stops to make. The pure-blooded domains of the 5 cardinal royal bloodlines stretched out with the main reality at the center, where one would progressively find more and more clusters of realities as well as grotto sanctums the closer they were to the main reality. This would also be accompanied by increasingly powerful forces, especially in the main reality where the past bloodline rulers of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines took positions as representatives of their bloodlines in the primordial alliance. In the past era, there was the Olden Alliance that contained representatives of ancient bloodlines among many others. In this new age and era there was the established Primordial Alliance that held the true power of the primordials, with the past bloodline masters of primordial bloodlines being the representatives who enjoyed great status in the main reality. These beings ascended their duties as mere bloodline masters when they became legends, their pathway smoothly going forward to give them positions as representatives. They instituted the laws and way of life from the main reality that all bloodlines in the infinite realities had to follow, with the main reality at the center and the domains of the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines stretching out all around. What followed thereafter was the domains of cardinal royal bloodlines like the royal cosmic wolves, and then the domain of beings who were graced with the primordial bloodline like the celestial vines. Past these realities, one came across unexplored lands and realities that over the countless years the primordials had continued expanding their reach into. The purple endeavor that Brightborn currently led wasn't going towards the main reality where the core power of primordials was concentrated, and it was actually making its way towards the opposite direction where unexplored realities stood. The purpose of this were the so-called guests that Brightborn mentioned aboard the purple endeavor that was shooting across the veils of space. Noah's figure was standing beside Beatrix as he watched a calm and unfettered visage of adjudicator Caitlin, who was currently replying to Genevieve's questions on the ridiculous change of going from a solidified crown to one that had the écriture, sacralized, rotating around it in what seemed like just a day. Did she break her limits in an aspect and forge multiple taboo edicts? In the period of a day, Noah had a level of skepticism as he had yet to meet someone who could perform terrifying feats in a short period of time like him. Wow, this girl is something else, WAA. At this time, Lavalier's voice echoed out as it actually held a hint of amazement when talking about Caitlin. It was known in the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans that adjudicator Caitlin was a terrifying figure who held a mythical natural-born physique that even legends sought after. So Noah had naturally thought of her when Lavalier had begun mentioning dual cultivation. Caitlin had also seen something with him as she helped him when obtaining the refinement techniques in the bloodline treasury, giving him a warning also if he ever sought to harm her bloodline and those around her. What do you think, is she a good candidate? Noah spoke freely with Lavalier as her reply caused his eyes to shine with splendor. Well, yes and no. She is like a hot potato. I don't know whether you'll be able to handle the consequences if you do anything to her. And that's if she'll even show interest towards you. Hey, do you think you can easily make her fall for you? She's not like all the girls around you who need someone to save them, or even you might not be able to suppress her unless you go all out. Lavalier's words were biting and ruthless as Noah stroked his chin while replying lightly. I'm young, handsome, with a decent personality and a great destiny. More than likely I'll also take the seat of the true emperor in the future, and I've already got a cute son and a few other women around me. I'm a catch, right? Noah nodded as he thought about himself, Lavalier leaving him to his thoughts for a few seconds as he continued. And why is she a hot potato? Her lineage is unique even in the mirror dimension, tracing back to, look at me incurring karma and speaking without any uses. Hey big guy, the chains around me are getting tighter if I blurt out information with no cost being paid. Just know that chasing her will be somewhat difficult. Lavalier seemed fed up of speaking as she went quiet, Noah's eyes flashing with a tyrannical light of confidence as he nodded while gazing at the speaking figures of Caitlin and Genevieve. Coincidentally, the glazed pupils of this existence turned over to his direction as she locked onto his eyes. Her gaze even rising to lock onto the empty spot above his head where his crown should be but was hidden away by Lethe. The glazed mirror eyes of this unique existence seemed to see and reflect all things that others couldn't as she seemingly raised her brows to Noah while she continued speaking to Genevieve with a light smile. Around this time, the purple endeavor slowed down. As the surging spatial lights cleared up, Brightborn controlling this taboo treasure to come to a stop. BZZT, they were actually in a tumultuous region within the boundary between realities, baleful storms of ether constantly tearing apart and reforming space as the tendrils of essence even ripped space to a white blankness. It was an utterly dangerous location to be in as even Noah's eyes lit up when gazing at the surroundings. These tendrils of ether that could each rival an attack from a legend's visage actually being a mere natural phenomenon, the figure of purple endeavor taboo relic released a profound glow of power as it wondrously pulsed aside the storms of baleful ether that some ninth firmament existences on this vessel stared at with hardened expressions. They arrived in such a place as Brightborn spoke out freely while gazing at the depths of this unique domain space. It is time, his words reached to the depths of this unstable ether domain that had snaking tendrils of ether, something actually reacting and beginning to float out towards the ship as a shockingly animalistic aura of a deadly beast pervaded outwards. It shockingly seemed to rival an aura of a beginner legend even though it wasn't. The waves of power being powerful and concentrated but still in the firmaments of ascendancy, BZZZT, with a flash of light and speed other beings couldn't even capture. A figure instantly moved from the ether storms to appear aboard the purple endeavor in front of Brightborn, glorious in power. It was a shocking beast in human form as one could see a devilishly handsome man clad in a crackling purple armor appear, his eyes filled with age and vicissitude as he looked to be in his golden age of 40s. But this existence had inevitably lived for many billions of years as above his head, one could shockingly see a purple écriture of Emperor, circling a solidified crown and releasing pulses of authoritative light that inadvertently caused the 5 adjudicator legions in the back of the purple endeavor to nearly kneel. His expression was wild and ferocious as he stared at Brightborn without an ounce of respect, nodding to him as if he was a peer as his voice was filled with weight and power as he nodded. As promised, one of the guests that Brightborn had invited to enter the unexplored grotto sanctum appeared as such beings were existences that held shocking identities. They weren't bothered by power and identities as they were geniuses from the past age existences that had chosen to repress their realm and remain in the cosmic filament realm since the last age as they never broke through. They had been patiently waiting and forging their foundations as when entering a new age, they exceeded their limits and obtained increased authority that their peers who had become legends would have a hard time obtaining. This was why Brightborn's solidified crown was blank and barely beginning to form an écriture, while this being who seemed like a beast born of ether shockingly had the word, Emperor, rotating gloriously on his solidified crown. He was a monstrous genius from the olden era that had repressed himself until now. ready to explode with a shocking foundation and power as a mere wave of his hands seemed capable of releasing arcs of ether that were comparable to the might of a legend. His gaze was apathetic as he walked past Brightborn and into the purple Endeavor, his eyes landing on everyone here as they screamed of arrogance and power, and he could truly back up such a gaze. He gazed at everyone as if they were mere children before his eyes, about to flash towards the descending purple gold stairs to isolate himself in the lower decks until this vessel arrived at the unexplored grotto sanctum, when his eyes happened to pass over the visage of none other than adjudicator Caitlin. Hung. Lustrous light bloomed from his eyes as a trace of shock appeared, which then turned into greed and excitement as this shocking being turned into a streak of light towards her in an instant. Chapter 1781 Old Monsters from the Past Age. LLL, a shocking development bloomed as faster than what the eyes of even the 5 legions of adjudicator legions could follow. The visage of this newly joining being flashed towards Caitlin the moment his eyes landed on her, his gaze filled with greed and excitement as if he was looking at an insatiable meal. His body pulsed with illusory golden halos of ascendancy and even a shimmering black halo as he used their multiplicative authority passively, arcs of ether chains that caused the surrounding space to tremble, coiling in his arms as they would seemingly act like chains to capture the silver white-haired beauty aboard the purple Endeavor. Most beings couldn't react to the shocking speed of this terrifying existence as it was too abrupt, where even though Brightborn saw his movements, he could only develop an angered expression as this being already came inches away from Caitlin. Those in the surroundings couldn't even react, but Noah's visage was watching everything as if it was playing out in slow motion before his eyes as waves of destiny swirled around him, actually telling him that he had no need to even make a move as an astounding scene played out towards this terrifying existence that Brightborn had invited. Suddenly rushing towards her, Caitlin's eyes held no trace of shock or surprise. Her calm smile was only wiped away as her glazed mirror-like eyes faced this being with terrifying apathy. DZZZT, her hands didn't even move as around her body, the silent authority of a black ascendancy halo flashed as the few inches difference between her and the coiling arcs of ether from the hands of this monstrous genius from the olden.an indestructible mirror bloomed. BOM, the tendrils of ether smashed onto it as no force was directed outwards, seemingly absorbed entirely by the pristine mirror as an instant later it shot everything out with even more ferocity against the attacking being as his figure was instantly flung away from the purple Endeavor and onto the storms of ether outside the taboo vessel. WA, Xian. Only now did the thundering voice of Brightborn arrive as he looked utterly furious, staring towards the arcs of ether storms where the monstrous being he called Xian had stopped and was still only focused on Caitlin, with his eyes still releasing vibrant rays of excitement. You. His voice was deep and heavy as he looked like an emperor bathed in flourishing ether, a gaze of yearning clearly prevalent when he gazed at his target. You've got such a thing around you and you haven't eaten it up yet, Xian. Boom. Brightborn became utterly furious at these words as his aura rose. We made a contract. Behave. Hung. The billowing might of a legend gushed down as the eyes of Xian continued to release vibrant light while gazing at Caitlin as if she was a prized food he had to claim. The might of a legend wrapped around him entirely as he didn't move, Brightborn moving to utterly isolate this being as he sent a mental message while still keeping a furious face. I didn't think you would be able to see anything about her. But keep your fucking calm if you want to keep our bargain. The eyes of the legend flashed as aboard the purple Endeavor, the 5 adjudicator legions had mobilized and come to surround Caitlin and the others as they looked dangerously towards the man bathed in ether. Brightborn's angry face calmly settled after his words caused Xian to not make any more moves, turning towards Caitlin as he sighed apologetically. I apologize for this, Caitlin. This is an old contact that I have an agreement with for the unexplored grotto sanctum. I didn't think he would act this way. A genuine legend shockingly spoke out words of apology on behalf of the existence known as Xian. Caitlin looked at this with sharp eyes that held a trace of anger, gazing towards the defiant Xian surrounded by arcs of ether as she spoke lightly. He cannot keep traveling with us. Her words were filled with a commanding might as the hearts of the 9th firmament. Adjudicators trembled beside her, yet Brightborn's face was unfazed as he only became calm and moved his hands, a maddening silver light moving to cover the figure of Xian and then shooting it down the purple gold stairway leading to the lower decks of the purple Endeavor as he spoke in a tone that wouldn't be defied. I'll make sure he remains in the lowest deck as we cannot lose any of our forces before even entering the unexplored grotto sanctum. And I'll make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. The legend spoke in an undeniable tone as when Caitlin heard these words and saw his actions of placing this being that had just attacked her and insultingly talked about her like an object into the depths of the vessel they were on. A light of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The visage of Brightborn returned to the helm of the purple Endeavor that began to move again, this incident being wiped like this as those aboard the vessel looked at each other with complex emotions before scattering to their old positions. The harmonious conversations didn't continue as with her smile fading, Caitlin gazed towards Brightborn that had gone back to operate the vessel in another direction as she shook her head and walked towards the purple gold stairway, going into the pristine deck below as she entered one of the unique spatial rooms and closed the runic engraved door behind her. She didn't seem to fear the contained existence in the lowest deck at all, as even when he moved in surprise, she had rebuffed him effortlessly. But when she left, Noah breathed out as this event told him many things, and Lavalier saw even more. A small incident aboard the taboo vessel that would soon make its way into the unexplored grotto sanctum occurred, as it provided abundant information on many things. And all of this was caused by a single guest that Brightborn had picked up. There would be more than one of such guests, as it wasn't just Brightborn doing this, but all of the legends of the respective pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines tasked with bringing geniuses of their domains towards the unexplored grotto sanctum, and even lone primordial legends who wanted to send their own powerful tools into this sanctum to obtain this were doing the same, just like how Brightborn had approached Genevieve and Noah and told them to bring him back grotto nacres and other treasures in exchange for a myriad of things. Such contracts and agreements were being formed between many legends and genius existences in the firmaments of ascendancy, as many beings could feel that boundless fortune was contained in this domain of space that even legends weren't allowed in. The weaving of fate and destiny moved intricately as many beings moved, Noah finishing his preparations in the cosmic Holy Land as he was approaching a major undeniable milestone soon. Chapter 1782, 10th cycle. In the expanded cosmic Holy Land, flourishing stellar infinite reality passages amounting to 37 pulsed with waves of boundless essence onto Noah's body, the constant burning of his origin through sanguine adequation paving the way forward as another cycle of the infinite dream. Physique neared its completion, multiple clones were working tirelessly to suck in dream essence as all of it surged into Noah's body, his visage lighting up with a silvery white light once more as he spoke out lightly. A touch of fate. Noah's body shone with a wondrous gold light as he pulled upon 90% of all the fate within his body to try and affect the path of an event similar to when he cast a touch of fortune, and succeeded in turning the finishing of one cycle into two. The targeted event came to fruition. The seventh cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. BZZZT. Waves of golden fate permeated throughout as Noah's stellar figure became enshrined in gold throughout. The pull of fate has surged into the completion of a cycle. The waves of golden fate shone brightly as Noah looked on expectantly, his tyrannical gaze shifting in the last moment as he actually felt fate fizzling out. The fate of the targeted event could not be changed. The prompt of the cycle succeeding again didn't come as unlike a touch of fortune that flourished and succeeded. A touch of fate did not. More runic ecritures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the seventh cycle increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 3 million. The current dream ecritures allow for the passive daily generation of 1,500,000 units of dream essence. The maximum number of reality passages your body can hold has been raised to 400. Only a single cycle was completed as Noah looked at this with luminous stellar eyes, Lavalier's voice entering his mind soon after. Even with all the control and overabundance of fate, destiny, fortune, and karma, one can at times still fail to change a path. Chosen emperors are uniquely filled with a shocking destiny, and even they fall to others. It's the pretty damn stupid ones that fall, if you ask me, but they still fall. Her words seemed to carry wisdom and ridicule at the same time as Noah smiled, gazing up at the golden skies of the cosmic Holy Land that were filled with his infinite reality passages, as after just finishing a cycle his body burnt up 6 million units of the essence of reality to very quickly forge the additional 3 and bring them up to 40 incandescent stellar mountainous passages. The skills he had placed in a few of these passages were still being bathed with astonishing radiance as their budding eggs vibrated constantly. The result of all this was still unknown as Noah could only wait, but as most of his focus remained on cultivating the infinite dream physique, his progression in this field continued to increase as another chance rose up soon after, just like a few times before. Swirling silver-white storms of dream essence surged into his body and lit him up all around, his will moving out for the third time, this time pulling upon the nomological edict of the causal nexus emperor, a touch of karma. The boundless strings of karma within Noah's body were pulled upon as they went into the completion of another cycle. The eighth cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. BZZZT, waves of white-green karma permeated throughout gloriously. Karma has been sown into the completion of a cycle. The sown karma has flourished. The ninth cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. A resounding prompt of success bloomed before Noah's eyes as he released luminous beams of lights from his eyes. More runic ecritures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the 8th and 9th cycles increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 4 million. The current dream apertures allow for the passed daily generation of 2 million units of dream essence. The maximum number of reality passages your body can hold has been raised to 460 HUUM. The vibrating and flourishing waves of essence slowed down before Noah's eyes as he sensed the profound changes in his body. Boundless strength was coursing through him as with every completion of a cycle. It wasn't just an increase in the number of his infinite reality passages and an expansion of his dream essence. He also gained 200 to true reality damage and defense values as his body pulsed with overpowering strength, but more than this, he neared the 10th cycle of the infinite dream physique as something fantastical would happen at this time, and he could feel the strength of his body nearing the limit as sanguine adequation had still been working in the background this whole time. With Noah even having to distribute the burnt essence of his cosmos onto his soul to make sure that a great imbalance didn't occur to the point that even his balancing skills couldn't aid him, much of the help from this rapid progression to reach the 10th cycle so soon was due to him playing with the newly forged edicts relating to fortune, fate, and karma. You're getting used to karma, fate, and fortune closer to your proficiency in destiny. But you're still lacking just a little. In time, you should be able to understand all those who have sown karma with you and use this to alter their fate in some way, know their locations, or even grasp their opportune fates for yourself. He was lost in his thoughts when Lavalier voiced this out, his surroundings continuing to be bathed in shocking radiance as one infinite reality passage after another continued to form after he opened up 6 more spots. What about the karma binding you? The destiny, fate, and fortune that you say wraps around you like chains. Even someone like you cannot break these, his mesmerizing voice echoed out as he wanted to peer into the secrets of this treasure. How had it reached the stage it was right now? How did it know information that was lost across the ages? But no answer came from Lavalier as Noah could only enjoy the surging rivers of essence from the mountainous reality passages above him. Minutes passing as his physique neared completion while at the same time his true sanguine clones in his body surged with the refinement to reach the 10th cycle of the infinite dream physique. It promised too many things as Noah was expectant of the changes to occur, this also being something that would allow him to better understand the mythical natural-born mirror physique that Caitlin held and how this made her so unique. With Lavalier's silence and the passage of time in the cosmic Holy Land, paired with the ridiculously massive waves of essence of the infinite reality passage that also passed down wisps of dream essence, THRUM, a vibration began to resound with Noah at the center. It didn't come from his body or origin as it actually came from his very heart. This was because it sensed a fundamental change about to occur as a much-awaited prompt rose before Noah's eyes. The 10th cycle of the infinite dream physique has been completed. The river of time slowed as the constant burst of essence in the surroundings lulled. Noah's visage looked like the core of a wondrous phenomenon that had always been stably pulling everything in. And his body exploded out with a terrifying storm of dream essence as his surroundings instantly fractured, the veils of reality itself being torn as seams of the dream dimension began to pervade around Noah as a stellar prompt rose in his mind. The infinite dream physique has begun its evolution. Chapter 1783, a mythical natural-born physique. The infinite dream physique has begun its evolution. BOM, shocking bursts of dream essence gushed into Noah's body endlessly. The surroundings of the cosmic Holy Land fractured as if the walls of the dream dimension were pervading in swirls of dream essence surging towards Noah. It was said that a change would occur when the infinite dream physique reached the 10th cycle. That stellar change bloomed now in a shocking fashion as Noah had yet another fundamental change beginning to bloom within his body. It was hard to explain, but it was as if he was finding a long-lost appendage that he didn't know about that was growing again. It was as if something natural that was already there but he just didn't know could finally be felt by him. It was the change and elevation of the infinite dream physique into a mythical natural-born physique. The infinite dream physique is being transformed into the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, HUUM. His clone in the dream dimension trembled as it merely acted like a conduit at this moment, surging waves of dream essence coursing through it and nearly shredding apart its origin as it wasn't enough, and this was the time that a disastrous prompt rose before Noah's eyes. Your reserves of dream essence are multiplied by 100 times, HONG. A booming sound of a horn resonated out as Noah's stellar visage became illuminated by a silver-gold sandy light. The cosmic Holy Land that was already flourishing with vibrant essence erupted out to become pervaded with the dream essence of a dimension as Noah's body swirled with intense fervor. Boundless dream essence pervaded throughout as this wasn't all. Ding. Soon enough. The infinite reality passages above Noah began to resonate as they provided all sources of essence Noah had access to. With the advent of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, he gained ridiculous expanded access to Dream essence as the rivers of stellar essence coming from the infinite reality passages surged with golden sandy dimensional dream essence as it bathed Noah's figure gloriously, like a king being showered with glory. Like an emperor undergoing a transformation in an even more fantastical form, just one of the perks of the advent of the infinite dream physique was actually multiplying the dream essence reserves Noah had by 100, the prompts that Noah had glazed over from the 10th cycle being completed repeated in Noah's mind. More runic ecritures of dream begin to surround you as the completion of the 10th cycle increases your maximum reserves of dream essence to 5 million. The current dream ecritures allow for the passive daily generation of 2,500,000 units of dream essence. The maximum number of reality passages your body can hold has been raised to 490. These were the two prompts not shown before as their values were what the 100 multiplier affected. It meant, your maximum reserves of dream essence have been elevated to 500 million, your passive daily generation of dream essence is 250 million units. This alone was utterly ridiculous. One must realize that this was a pristine dimensional essence, just the little that another had a few days ago had already allowed for many things, where he even had to be in the dream dimension to fully cultivate his cycles of the now mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, but with such large reserves of dream essence in his body he wouldn't even need to be supplied by the dream dimension in order to elevate his cycles. That was how profound the change was, and this was just the first boon. Due to achieving the 10th cycle and unlocking the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, all cultivated physiques are drawing upon the infinite dream physique refinement as they seek to complete another round of refinement, WAA, a fantastical boon, and also, fuck, OM. It was also something that shockingly caused a problem at this moment as Noah's body was already nearing the limit after all the physiques he had refined on top of the 10 cycles of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, the burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, the chassis, relegator, Arcadian, mana. All of the physiques Noah had cultivated clicked as if a lock was elevated with them exceeding their limits and beginning to undergo another round of refinement purely utilizing the requirements of the refinement of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. It instantly caused Noah to shift the target of sanguine adequation to only his soul as what he tried to burn now was the progression of his body. This was because the moment these physiques began their automatic refinement and raised the foundation of his body even higher, the ultimate limit of his body was reached as everything nearly lulled including the advancement of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. BZZZT, so now, Noah furiously burned the aspect of existence that was the body as his physiques were all surging with refinement, the strength brought forth going towards to now elevate the soul that was the hardest to raise towards the peak. It meant that very soon Noah would have all three aspects of existence raised to the highest possible limits he could bring them to before he stepped into the unexplored grotto sanctum. A natural-born physique has flourished at your core. The profound changes of the elevation into the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique began to blaze in Noah's mind at this time as he felt a new concept brand itself onto his very aspects of existence. This caused some changes that even he wasn't entirely familiar with. The authority of the unnamed Kainos Emperor has undergone an unknown change. WAA, his radiant crown flashed amidst the raging splendorous white gold essence surging around him as the ecritures of ethereal EMP gained a distinct sandy golden glow that was hard to miss. Noah's will gazed at this unique phenomenon as even the prompt for it stated that the change was unknown. Chapter 1784, a mythical natural-born physique. A change to his authority had occurred as while Noah was surrounded by surging essence and cracks of another dimension entirely, he couldn't help but pay attention to this. Even while sanguine adequation was working on overdrive to redirect the strength of the body to the soul and slow down the raging elevation of all of Noah's physique so that he didn't reach the limit of his body before finishing the full advancement of the newly born physique, Noah couldn't help but gaze at his crown. That showed off his authority. The unknown change that had occurred dealt with too many unknowns as he couldn't help but ask the existence that seemed to know a great deal. What changes occur to the authority when one gains something linked to a dimension? WAA, yes, the change stemmed from the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, but even as Noah asked, Lavalier remained silent as she uttered no words. This was because this involved too many secrets. Just what was the authority of emperors that existences were building up in this age? How did it relate to the infinite realities, and how did it relate to the current realities? Did it have anything to do with the vast dimensions like the mirror and dream dimensions that seem to have their own unknown forces and hegemonies? And how did all of this fit into Lavalier calling the vast realities barren lands? The biggest question of all was the seat of the true emperor that Oppenheimer had attained in the last age and used its authority to do something utterly shocking. What exactly was this and what secrets did it hold? These questions and many swirled in Noah's mind as he had no answers, only gazing at his spinning crown and aperture silently as boundless essence still surged around him. Meanwhile, the description of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique slowly became clear in his mind as Noah condensed its many prompts into a singular definition. Mythical natural-born dream physique, the elevation of the infinite dream physique born from absolute dream authority. Even though you weren't born with it, you have undergone a successful budding of this physique and have been recognized by the dream dimension. A unique dream physique that fundamentally changes the core of your being is born as you are granted the capability to convert your true reality damage and defense values to true dimensional dream damage and defense values. Different to true reality damage values, true dimensional dream damage values impose the reality-altering debuff effects of endless dream, causing the abilities of the target to gradually enter the dwelling of dreams and become deactivated. If one suffers enough true dimensional dream damage, their ascendancy halos, reality passages, and other forms of authority will gradually also become deactivated and unusable, as at the end of it all even their very aspects of existence shall forever fall into an endless dream. Barely a half of the description of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique came down as its contents were already terror-inducing for any being unlucky enough to be Noah's enemy. One of the many boons of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique was that Noah could convert his damage and defenses into dimensional damage and defense values. But what did this exactly mean? How much more of his true reality damage values could get through to other existences, and how much stronger were his defenses? This wasn't listed in the details, as what was listed was the shocking perk of the true dimensional dream damage being capable of making everything about the enemy fall into the land of dreams. Their concepts, halos, reality passages, and even their aspects of existence. Such a thought alone was terrifying, as apart from Noah being able to suppress others with his infinite reality passages, he could now do even deadlier oppression so long as he began to deal damage to them. His eyes hungrily searched for the remaining portion of the details of this mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. The mythical natural-born dream physique also grants an unnatural amount of dream essence reserves through the ability, Dreamling. A passive ability that also allows you to move across the boundaries of the dream dimension unhindered, among other things. The Dimensional Dream Tamer ability is also granted as it allows you to tame a small number of existences bound to the dream dimension so long as you can defeat them. Other features and an elevation of the features of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique will be unlocked when another 20 new cycles pass. Beautiful, Noah's eyes shone with dazzling light as his surroundings began to calm. His infinite reality passages gushed with a myriad of essences as the dimensional dream essence became among those at the very forefront, Noah's body becoming bathed in resplendent stellar multicolored light and drizzles of sandy gold as he seemed like a celestial creature floating in the skies. Yet his eyes released luminous lights of excitement at the sheer details of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique that granted Dreamling and Dimensional Dream Tamer as some more of its features, with more waiting for Noah to unlock as he increased his cycles in this physique. The number of cycles was an additional 20, as even though it wasn't hard for Noah to reach this number, it would be impossible for the foreseeable future, that is, unless he breaks the shackles of the firmament of ascendancy and forms his reality. This was because his body neared completion, as he had to burn it at this moment, as all his physiques were automatically being raised due to the completion of the 10th cycle. With his shackles of the 7th firmament that he had released when he formed his passages, taking his ascendancy value past the 999 million of the 8th firmament of ascendancy, as he reached the ascendancy value exceeded the 1 billion that marked the beginning of the 9th firmament of ascendancy and reached 9.9 billion of the peak 9th firmament of ascendancy at this point in time. An ascendancy value that didn't mean much for the level of strength of limit breakers and other genius existences of value that was incomparably far from Noah just weeks ago, but he had achieved it so seamlessly at this moment. He had attained this and much more, as at this moment he couldn't help but gaze at his aspects of existence that were painted with a golden sandy hue that represented the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. Author note: the peak of the 7th firmament has been revised to be 99 million ascendancy values. 100 million signifies entrance into the 8th firmament of ascendancy, with the peak being 999 million. 1 billion signifies entrance into the 9th firmament of ascendancy, with the peak being 9.9 billion. Chapter 1785, A Mythical Natural-Born Physique. LLL, in the purple endeavor streaking across space, the eyes of Noah's true sanguine clone that was acting as Alexander flashed with shocking radiance right before his main body had undergone the change and attained the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. The brought-about change affected all of the clones as it was rather drastic, where Noah's destiny told him he had to act fast to make sure that his clone wasn't seen through even under the veil of lethe. The eruption of essence was simply too destructive as his body attained shocking levels of strength, his clone instantly sitting down in a meditative position aboard the vast deck of the Purple Endeavor, where he was surrounded by legions of primordial adjudicators behind him shimmering with valor and power. And the visage of Genevieve and Brightborn ahead of him as more monstrous existences were hidden by this taboo vessel, BZZZT, to hide the undeniable essence that was about to erupt from his clone. Noah had to either cut off the connection with this clone and disable it entirely, thus bringing its death, or he could mask the eruption of essence of his body, attaining a dimensional physique with surges of essence of reality, the essence that interwove around the natural laws of reality to make up the very reality itself. This was the only thing Noah had in his arsenal that he felt could mask the eruption of dream essences with the aid of lethe. Boom, his meditating body was seen to erupt with a storm of essence of reality that pushed those nearby away. The eyes of Brightborn and Genevieve locking onto him instantly as others moved back in alarm and shock. The genius royal humans aboard this vessel looked at the overpowering bursts of strength the visage of this being released as his very skin had coiling arcs of unidentifiable light that far surpassed anything in the firmaments of ascendancy. Is he actually close to exceeding the limits of the body and becoming a limit breaker? A small voice of a nearby adjudicator commander that was under Caitlin spoke out in disbelief. This was because they knew the genius follower of Genevieve appeared to have forged 3 physiques successfully, being extremely strong with his body as he had even bathed in the sacred blood sea to nearly attain a bloodline onto true royalty of the royal humans from the pure reality held. Good. If he succeeds, you would have a truly strong body practitioner by your side, little Jen. Brightborn's strong voice was jovial as this being was happier that those he had agreements with were getting more powerful, only thinking of the possible boons he would be getting in the end. Meanwhile, the eyes of Genevieve hid their hidden somberness as in her eyes the enemy she had resolved to devour the talent of only became more difficult for her to handle. These were the destinies of chosen emperors. They would somehow be exceeding their limits out of nowhere, as one might be considered crazy to ever target them, but Genevieve remained steadfast in her aims as she knew of one particular being that had succeeded. Oppenheimer. He had hunted chosen emperors and butchered them like chickens on his path to becoming a true emperor. So Genevieve raised her head high as she held a level of confidence due to the number of taboo edicts and a physique she had pulled from her old body and origin in the royal treasury. Surely, I can handle a single chosen emperor that hasn't even become a legend. Her eyes shone luminously with such thoughts as on the deck below, the figure of Caitlin that was isolated from everything else in a unique spatially enclosed room opened her glazed silver eyes at this moment to lock onto Noah, who others saw to be undergoing a breakthrough with his body. Her mirror-like eyes bypassed the vibrant layers of multicolored essence of reality that Noah was utilizing with lethe to fool the eyes of others as she saw a trace of dimensional essence. Her eyes becoming filled with sharp radiance as more curiosity arose from this being she had secretly observed before. The Purple Endeavor continued on as Brightborn had to collect more genius existences he had made deals with before making way towards the unexplored grotto sanctum. The identity of the royal human known as Alexander becoming elevated in the eyes of many as he became an existence that might very soon exceed the limits of the body under their eyes, with his true sanguine clone covered. Noah's main body retained most of its will as he took a closer look at his shimmering body as the surging essences around him calmed down every so little. BZZT, above him, the 49th infinite reality passage formed as it rained down glorious rivers of essence. Noah having a difficult expression on his body as when he felt the robust strength brought about by the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. He knew that none of the many physiques that had gained another chance to be refined would be able to finish their refinements unless he forged his reality. His body had truly reached its utmost limitations as he could go no further without undergoing resonance of his 3 aspects of existence, or even now as he burned the body with sanguine adequation to raise the soul, it would raise back towards the unbreakable ceiling soon after. Seeing this situation, Noah sighed as Lavalier's voice echoed out, I think you've prepared more than enough. No? Your soul's just about to be full as well, with the only other possibilities and opportunities lying in the hands of fate and destiny. He had prepared enough. This was what every part of his cells told him as Noah nodded, bringing his hands up as he saw the boundless strength within them that held shocking meaning. When one truly thought about it, his body alone through its many physiques had base boosts above 2,850 in true reality damage values. Again, one had to understand what this truly signified. A wave of Noah's hand or a pinch of his fingers. Was now equivalent to the destruction of hundreds of realities. This was before any multiplicative effects through authorities like halos and true forms as when those were included. His damage went towards the equivalent destruction of millions of realities. When Noah looked at all of this and the many more things to come, he could only repeat Lavaliere's words while nodding. I've prepared enough. WAA, Chapter 1786, A Mythical Natural-Born Physique. For, I've prepared enough, WAA, the moment Noah finished these words, the bursting essence being transferred over by sanguine adequation filled his soul entirely as it also could not go any further. When this occurred, his three aspects of existence trembled as the surging essence within them reached utter peak. They were saturated, they couldn't take any more. His soul, origin, and body buzzed as they were ready to undergo resonance and utilize the method of the infinite runic écriture of modus operandi. But they could do nothing as the will of the existence they made had no intention of doing this, and the spark or epiphany that all beings required to become legends would not arise when the existence in question did not seek it, so they resonated with utter brilliance as the progress of all the physiques that were trying to achieve completion but couldn't, stopped. Golden liquid began to build up between the gaps of Noah's cosmos once more as they attained 1 trillion glimmering royal cosmos. Above him, 49 glorious and massive stellar infinite reality passages glowed and gushed down essences. When he looked at them, Noah's eyes tightened as this number didn't sit too well with him. He had multiple physiques waiting to be refined as they had begun their process at the same time, each one adding the capability to withstand tens of normal passages, as even though they were completed in their refinements, the initial boosts to Noah's body were still there, and with the vibrant strength of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique he now carried, Noah felt like he could do it. Let's just push for one more, OOM. His will domineeringly surged out as he burned 2 million units of the essence of reality, calling for yet another reality passage to form as before it could. His body had to be sure it could handle it. A brilliant stellar luster covered him from head to toe as Noah floated with ease as a pressure of a passage built up. His visage remaining undaunted and unfazed by just one additional pressure as, thuck, in the skies, the 50th infinite reality passage came to be. Noah breathed out with satisfaction as he felt the boundless essence constantly washing over his body, the fact he could generate 1 million units of the essence of reality per second. And this was after subtracting the tens of thousands that were being used up by the few skills with the infinite reality passages undergoing reification. He felt accomplished. He felt like he had truly achieved something somewhat significant, as even with all this, there was still much more for him to accomplish. Like you, dimensional dream tamer. WAA, his mesmerizing voice echoed out as he moved his vibrant stellar arms and legs while looking at the details of one of the new capabilities of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. It allowed him to put under his reign a few unspecified number of existences from the dream dimension so long as he could put them under his feet. At this moment, a grand idea was rising in Noah's mind, as he didn't know at this moment in time of the existence that was Caitlin having already done something similar with an even more unique authority. Caitlin had multiple mirror beast legends hidden under her wings, as no beings knew of this, even Noah. Yet at this moment, the unnamed Kainos Emperor began to think how glorious it would be if he in existence at the 9th firmament of ascendancy suddenly pulled out dimensional dream legends to fight for his behalf. When he looked at the feature of dimensional dream tamer, you, and you.go, Noah pointed to 3 true sanguine clones as they disappeared into the cracks of the dream dimension that were healing, joining the other true sanguine clone in this dimension as their goal. Was to seek viable creatures Noah could subjugate or even defeat in the dream dimension. He could even start by investigating the results of the battle between ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye against the nightmare in dream legends. Even though this carried a level of danger and he would have to be careful, but at this moment, there were only a few things remaining for him to do as his body of Alexander headed towards the unexplored grotto sanctum. Enjoy the feeling of nourishment from your infinite reality passages. Allow your chosen skills to feel it too as they become RAFIED. Be familiar with your infinite reality passages and utilization. And start on another infinite dream. There should be a birth of at least 1 or 2 seeds of taboo there. Lavaliere's voice echoed out in his mind as Noah smiled brightly. The third infinite dream. He had released 100 portions of his soul for the first infinite dream as he released 1,000 for the second one. There were 2 particular edicts that benefited from his conquest and apocalypse of realities as they assimilated into his infinite reality. And then there was the elevation of the infinite reality itself as it would match its requirements after this infinite dream. The possible seeds of taboo that could rise from this were abundant. the outlotl of reality should be equivalent to a taboo relic at that time. Yes, Noah's smile only widened as he waved his hands to call a radiant stellar sphere of reality, thinking of the many possibilities after achieving complete refinement of his three aspects of existence. As he now gazed for the future, he expected many of the things he looked forward to occur as he entered or while inside the unexplored grotto sanctum, so his main body would remain in the cosmic Holy Land as the scene of his astounding stellar visage adorned in his shimmering multicolored crown that was being paid homage to with the sandy gold ecratures of ethereal EMPE, while 50 infinite reality passages gushed down essence from above. This scene was something that should be recorded in the annals of history, as it showed the time that the unnamed Kainos Emperor first began establishing his pristine foundation. The purple endeavor streaked across space as in a few hours, it arrived in a far-off region that could have spanned the distance across two pure-blooded domains, this time stopping in the boundary between realities right before a unique domain. A domain that showed a hazy accumulation of cerulean blue wisps of light that surrounded a hut that floated seamlessly in the middle of nowhere between many realities, as from it an existence with a curvaceous figure and a head full of blue hair stepped out. A deep smile could be seen on her face as a shimmering crown pulsed above her, the ecratures of Emperor spinning wondrously around it, as behind this drop-dead gorgeous existence was a long bow that froze the surrounding space behind it. Brightborn, she nodded freely towards a legend as she also took him as if he was a peer, even though she still hadn't formed her reality. Brightborn didn't look too kindly at this, as he merely gazed on coldly while communicating with her telepathically. This powerful existence also joining their party, as she had a free air around her, even going as far as to gaze at all those here as she nodded before sitting down in a meditative position atop the deck of the taboo relic. Her blue glacial bow sat with her as it froze the surrounding space, her aura maddening to see as the adjudicator legions looked over with care. Yet another monster had joined them, as their history and bloodline was unknown, the purple endeavor making such trips to gather two more powerful existences that each had solidified crowns with condensed ecratures, as these would be the blades of Brightborn in the unexplored grotto sanctum. Noah watched all of these events as he measured the beings entering the taboo vessel, none of them giving him warnings of danger so far as the only being he couldn't discern was enclosed off in the deck below them, Caitlin. This made him curious of the many more geniuses from the other factions of pure-blooded bloodlines, and even more so from the main reality. His visage of Alexander currently showed off impeccable battle power in the aspect of the body, the primordials around him identifying him with this strength, as his identity now was considered an existence close to breaking the limits of his body, with destiny weaving in its own mysterious ways and many cards falling into place. The purple endeavor that included 6 known Kainos candidate emperors and a hidden unnamed Kainos emperor began going towards the location of the doorway that would lead into the unexplored grotto sanctum. No incidents occurred when the new entrance appeared, as the journey from here on out was bound to be smooth, the only thing left to see being just what powerhouses would be in the vicinity of the doorway of the unexplored grotto sanctum. Near the established borders of the royal human domains, the infinite willow tree domains, and the reality Ursity domains, in the unique cluster that was actually within the region of explorer lands of the vast realities, a new domain rift had ruptured and been discovered by primordials. This domain rift was one of the many forms that an entrance to a fairly powerful domain space could take, with some grotto sanctums having their doorways taking on such a form as this was similar. The domain rift pulsed with stellar purple-blue colors as it seemed like a vast reality, and it was truly such a sizable doorway as primordial legends affirmed they couldn't enter. And the test subject primordials at the 9th firmament that were sent in returned with shock and terror as they reported back the space within to be filled with boundless destiny, but also with insurmountable dangers, as their very origins felt like they would be crushed if they moved a little bit forward. It meant only truly powerful existences in the 9th firmament of ascendancy could enjoy the boons of this unexplored grotto sanctum, and a few important personages of the primordial bloodlines paid attention to this to send their geniuses over. This was because any existence who gazed or knew about this domain rift leading to an unexplored grotto sanctum, who had even a semblance of destiny, would find an unshakable pull calling them towards this grotto sanctum as their very destinies and fates knew that something astounding was waiting within. If they could grasp it in their hands, they would advance greatly on their path to becoming the true emperor. This feeling was shockingly universal across all beings that merely found out about this unexplored grotto sanctum, as it raised the brows of the few important personages of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines paying attention to it. Any single grotto sanctum held profound natural treasures that even legends fought for, and this new one to rise up that legends could not enter released a universal pull of destiny for all existences who knew about it. Such a fact was enough to draw in truly astounding chosen emperors hidden among the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines, along with obsidian adjudicator commanders, regular adjudicator commanders, and wool bearers, the established belief currently about this unexplored grotto sanctum that the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines were sending some of their genius existences into was that it would hold a destiny so grand that the emperor to obtain it all would more than likely take the lead to be a strong contender for the seat of the true emperor. That is if they didn't perish when they finally came out of the grotto sanctum with all their gains. Thus one needed protection. The legends of their bloodlines were there for their protection, as in exchange, many of those entering had agreements to share the boons that would stem from this location. Of course, there were other important personages from the main reality who would be entering, as even legends didn't dare to force them into agreements. One such being was known as the young emperor, who stemmed from the pure-blooded cardinal royal dragon phoenix bloodline. He was just one of the few astounding chosen emperors that had already arrived on the domain rift leading into the unexplored grotto sanctum. The pull of destiny is astoundingly greater here. With a calm gaze and eyes shining with innumerable lights, the young emperor floated in front of a party of existences who released shocking auras exceeding the 9th firmament of ascendancy, each one floating with their own solidified crown and varieties of authority, as they were all scions stemming from the main reality that were considered familiar with this being. These beings were among the many that were arriving in front of the enormous purple-blue stellar domain rift, this location currently being surrounded protectively on all sides by the auras of tens of legends and many stationed vessels. There were even rivers of reality from nearby dragged over and positioned defensively around this stellar domain rift, as no uninvited existences would ever come close. The party of beings behind the young emperor were just some of the many unique beings that had arrived here. Other vessels making their entrance, and now as accomplished beings similar to them also stepped out and began talking to each other. They all had airs of profound existences, as they were adorned in a variety of colors of radiant robes ranging from gold to blue to black, each of their eyes releasing shocking confidence as if they were the protagonists of their own story. It seems what destiny is hidden here will make us all fight each other for it, another voice echoed out, as it was from a devilishly handsome red-haired emperor from this same party. No hard feelings when the time comes. Aegon, W.A., another distinguished 9th firmament emperor whose eyes swirled with quasars, replied as his body released a violent outburst of domineering power that only the dragon phoenix bloodline could attain. It is still unknown just which of us will be increasing their authority and which one might be returning home with their confidence crushed. These special beings spoke amongst each other jovially, as many beings were paying attention to them silently, the scions of the 5 pure-blooded bloodlines slowly arriving around the entrance to the unexplored grotto sanctum. Far away from them on a small vessel that was actually a pink lotus flower that released a radiant aura of a natural taboo relic. 2 shockingly gorgeous women could be seen, as one was adorned in a tight red dress with a head full of flaming hair, her body constantly shining with stellar light. The other woman beside her had an apathetic expression as her body radiated danger and power, both of these beings having solidified crowns, as on the astral flaming girl in particular, the words, Flame EMPE, were shining radiantly around her crown. She seemed full of energy and life as her eyes captured everything around her, her melodious voice coming out so that only she and the woman beside her on the taboo vessel shaped like a pink lotus could hear. There's the man you grew up with, Helen. Young emperor now, is it? He has his own entourage of emperors, as all of them look like suave gentlemen. Ah. You think any of them are suitable for me? Her eyes released bursts of radiance as she spoke, her body packed full of power, as this being had just decimated a legend ender not too long ago while under the observation of her parents, yet she spoke freely now as the girl beside her rolled her eyes. Why are you still acting childish, Juliet? You've already exceeded another limit of your existence and you still act like this. Tell me you aren't still chasing that ridiculous goal. Helen, an important personage from the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, spoke out while shaking her head as the astral bloodline existence known as Juliet paid her no heed, her eyes wandering to the other beings around them as she spoke again. And look at that reality Ursity. That should be the second son of the Alpha Strata legend that fought with the party of Alpha Strata Enders a few days ago, but he's got some meat on him. She stroked her chin in appreciation as her devilishly gorgeous image was gradually getting destroyed by her words, her eyes jumping about as she continued to call out everyone she saw as if she knew them all. And there's the child of the trees already being fostered to be one of the leading emperors of the infinite willow trees of this age, the only shame being that he is the son of a Beta Strata legend. Her pulsing eyes hand locked onto the visage of a shimmering infinite willow tree that shone with stellar radiance. Being surrounded by multiple others just like it in a region around this domain rift, as Juliet released shocking information about Strata, Primogenial, Beta, Alpha. These latter two were the ones she had mentioned, as it wasn't mentioned what came after. Primogenial meant earliest or first, while Beta meant the second of a series of concepts among other things. Then there was alpha dot, which had the meaning of the first of a series of concepts, and also held the meaning of dominant and standing above others. Primogenial was first. Beta came second. And then the definition of dominance of alpha was utilized to have this be the third strata of the stage of reality, for the primogenial strata. One's soul condescend to become liquefied as to proceed in the beta strata, one had to crystallize everything about themselves. As for the alpha strata, well, that was for another time. The guy who caused that incident a few million years ago is also here. Adjudicator Jameson, is it? He only has a solidified crown though. And the famous will-bearer trio of the 9 Seas also made it, one after another. The astral bloodline Juliet spoke freely as she seemed to hold vast reserves of knowledge about all the beings here. Her face was sparkling with utter joy as she saw them all, as Helen beside her only clutched her head in annoyance as if she couldn't believe a personage like her would act like this. As for why she was excitedly gazing and looking at the powerful personages who would be entering the unexplored grotto sanctum, BZZT, her stellar eyes buzzed and changed as they shone with tyrannical might in the next instant. Hey, Helen, WAA, with all these geniuses here, let's see if I can find myself a worthy hubby to stand beside me as I ascend the path to become a true emperor. Because if any of them disappoint, I will rip their fucking crowns of authority right off their heads. A horrific light of power flashed within her excited eyes as she spoke out words of brutality. Near the borders where the domains of 3 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines met, a domain rift that led to an unexplored grotto sanctum was gradually being surrounded by terrifyingly exceptional beings. They divided the space around the rift into 5 for all the pure-blooded bloodlines, with the auras of legends prevalent in each camp. Hazy colors covered the temporary bases of these beings as in one direction. An enormous willow tree the size of a reality was rooted in space as around it. Stellar green mist permeated as many other infinite willow trees could be seen around it. This enormous infinite willow tree was not a legend at the primogenial strata, wondrously standing at the alpha strata as the pure-blooded bloodline sent out one such being each for overseeing the events of the unexplored grotto sanctum. Beta strata legends were covering any gaps with their auras around this whole area. And tens of primogenial strata legends accompanied them to make this place impenetrable. It was enough to show the level of importance this unexplored domain space held, as apart from the enormous infinite willow tree that was surprised by a hazy green light and could barely be seen, the area around it was filled with hundreds of infinite willow trees that formed into clusters of adjudicator legions and will-bearers. In another direction, the visage of an enormous pure-blooded cardinal royal human could be seen as he had 10 pairs of resplendent golden wings behind his back. This figure also shrouded by a hazy stellar light as the truth muscles and form could barely be discerned. This was the Alpha Strata legend from the main reality overseeing the ongoing of their bloodline here today. And this base of royal humans also had their own adjudicator legions and will-bearers that continued to expand in number even now as more and more primordials arrived. The muscular human forms were glorious as their eyes gave off glints of pride and unmatchable humanistic beauty. Then came the side of the reality Ursity that similarly had an enormous alpha strata legend, his figure being astounding to stare at as the very skin of this kingly bear shone with a majestic obsidian stellar light. Black and starry like an endless void, legions of majestic-looking reality Ursity whose bodies glimmered of cosmos could be seen around this existence as our eyes turned towards the temporary base domain of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. This area shone with astounding incandescence as the regality of the Dragon Phoenix was shown, an alpha legend embodying this form also being covered by a hazy golden stellar light as one could only make out pairs of deadly wings that seemed to be as vast as realities, a golden scaled tail that divided into 9 endless rivers of reality, and stellar crimson eyes that constantly shattered and reformed the surrounding space. The body released an aura of utter imperial royalty as it was unmatched, seeming like a perfect amalgamation of a dragon and a phoenix as just the 9 reality-tailed portion of the body was mesmerizing enough. The figure of the young emperor and his entourage were standing at the forefront of the legions and will-bearers belonging to the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Destiny permeating profusely around this area as our eyes turned towards the last domain, holding much fewer legions compared to others. The temporary domain of the astral bloodline around the entrance of this unexplored grotto sanctum was much quieter than other areas. The breathless image of a massive humanoid figure that seemed to be made up of endless golden blue astral starry rivers could be distinctly seen. Hidden like all the other Alpha Strata legends, this distinguished being of the astral bloodline was surrounded by the auras of a few Beta Strata and Primogenial Strata legends along with a few adjudicator legions and will-bearers in the surroundings, their bloodline purposefully sending off fewer beings as to them. This place held importance, but not as much as the others, and something terrific to gaze at was all 5 titanic reality-sized Alpha Strata legends overseeing everything. Had glimmering multicolored crowns that each shone with the stellar words of Emperor. These 5 beings had somehow exceeded the normal bounds of their realms, an action that was much harder once one stepped out of the firmaments of ascendancy. And they had actually attacked up enough achievements to attain such wondrous authorities. The astral bloodline Alpha Strata legend was particularly radiant as when one measured the overpowering auras these 5 core individuals spread out. This stellar being had the most terrifying one. The glimmering pink lotus flower taboo vessel that Juliet and Helen stood on was at the forefront of the base of the astral bloodline, whose legions seemed like clusters of beautiful incandescent stellar bodies, the valiant eyes of Juliet continuing to look at all the destined existences who were already here and those that were arriving. Her astral humanoid form buzzed as stellar flames constantly snaked over her skin, her eyes landing on another being that caused her to nod slightly. From the base of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, let's see. There's the rising adjudicator Ezekiel and his side piece Nefertiti, was it? When did she get a solidified crown? Her bright eyes, which shone like luminous stars, landed on the visage of a young man whose body released a calm sense of authority. A multicolored crown was adorned on his head as one couldn't see any ecrotures swirling around it, causing some beings to look down on him from afar, as there were a decent number of candidate emperors from special lineages who had at least formed a letter or two around their crowns. He and Nefertiti floated in front of the adjudicator legion they led, as they were among the few primordials who were from different bloodlines but mixing together, their legion also being like this. The eyes of Nefertiti were bright as she gazed at the direction of the royal human domains every now and then, intent on seeing whether a certain someone actually came. Meanwhile, the visage of Ezekiel calmly observed everything as his dark eyes devoured the surrounding light itself. He's the son of that terrifying woman that isn't looked upon too kindly by the upper echelons of the Dragon Phoenixes in the main reality, but his authority is really too far behind others like him. Say, Helen, you must have come across this brethren of yours frequently. How is he? Well. Helen's annoyed eyes rose as she turned her head while gazing at the faraway figure of adjudicator Ezekiel. He had the same crimson and gold hair on his head as his eyes were like 2 spinning black holes that devoured everything, a sense of wildness ringing about him that others just couldn't put a finger on. Helen shook her head the more she looked at him as she sighed. He's boring. He doesn't fight for authority like all the others, as even now, he has only attained the title of a primordial adjudicator, as he won't even return to the main reality to become an obsidian adjudicator. Don't waste your time on him. Chapter 1790. The unnamed Kainos Emperor gazes upon the masses. Ezekiel was actually looked down upon, as Helen seemed lost in her memories when she spoke of him. Juliet nodded after a while as her eyes moved onto the brown-skinned beauty that was Nefertiti. This one is actually interesting, as she's the sister of that woman who actually turned down the invitation of a potentate of her bloodline from the main reality. Her words stopped as she turned towards the direction of the pure-blooded cardinal royal human base. At this moment, from the gaps of the protection of legends, a purple gold ship gradually neared, as it held swirling golden waves of destiny that most beings proficient in destiny and fate could see. A cluster of such dense destiny was paid attention to by the monstrous beings here, as another region that was like this was near the entourage of the young emperor. A smile rose in Juliet's eyes as she saw this. Speak of the devil, all entering vessels that neared the domain rift had to pass the tight defenses of the legends overseeing everything, and at this moment the vessel they was the purple endeavor appeared. It was subtle, but the atmosphere changed. The fee chosen emperors and monstrous geniuses building their foundation couldn't help but gaze towards the purple endeavor and see just who was on it as their destinies vibrated and reacted in that direction. Juliet's eyes sparkled with a stellar light as she watched this taboo vessel anchor, figures beginning to rise from it that were led by the small visage of a smiling Brightborn towards the cluster of royal humans, for candidate emperors whose bodies screamed of wildness that Brightborn had picked up, the regal visage of Genevieve whose aura stood above even her sibling Namor. And then behind them and floating soundlessly alone, the visage of a silver white-haired beauty whose crown glimmered with the word sacralized, a word more robust than many more beings here, as even the 4 Alpha Strata legends only had emperor swirling around their crowns, as they didn't have anything attached to this. Sacralized? Are you kidding me? Even Juliet was stumped at this as her figure bubbled with power, seemingly wanting to fly over in that direction even now. I mean, a guy is good, but... She tapped her chin as a devilish smile appeared on her exceedingly beautiful face. Maybe I can also see if I can subjugate her to be a hubby under my heel. Dreadful words echoed from her as Helen shook her head again on the lotus flower taboo vessel. floating a few more emitters away from Juliet, whose body was releasing a terrifying air at this moment. Yet the eyes of this being briefly stopped as they locked on to another being coincidentally. He wasn't moving with pride and mixing with etiquette among the others. With his gaze being sharp as his eyes seemed to be brightening up as he gazed at everything around him, over the vast domains of the pure-blooded bloodlines. Over geniuses and legends, as the look in his eyes didn't show any apprehension or wonder within them, as Juliet could swear she could see something akin to hunger, but she shook her head and got back to staring at Caitlin, as which being would gaze upon the scions of the pure-blooded bloodlines like this when they themselves didn't even have a solidified crown? Noah stepped off the purple endeavor as his eyes took in the vast wonders around him, dense auras of powerful legends and existences with astounding destiny permeated throughout Noah, getting a chance to meet a section of the few exceptional individuals across these vast realities. His main body back in the cosmic Holy Land had pulled out a glimmering golden book as he utilized the Dictum Emperor to try and peer into what could possibly happen with the tightly coiling destinies of all beings here, but it was very hard to get back any information as he prepared to let this go and begin focusing on the third infinite dream that would grant him yet another edge in this unexplored grotto sanctum. His clones had entered the dream dimension as they sought to find dream legends and nightmares, while another one of his clones with ruination in the mirror dimension was finally making headway as the eyes of the gazer had grasped onto what he might need across the hard to navigate spaces filled with endless mirrors. And now, this clone of Alexander had arrived at the pulsing domain rift of the unexplored grotto sanctum as Noah couldn't help but greedily gaze at all the existences here, trying to contain himself as best as he could as the authority of the unnamed Kainos Emperor was crying out with fervor, "OM." His three aspects of existence that were filled to the brim vibrated intensely as his destiny could actually feel a level of danger from a few spots around this reality-sized domain rift, such reality not making him sullen as it actually made him more excited. The realities were vast, and he had still only been moving for just over a year. The true geniuses and anomalies that rose and lived for millions or billions of years. It would be disappointing and unrealistic if there weren't a few that were utterly exceptional in their realm. He could feel the auras of such beings here, as even with the current level of power as a triple limit breaker he had achieved, I might still have to break some sweat, work. It seemed Noah truly had to put on work this time around as his eyes were dazzled by the many taboo vessels stretching out across the 5 mini-domains made by the pure-blooded bloodlines, and he was dazzled more than anything by the massive figures of 5 legends that represented the bloodlines here today, releasing undeniable waves of power. When Noah merely compared his current self to them, he felt like a mere palm from these beings would eradicate all aspects of existence of his clone, with the damage even extending towards his main body if he were to ever face them. Their power was currently too high, as this may be the case now. But it won't be so in just a few months, or maybe even weeks. His will swept out silently and madly as he made this resolution, walking towards the forefront of the legions of royal humans as Genevieve and Emperor Namor went to mix and mingle with the royal humans from the main reality. Adjudicator Caitlin remained behind with one of the Adjudicator legions that normally followed her, as those invited by Brightborn and many others in the surroundings began to spare glances at her, especially the crown spinning above her head that read sacralized. She seemed to stand above many beings even here, as for now, Noah didn't make any moves to stand out or cause any eyes to land on him. He waited for the entrance into the grotto sanctum to fully unfurl his wings and let loose. He waited until he was locked in a room with a few of the geniuses of these vast realities, as the battle for supremacy would show who excelled among the rest. Why could he feel a level of danger from a few beings that he could only gaze at and not spread his will over at this moment? How many limit breakers were there, and what oddities of these vast realities had they attained? Noah wanted the answers to all these questions as his gaze spread over the majestic royal humans, reality Ursity, infinite willow trees, dragon phoenixes, and the shimmering astral bloodline that uniquely looked very close to his Samsara Dao origin forms. His gaze was just about to travel towards one of the areas where he felt a level of danger, an area where a certain entourage was calmly talking amongst each other while floating behind a young emperor, when, hung! A blaring horn sounded as a flash of golden light actually bloomed at the very center of the temporary domain set up by the 5 pure-blooded bloodlines, a light so fast that many beings only saw it when the existence behind it formed instantly before their eyes, before the eyes of many legends and powerhouses. An existence actually appeared with a flash of golden light, as one could shockingly see a pair of purple gold wings extending from her feet, and even more pair of radiant gold wings stretching from her back as she was adorned in a sleek battle armor. From this existence, a maddeningly sonorous commanding voice echoed out for all to hear without even an ounce of fear. "Why are we still tarrying around here? Let us enter." WAA, with an unblemished visage and valor, an existence with no sign of a crown on her head appeared as destiny began to weave madly in the surroundings, Noah's ears picking up a few voices of beings from the main reality who spoke with shock when gazing at the new entrant, Acaris, Chapter 1791 Unexplored Grotto Sanctum Entrance. Acaris, this was the name Noah heard as an existence with an exceedingly powerful aura in the ninth firmament of ascendancy appeared at the center of all base domains of the pure-blooded bloodlines. No crown could be seen above her head, as this was an unbelievable thing when looking at the visage of this being who seemed unhindered by all existences here. Golden purple wings adorned the sides of her feet as she seemed elevated apart from many others, the radiant golden wings behind her pulsing with stellar light as she didn't even wait for a reply before gazing towards the 5 camps where the auras of powerful legends reigned. Those destined to be here are already here. Let the rules of engagement of this unexplored space be known. WAA, she spoke in such a manner while gazing towards the Alpha Strata legends of each of the bloodlines, and she wasn't admonished or suffocated by their pressure in any way as she seemed to hold an astounding identity. Noah's eyes took in her visage as his destiny didn't approach this being already feeling a sense of danger, as it seemed the anomalies of the vast realities were boundless. As for there being no crown above her head, she seemed to obviously be among the rare few who could hide their authority as she did it so blatantly. That's an interesting existence. It seems this Nexus event won't be all that easy for you. Cryptic words rang out within Noah's mind from Lavalier as majestic golden waves of destiny began to permeate throughout as the stellar crimson eyes of the Dragon Phoenix Alpha Strata legend shone, a deep and ancient voice emanating from it. This domain holds within it a profound sense of destiny that has only appeared a few times before in the past eons. Across the ages, any beings lucky enough to encounter such a domain and hold the vast resources within it excelled in their era. The voice was deep as it permeated in the minds of all adjudicator legions, obsidian adjudicator legions, will-bearers, and even the existences that didn't have close ties with the pure-blooded bloodlines, as the members of cardinal royal bloodlines like the royal cosmic wolves and the spirit race could be seen mixed among the legions or among the royalty. Destiny will go to those who fight for it. So those entering this unexplored grotto sanctum have to understand that battles within will be common, and deaths might occur between the bloodlines if different parties seek to obtain an astounding destiny and fortune. The eyes of the Dragon Phoenix legends blazed like burning galaxies as its voice continued to echo out, Noah's own eyes flashing as he listened closely. Any deaths and conflicts that occur within this unexplored grotto sanctum will begin and end there, as all those entering will hold their own destinies and lives in their hands. You will not be persecuted when you leave this sanctum, for what happened within is those with the strongest destinies will prevail. The eyes of many geniuses and candidate emperors shone as others even had their eyes raised in alarm. They didn't know these would be the rules of engagement for the unexplored grotto sanctum. Some of them thought with their identities they would be protected if they ever ran into any dangers or fought against others, but the words of this legend now caused a few to hesitate. The other Alpha Strata legends of the 4 other pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines remained silent, as if this was something the upper echelons had agreed upon. The air around the surroundings changed. Yet the expressions of the truly powerful beings who were confident in themselves remained the same as Noah. His origin was buzzing with excitement as a glorious possible fates began to arise before his eyes. From the Dragon Phoenix Alpha Strata legend, the booming voice continued even after the bombshell had just dropped, enter. That fast and abrupt, so abrupt that others couldn't even react, as the visage of the woman known as Acaris flashed, turning into a streak of golden light as she instantly went towards the glimmering purple-blue stellar domain rift that was the entrance of the unexplored grotto sanctum. After Acaris, the chosen emperors standing at the forefront of the adjudicator legions also moved in sequence as they related quickly, turning into lights that surged towards the entrance of the grotto sanctum. As the legions behind them soon began to follow, there were boundless destinies and wonders waiting for them in this place. They couldn't be left behind and let others obtain it before them. From the side of the royal humans, esteemed obsidian adjudicators and royalty from the main reality surged into the grotto sanctum first, as the visage of Genevieve and others followed, Noah still remaining in the ranks of those from the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans, as the calm figure of Caitlin wasn't too far away from him. Thump! He could feel the beat of his heart as he remained hidden and waited for the opportunities that would bloom in the unknown lands. He waited to enter the domain space where he would be making his breakthrough into the stage of reality, as it was bound to be a platform for him to shoot off and also establish himself among the primordials. Up front, Genevieve's will came to focus on him as she actually sent a mental message to him after all this time. Good luck, Alexander King. WAA. She wished him luck as the both of them understood what the other person wanted to do. Noah's face adopted a devilish smile as he replied vibrantly, you as well, Empress. The two existences, one from the Olden Era and one from the Kainos Era, went towards the enlarging domain rift before their eyes. As soon enough, they disappeared into it like many others, two entered. But only a single one of them would be coming out alive, and both Noah and Genevieve knew this. Like fireflies entering a massive flame, they and many legions of primordials from the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines and those from cardinal royal bloodlines lucky enough to gain a chance to enter, all surged towards the domain rift portal. Glorious stellar infinite willow trees, majestic kingly reality ursity, humanoid and full-formed incandescent dragon phoenixes who emanated pristine power and beauty, royal humans and astral beings that shone with a light of reality. Every single one surged into the vast domain rift. Chapter 1792 Unexplored Grotto Sanctum Entrance. Within minutes, no aura of existences in the firmaments of ascendancy could be felt in the surroundings, as only the aura of legends were left behind. Beings like Brightborn, who had sent in powerful monsters and geniuses to collect treasures for them, smiled as they waited. Meanwhile, the auras of the 5 Alpha Strata legends shone brightly as they focused on the pulsing domain rift, reading as much destiny and fate as they could from this unknown land, as even they had no idea what would be occurring within it. Deaths and conflicts within the unexplored Grotto Sanctum would remain in the unexplored Grotto Sanctum, as nobody would be persecuted once they were out. This rule of engagement was something to be remembered, as it weighed heavily on the minds of many, a profound spatial storm unlike anything he had felt before. Different from entering any realm or reality and different from anything else Noah had experienced, this was what it felt when he entered the massive domain rift leading into the unexplored Grotto Sanctum. The very surroundings also twisted and changed as Noah felt a shockingly oppressive and restrictive force wrap around him, his luminous eyes lighting the way forward as he gradually felt the path clearing up. Bzzzt, a surge of silver and gold flashed as after a few moments in the spatial tunnel, he appeared within the Grotto Sanctum. The first thing he ascertained was how the oppressive and restrictive force became all the more powerful as while his body appeared in what seemed like the skies, a downward force was pushing down on him that wanted to force him to the ground. His elevated body with pristine foundations flashed with fervor, but even this wasn't enough to stop the terrifying gravitational force surging around Noah, as it seemed undeniable. Only when the aura of taboo erupted around Noah, he stabilized in the skies and no longer fell as he gazed around him, thus bringing about the second point that was entirely different about this Grotto Sanctum. He could not spread his will out for more than 5 meters around his body, as he had to gaze at everything with his own eyes, and the scene before his eyes, holy, the figures of Empress Genevieve, royal human adjudicator legions, and Caitlin were nowhere to be seen, as their entrance into the Grotto Sanctum seemed to have teleported everyone to random locations. Noah had appeared in the skies as around him, liquefied rivers of essence flowed pristinely along with sparkling red and blue crystals that dotted the skies and swirled with a mystifying brilliance, being even denser than his infinite reality. The earth below him had vibrant red sand and 2 enormous mountainous valleys that stretched in the distance, a stellar river of reality flowing pristinely down the valleys of the 2 mountains as multicolored trees stretched up to the skies holding swirling crystals and liquefied essence. Noah could feel shockingly dense reserves of all types of essence here, even wisps of the essence of reality being seen floating between the multicolored vegetation that littered the paradisiacal mountains. As this wasn't the most shocking thing, after being restricted to where he could only see with his sight and not his will, Noah's gaze turned around the skies to see the spatial warping of the primordials from the 5 pure-blooded bloodlines as he witnessed a shocking scene. A royal human appeared in the skies as like him, the faced a terrifying gravitational force downwards as his body lit up magnificently, but, he was still pressed down as his figure smashed onto the red earth below, breaking the top branches of the tall trees on his way down as this 9th firmament existence was cast down to earth. He wasn't the only one, as Noah's eyes captured many more beings already oppressively pressed down onto the ground and unable to fly up, the visage of a dragon phoenix with glimmering pairs of wings that surged with purple flames roaring out on the ground, as even after flapping its wings, it couldn't rise. Pa reality ursity roared out in disbelief as it jumped across the dense vegetation. But it was always pressed back down as it also couldn't take flight. A stellar willow tree took root on the rough earth and resonated with it after it was also cast down. A majority of the beings that entered this unexplored Grotto Sanctum actually being cast down from the skies and not being able to fly as the restrictive force was too domineering. As Noah felt it press around his body, he could tell what it was right away, as it felt much more pronounced here, the natural laws of reality. There was a type of natural law, or multiple of them, that were so present in this domain that others could not deny them. The only thing that could possibly do it, and was what kept Noah in the skies at this moment, was the aura of taboo. Noah wasn't the only one, as within the few-mile region that his eyes could see, the figures of other distinguished beings in the skies could be seen floating majestically, as they were all at least adorned with solidified crowns, each one having attained a taboo edict, as they were geniuses upon geniuses. The one with the strongest aura nearby was a dragon phoenix whose scales glimmered purple and gold, its wings feathered and glorious with the same colors as it held the majestic beauty of dragons and phoenixes beautifully. 3 flaming tails stretched out behind it as they shone with ecstatic beauty and danger, purple gold flames constantly surging over its scales as it carried a unique sense of power and beauty. Around it, some geniuses from the other bloodlines seemed to know of this dragon phoenix, as they already congregated together, the forms of 3 reality ursidae, for royal humans, and 2 infinite willow trees also being seen nearby. A crown with the letters EM swirled above the dragon phoenix as its eyes and the eyes of many of the geniuses in the skies were currently locked towards Noah's direction. Noah, who was currently wearing sleek obsidian pants and a loose shirt to match it, that wrapped around his robust muscles, the one wing behind his back released a pulsing golden light every now and then as above his head, one still couldn't see a crown. This dot was why the genius beings in the skies were gazing towards him. All those who could remain in the vibrant skies were those who had achieved taboo.so. These geniuses very quickly grasped that this being must be hiding his authority or had unique means to be able to remain in the skies. Bzzzt. The wings of the dragon phoenix flapped as he turned into a flaming meteor to near Noah's location. The eyes of this regal existence gazed at Noah's laid-back demeanor as it spoke vibrantly. You must have a decent destiny for you to have attained a treasure capable of hiding your authority. You should be over and above a few others in here. So how about you follow me in this grotto sanctum? WA, Chapter 1793, unveiling just a bit of tyranny. After the appearance of the dragon phoenix, the 3 royal humans, reality ursidae, and the willow trees that were around it also floated over, as each of them had solidified crowns alone with nothing else. They stood on the side of the dragon phoenix as one of the royal humans looked at Noah while nodding. You must be from the pure-blooded domains of the royal humans outside of the pure reality and thus do not know us. This, while pointing to the vibrant dragon phoenix that seemed to be the strongest among those teleported in this region of vibrant skies and red earth. The royal human continued as his words held a hint of a commanding tone while talking to Noah, who should be from outside the main reality, is the scion from the imperial dragon phoenix lineage from the main reality. It seems conflicts are inevitable after the rules of engagement, so we must stick together and move carefully. What is your name? What domains are you from? A tone of someone of much higher standing stemmed out from this royal human as he talked to the unnamed Kainos emperor. Noah couldn't help but have a smile rise up on his face as he spoke lightly. Alexander King. I just recently underwent the bloodline baptism as a follower of Empress Genevieve. Noah spoke freely as he did this for a reason, one of those being to establish the identity of Alexander King among primordials. Genevieve. A follower of one of the candidates to oversee become a bloodline master. The faces of the royal humans and others became even more laid back when they knew Noah's background, their tones becoming even more prideful and domineering, even though they knew this being had a treasure that could hide his authority. Follow our lead under Emperor Ander of the Imperial Dragon Phoenix lineage. We will scour this domain and divide a percentage of the treasures to those who contribute the most. The prideful royal human from the main reality spoke commandingly now without any pretenses, as their authority far superseded any follower outside of the main reality. Noah's smile only became deeper and his eyes began to shine with a devilish glint. His tyrannical will about to surge out when an incandescent light shone below them on the red earth, besides the stellar river and towards the ascending mountainous valleys. The red earth split open as a shocking burst of essence bloomed, a dense multicolored crystal mountain being unearthed by a willow tree that had accidentally taken root in this region. Peak-tier soul crystals. The eyes of those on the ground and those in the skies shone as they recognized the dense aura of the crystalline mountain that rose up to be peak-tier soul crystals. Wait.no, not peak-tier. Shouts began to rise from this region as the particularly perceptive dragon phoenix Ander spoke while quickly flying above the rising mountain. The essence of reality is contained deep within these crystals. They are the supreme tier soul crystals that could aid one in exceeding their limits in the soul. Bzzzt, a whole mountain of supreme soul crystals. This was the first thing that appeared before their eyes as the souls of any beings nearby felt nourished and shocked, wanting to get their hands on this as soon as possible. But, halt, the will of Emperor Ander stretched out to the beings below who had begun to move towards this crystalline mountain with fervor. A taboo authority was carried within his voice as it caused others to stop moving out of caution and gaze above, the majestic visage of the purple and gold dragon phoenix, stopping everyone in their tracks as his 3 flaming tails shone dangerously, while gazing at those moving on the mountainous red earth and the few geniuses in the skies. This being made his will known, this core scion of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage of the main reality shall claim this supreme tier soul crystal mountain. Those who choose to follow me will get a share of things like this as we explore this grotto sanctum. WAA, he let his terrifying identity be known as those on the ground who hadn't even formed their taboo edicts stopped dishearteningly while gazing at the mystical mountain of soul crystals, sighing in their hearts as they knew the identity of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage. A lineage within the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline of the dragon phoenixes within the main reality, their leaders being existences that had exceeded the alpha strata and had many among their ranks standing on the primordial assembly. Aside from the pure power of this Ander who was a core scion of this bloodline, his identity alone was enough for none of them to move against him. Even the few lone geniuses in the skies who had forged their taboo authority looked on carefully as they analyzed the risks and rewards, with none of them moving even though their souls hungrily wanted the supreme soul crystals below them that formed into an enormous mountain. The visage of Ander shone brightly as he nodded. With the royal human from the main reality that had been talking to Noah turning to where he should have been floating, you see, this is what will happen while moving under Emperor Ander you. What are you doing? The words of the royal human came to a stop as he saw Noah ignoring his words and calmly floating towards the crystalline mountain. The auras of many beings caught this and focused on him. The dragon phoenix Ander having its eyes release a shocking brilliance and pressure as coldness permeated within them while speaking out domineeringly. What are you doing, WAA? Battle intent rose as the glorious body of this dragon phoenix began to shine with the illusion of ascendancy halos, yet the being he talked to didn't even turn around as he replied, this mountain of supreme tier soul crystals, I want it. Calm and laid back, his loose obsidian pants and shirt tightly hugged his muscles as his visage became imprinted in the eyes of all beings nearby. Most of them understanding that this being seemed to be going against the authority of a dragon phoenix that not only stemmed from a terrifying background, but had a solidified crown with a few ecratures on it already. BZZZT, arcs of flames and power began to coil around Ander as the surroundings became heavy. His voice didn't even echo out again as it was the handsome royal human from the main reality adorned in red robes who had been speaking to Noah all this time berated out, "You fool! You actually dare to go against the will of existences from the main reality? Especially Emperor Ander? You shall be stripped of our bloodline when you leave her. Shut up, floating over the crystalline mountain." Noah finally turned around as his face carried a trace of coldness and tyranny when gazing towards the party of Ander and others from the main reality. The one who was speaking unconsciously stopped from the aura released as he felt if he didn't, something untold would have happened. Shock and disbelief covered the face of the genius royal human that had managed to achieve a taboo edict, watching as Noah continued on. You consider yourself an emperor when you bend down and lick the ass of another so easily? Characters like you shouldn't speak so much and need to stay on the side. WAA, the hair atop Noah's head swirled as it began to take on a myriad of colors, waving madly and with a unique sense of power as he actually admonished those from the main reality, and you all seem to be forgetting the rules of engagement that were just laid out. Any deaths and conflicts in this grotto sanctum shall remain here as we all shall fight to obtain the treasures we want. I wish to attain this supreme tier soul crystal mountain below me. If you all want to fight me for it, do so. Just know death is a very real possibility. Hung and unyielding and tyrannical will begin to weave out. There was only silence in this region as battle intent began to heavily rise, the eyes of the powerful beings around Emperor Ander contracting as the core scion of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage himself, boom, erupted with 30 glorious ascendancy halos as 60 reality passages unfurled behind him. You seem to be grossly overestimating yourself. Little thing, a voice filled with power and brutality echoed out from the dragon phoenix as surging purple and gold flames overtook the skies, pushing away all others in this region as even those below on the red earth moved back just from the temperature of these flames. Unknown emperors who hide their authority are nothing but cowards. You are just one among many, filled with brutality and viciousness. The regal dragon phoenix expanded its wings as its raging might pushed even its entourage away. The aura of taboo covering the skies above the multicolored crystalline mountain is only this existence, and the visage of Noah remained above this region. One was a majestic dragon phoenix with a solidified crown and 3 words rotating around it, and the other was a royal human who could hide his authority. The former showed his unbound power and tyranny as a black ascendancy halo toppled 29 others, 60 vibrant reality passages shining behind him as the royal human known as Alexander King. His hair color stopped its flashing of multiple colors as it settled on black, pulsing madly with a unique power as he actually placed his hands behind his back and gazed towards the dragon phoenix with a unique expression. The geniuses and legends visage from adjudicator legions and wool-bearers below saw this expression as it caused their minds to buzz. Because it very much seemed like the gaze that a grown being would show when they were looking at a newly born child. His eyes carried a magnetic force of power and devilishness as he showed utmost calm while speaking out, a thin imperceptible innate barrier covering his very skin as he floated calmly amidst a spoon-to-explode storm. Chapter 1794 Unveiling just a bit of tyranny. The output of power and the damage one could deal in the firmaments of ascendancy was unique. With their own bodies alone, terrifying geniuses could be capable of releasing a force equivalent to the destruction of tens or hundreds of realities based on the strength of their aspects of existence but more the strength of their bodies. When they went further to incorporate their ascendancy halos, their damage would attain a multiplicative effect as it could reach the hundreds of thousands or even possibly exceed 5 million damage values for the beings who had more than likely exceeded a limit or two in their aspects of existence. Once could passively use the authority of their halos as their illusory rings of light would barely be seen, or they could call them out fully infused with their halos to achieve their ultimate state. And when they incorporate the boon of their reality passages, they became even more terrifying. In a battle between powerful geniuses, things could change in an instant as those who were smart moved with care. This was why Emperor Ander called out his ascendancy halos and reality passages. Even though he believed this existence hiding his authority to not be much, he wanted to be prepared in case the existence who actually dared to ignore his identity and power turned out to be more than expected. Yet his enemy, you still haven't called out your halos and passages? Have you succumbed to fear after all that bravery? Purple and gold flames permeated all around as the geniuses from the main reality watched on carefully, these flames stemming from Ander nearly forming into shapes as it seemed like the prerequisite for reification. Those who couldn't even fly as they hadn't forged a taboo concept watched from below as the vast majority were stemming from adjudicator legions or wool-bearers. What did this hidden emperor have to dare and go against a core scion of a lineage from the main reality? Each of the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines in the main reality were ruled by lineage factions and groups within their bloodlines, these lineages stemming from the founding primordials since the time Oppenheimer took reign. Each of the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines had 3 or 4 powerful lineages reigning supreme, as Ander stemmed from one of the 3 lineages. Within the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, known for their power and might among the pure-blooded bloodlines, these creatures were especially feared when they took on their true forms by fusing with their halos. Yet towards the words of Emperor Ander, who was shining with brilliance and power at this moment, the visage of Alexander spoke out calmly with his arms still behind his back. I do not need to call out my halos for a thing like you. His now dark hair waved calmly in the skies that were turned purple and gold, his voice continuing to resound out in a domineering fashion. You've made many mistakes here today. But the biggest one is that before me, you didn't take your true form instantly. Words that caused Ander's purple-gold flaming eyes to constrict erupted as his halos buzzed, but not before the unnamed Kainos Emperor spoke a single word that was accompanied by an illusory flashing black halo around his body. Kneel. Emperor's haki erupted out as it was cast by the authority of a single halo that merely granted a 100x multiplier, and the damage was directed solely towards the Dragon Phoenix before Noah's eyes alone. Bohem. Sound traveled too fast as the word carried forth by Emperor's haki smashed onto the visage of the core scion of the Imperial Dragon Phoenix lineage instantly. Those watching in the surroundings felt their hearts lurch as a shocking scene unfolded. The single word Noah had uttered out, backed with the authority of one halo, didn't just deal true reality damage values, but it dealt true dimensional dream damage values that only those with dimensional physique could understand. The effect of this alone was frightening, as with Noah's base 2850 damage values multiplied by 100, the figure of the glorious Dragon Phoenix shuddered as its eardrums instantly burst into nothingness. Its soul trembled in pain as this being actually hadn't imposed any layers of shields on himself yet, facing Noah's attack bare as it was only due to his taboo authority that he didn't perish. But this wasn't all. The majestic expression of this genius scion of the Imperial Dragon Phoenix became utterly dark as his bright halos began to dim. The reality passages above him also did the same, as even his 3 aspects of existence seemingly began slumbering towards sleep. The effects of true dimensional dream damage showed themselves as letting even a single dimensional damage value was enough to start affecting an existence. Ander had taken tens of thousands as even his soul seemed ready to fall into a slumber, yet, he was still a genius existence that had forged a taboo edict before forming his reality. The authority of taboo began to rise up within him to try and rouse his halos and reality passages, his halos especially buzzing with fervor as they slowly surged towards him to fuse into his body. His 60 reality passages surged to provide him with essence ever due slowly as he was close to achieving this goal. If he could do this, he could show off the unmatched true form of a dragon phoenix. He would actually be able to display his true power and not be suppressed so easily like this. By alas, I said Neil, Huum. Noah's true sanguine clone spoke out once more as his dark hair waved madly in the wind. He didn't even cast an ability at this moment, as in the skies above everyone still trembled. Thunk, a sound as if the sky was being squeezed emanated out as above everyone. A single mountainous reality passage appeared as it shone with stellar radiance. It pressed down with immense fervor as the 60 reality passages surging and trying to provide Ander with essence trembled before becoming utterly dim, seeming like small river streams of essence when compared to the massive mountainous passage that imposed itself on the skies. Chapter 1795, Unveiling just a bit of tyranny. LLL, even the emperors in the nearby skies felt their bodies enveloped by an oppressive tightness as the one to bear the oppression of this single reality passage that glimmered purple, blue, gold, red dot felt a horrific weight pressing down. Ander watched on in disbelief as this weight imposed on him did far more disastrous things, turning his reality passages dim and docile an instant later. Even the essence within his body seemed to stop circulating as his visage became utterly still. The mind of this genius existence buzzed as reality finally dawned, feeling every concept and function he had going towards slumber that he couldn't prevent anymore, and he felt like he might never wake up from this slumber if he didn't fight it now. So he could only struggle to voice out his words as if his power failed. His identity at least should do something. I'm a core scion of the Dash, BZZT. You've already said this. The visage of Noah appeared near the enormous draconic head of this dragon phoenix as the raging flames didn't even bother him one bit, his hand coming to land on its crystalline scales as he spoke silently, ascendant multi-layered possession. The mind of this terrifying genius buzzed in horror within its last moments of consciousness as before it slumbered. A few thoughts rose in its mind. I forged a taboo edict. I'm a talented existence who stands a chance fighting for the seat of the true emperor. The glory he had imagined for the future faded in disbelief and horror as not just his concepts, but everything about him slumbered as his body in the air turned utterly still. The powerful emperors in the skies watched on with alarm as many of them were still staring at the newly appearing massive reality passage that gave off a tyrannical light. What the hell is that? Those below shouted in alarm as it didn't look anything like the passages they knew of, and it was frankly too big. Many more wanted to open their mouths and express their disbelief, but they felt a sense of restraining fear as most didn't even speak. This came from fear of the unknown, something they saw firsthand to bring a downfall of a powerful genius with a shocking identity. They didn't want to provoke such a being, as especially those who hadn't even reached a legend's visage. They began to move away from this place entirely without looking back, seeing if they could locate opportunities elsewhere. But Noah paid no heed to this, as after casting ascendant multi-layered possession onto this genius existence who wasn't even able to show his true power, boundless memories that carried on for millions of years began to surge into his mind, memories of the primordials. Memories of the ways of the main reality and a clearer picture of the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines that reigned within it, and the many grotto sanctums under their control, grotto sanctums that looked nothing like the one he and many others were currently in, as none of them had restrictions as heavy as this unexplored grotto sanctum. Noah learned this and many things, along with the concepts of this existences from them. You have extracted the taboo concept of the flameborn, you have extracted the quasi-taboo concept of the golden phoenix, the dragonian. His soul buzzed as it ridiculously took in a taboo concept in just a few minutes since his entrance into this unexplored grotto sanctum. While bathed in taking in new concepts and memories, Noah patted the gloriously shining scales of this scion of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage as he spoke out shocking words. Miniaturize, HUUM, a surge of gold and purple light wrapped around the blankly staring dragon phoenix as it rapidly became small in size, becoming the size of a fingernail. As Noah didn't plan to crush this enemy's soul just yet, this was because he was waiting for a certain edict geared towards loot to become taboo so that he couldn't enjoy the greatest benefits. These were his thoughts, but then there was what others saw. The pure-blooded royal humans from the main reality that were speaking to him earlier, and even the hundreds of primordials from adjudicator legions and will-bearers below saw in their perspectives an existence merely placing his hands and speaking commandingly towards a scion of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage. Appearing before this distinguished being and seemingly taking control of its faculties as thereafter, he caused the glorious figure of this dragon phoenix to miniaturize as his fingers released a taut string of mana that wrapped around the scales of this existence, the string going forward to be tied beside his waist, as he seemed to have been treating the body of this creature as a boon for him to carry. Alarm rose in the eyes of all those in the surroundings, the few who had forged taboo. Edicts in the skies backed away extremely quickly as those below didn't even utter a word. Nobody fought for the mountain of supreme tier soul crystals as when they gazed at the being who laid claim to it. They only saw a terrifying existence that could incapacitate an emperor with a solidified crown and a few ecritures with the mention of a few words. It wasn't someone for them to compete against as the words of the Alpha Strata legends rang out within their minds. Any deaths and conflicts that occur within this unexplored grotto sanctum will begin and end there. If they didn't have sufficient power, their identities might not be enough to hinder beings as crazy as this as many more beings began to move away from this location quietly. Among those leaving silently, the figure of a royal human that had been with Ander was among them as while he tied a living genius existence with a string of mans to his waist. Noah spoke out once again, "Don't think I've forgotten about you, WAA." His word alone caused the hearts of many beings to leap as there was one being who had berated Noah before who felt the terrifying pressure of the massive infinite reality passages from above relocate on his body. The royal human emperor with a solidified crown felt his heart beat faster as he was moving silently without leaving behind any fluctuations, but he instantly turned into a blazing sun to run the opposite direction, HUK, yet like a speeding train that had just begun to blast off, he faced an insurmountable wall as the visage of Noah that should have been a distance away had somehow appeared right in front of the path he was taking and reached out a ridiculously stable hand that now clutched his neck. A shocking level of speed that as an existence who was a triple limit breaker, it was something simple for Noah. His hair spun wildly with power as he shook his head while gazing at the royal human currently struggling on his arms, his true dimensional dream damage surging into the body of this being and deactivating his chances of even calling out his halos or skills. Noah's head shaking with a smile of amazement the whole time. It still amazes me that your first course of action wasn't to take on your true form. Ascendant multi-layered possession, a glorious light flashed, the body in Noah's hands trembling before it became limp, surging with light an instant later as it miniaturized and was wrapped by a string of mana that was tied to Noah's waist. Flashes of light occurred in the surroundings as those on the stellar red earth below and those on the stellar skies now bathed by the light of a single reality passage scattered rapidly, the branches of willow trees stretching over the horizons as they moved away the fastest. Chapter 1796 Unveiling just a bit of tyranny. LV, after a terrifying show of might from an existence they didn't understand too well, most of the nearby powerful beings scattered as they didn't want their journey that had just begun to end so quickly. Only a few scattered royal humans remained as they saw the terrifying being above to share their bloodline, and didn't think he would randomly target them as the only beings he had gone against were those who went against him. Noah didn't even get a chance to say anybody else, as the most powerful beings scattered, a smile becoming etched on his face as he flew towards the mountain of supreme soul crystals. His image was branded onto the minds of those in the surroundings as a single-winged devilish royal human with dark hair that vibrated with power was bound to be known by many very soon. He released just a glimpse of his tyranny as he didn't start an all-round massacre, and this was because among the many goals that this unexplored grotto sanctum would help him accomplish, establishing the might of Alexander King was one of them. Not as an indiscriminate fiend that massacred all of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines he came across. As even with the rules of engagement set up, the fate of his clone would not be that bright once he left this unique domain. No, what he wanted was to enact the rise of a royal human who competed for fortune and authority like all other exceptional chosen emperors, coming out of this unexplored grotto sanctum not just with boundless loot and taboo edicts, but a ticket towards the upper echelons of primordials in the main reality. He wanted those that had seen his actions just now to spread the word when they met up with others. Rumors of him taking down distinguished beings from the main reality being allowed to spread as thereafter. Even more powerful emperors would come knocking on his doorstep. Let your pride and arrogance bring you to me. The more the merrier. WAA, loot. After everything passed, all he did was stick to the path of what would bring him the most loot. The taboo edicts to come would just be a glorious cherry on top. Speaking of taboo edicts, his eyes gazed at the prompts he had withheld as he went to collect the Supreme Soul Crystal Mountain. You have extracted the taboo concept of the defiler. You have extracted the quasi-taboo concepts of. A smile of happiness was etched on his face as he went through the newly attained concepts. Feeling a little disheartened inside that he didn't obtain seeds of taboo that he could apply to his own edicts. This was because, as always, the quality of the edicts of other beings was just too abysmal compared to his own, and the authority of his black tier ascendancy halos only allowed him to transfer the ranks of quasi-taboo nomological edicts from one to another, where he had not attained the authority to do this freely with taboo edicts, but this was where the task of his main body came. Noah's will grasped onto the glimmering mountain below that might be of use to him even though his three aspects of existence had seemingly reached an unscalable plateau unless he formed his reality, but it should be a great thing to boost the power of his people and possibly birth some limit breakers. And after multiplying the enormous mountain that was causing the stellar red earth to crack and rise as Noah lifted it up, the resultant supreme tier soul crystals were bound to be abundant. This would be just one of the ways that Noah would utilize to elevate the strength of those around him, with a few more ideas able to be put into play when he gained more seeds of taboo. But right now, he had to remain focused on himself as in the cosmic Holy Land, his main body closed his eyes to undergo the third infinite dream after finding no more ways to exceed his aspects of existence and seeing that the skills within the infinite reality passages that were undergoing reification were still not ready. Shifting our attention from the glimpse of the wonders of the unexplored grotto sanctum, the spotlight shone on Noah's main body once more as his vibrant soul divided into many portions for the third infinite dream, not 100 or 1,000 portions of souls, but his primogenial strata soul shone with an incandescent light as it released over 10,000 portions of his soul with the waves of dream essence. As he utilized the ever-present veils between dimensions and reality to impose his will on faraway realities, this process being even faster with his intimate connection with the dream dimension after gaining the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, apart from the infinite dream occurring at a much faster rate. The chances for Noah to enter prime realities and even more unique realities like the one that had led him to the news of Commander Fung increased. Permeate out and bring me back boundless destiny, his slumbering voice commanded the portion of souls spreading out as the cosmic Holy Land gained a level of calmness, leaving behind the few true sanguine clones that were currently focused on pulling in wisps of the natural laws of reality to forge another seed of taboo, as Noah had to depend on his own concepts if he wanted to increase his power greatly. An example was the fact that he had just attained 2 more taboo concepts from 2 enemies within the unexplored grotto sanctum. But they hadn't really elevated his power to a great degree as much as they just granted new ways of attacking. But their results weren't that significant. The only thing that caused him appreciation was the concept of the taboo edict of the Flameborn from the Dragon Phoenix genius. The taboo edict of the Defiler was simply an attack-based edict that utilized an essence of poison and death, its abilities holding abysmal damage values as its flames even granted a mere ultra-rare bloodline. But the taboo concept of the Flameborn had some applications that, even though it didn't majorly raise his power, it was applicable to a certain area he liked to focus on. This edict held the taboo authority to grant different qualities to the flame abilities, one use being able to grant a taboo authority and change normal flames into thunderous flames, poison flames, spatial flames, sacred flames, hell flames, life flames, death flames, nuclear flames, ionizing flames, and so on. The different types of flames each had their own qualities as they introduced more versatility to none other than Noah's fireball, which should be able to show interesting changes after it had undergone reification. Flameborn also granted a supreme bloodline, as the talent of the Dragon Phoenix genius was not little, giving Noah the Flameborn Emperor bloodline that was merely an extension of the concept onto a bloodline that had great resistance to the aspect of flames, as well as being capable of dealing more damage with flames, something terrific that Noah had to also keep in mind. Apart from the current boons he had received from these beings was that even now, their solidified crowns still shone brightly above the miniaturized bodies that were hanging by the waist of his clone. One's authority would not fade until their death or something very similar to it. So there was this to look forward to, as well as the boons of loot under a newly elevated resplendent treasure emperor after this third infinite dream that Noah would make sure to be completed even faster than the previous 2. Chapter 1797. A sharp sword pointed at Enders. Noah's journey was unique as it didn't involve a single path that he followed, with a part of Noah's will being in the infinite reality, another in the unexplored grotto sanctum, another in the mirror and dream dimensions. And now thousands of his wills were spreading out towards emerging, prime, and many other realities. The vast realities he was in also included countless beings that moved to the weaving of their own destinies as things didn't come to a halt in the outside realities just became Noah wasn't involved in them, in a region of the boundary between realities close to the borders of cardinal royal primordial bloodlines. Little Henry sat above the enormous figure of the blight serpent dragon whose life had dimmed, this enormous creature actually being one of the emperors of the blight serpent dragon bloodline and was actually the partner of none other than Belladonna. Little Henry's gaze was cold and filled with coiling lights as around him the myriad of figures of the forces from the infinite reality could be seen, along with the majestic visage of a draconic elephantine beast, rivers of golden blood surging around this space as the limbs of countless creatures and primordial beasts lay strewn everywhere. The cute expression of little Henry was a stark contrast to all this, as he now seemed just a bit over 10, his eyes locking onto one of the only remaining enemies that was kept alive this whole time. Any more beings that will rush to save you, matriarch? Any other blight serpent dragon emperors you can notify? WAA, yes, little Henry, Overseer Natalia Rostova, Emperor Penguin. And the singular party of Hyperion had long since eradicated the legions of primordial beasts and their allied blight serpent dragons, who were clashing with legions of the golden dwarf race that had its legions communicating with Anna and Athena a distance away. Eradicating the primordial beast and serpent dragon legions was easy with the ridiculous number of power and reality passages and the means of the 10-year-old leading commander, but little Henry had actually not eradicated everyone all at once, as learning from his father's adventures, he allowed Belladonna to call for as much backup as possible as multiple more legions of blight serpent dragons had arrived here, along with this last one that included one of their emperors that was also eradicated, devil spawn. The eyes of Belladonna trembled with utter fear as she saw the downfall of all those she called for rescue, the means of this young existence being utterly devilish in her eyes, as she couldn't help but screech. Devil spawn! I should have killed your father when I had the Chajh. Shirring, an enormous serpent dragon head flew as a terrifying bloody red spinning disc was summoned by little Hyperion, ending the life of an existence that had lived millions of years compared to the few days of life he had. His black and blue hair flowed serenely as he shook his head and turned towards the visage of Hyperion. There was no remaining karma to collect. But I sense that there is a lot on your side, Uncle Hyperion. The terrifying draconic elephantine beast looked at this child with a blank expression as little Henry kept his politeness, since he was talking to a being that could be considered his father's friend. But Hyperion himself felt a disconnect with how powerful this little child was, as he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I've located traces of the legions of the primordial beasts and how they plan to distribute them across the realities to continue expanding on the chaos. They don't seem to be seeking to raise as much chaos as possible at the start of this new age, or so the memories of some of these ninth firmament enders say. Hyperion developed a stern expression as his elephantine tusks released a vibrant glimmer of light. A belief has begun to spread across the upper echelons of the primordial beasts that if the main reality is not returned to how it was during this first age of the Kainos era, it will be nearly impossible to achieve it in the coming ages, as they will do everything in their power to achieve their aims in this era. RAA, a cry from a nearby penguin bathed in gold came as he inserted himself with a boisterous voice, a blue slime currently situated above its head and wiggling happily after devouring many primordial beasts in this venture. Let's chase them all down, little master. We can solve at least one of the mysteries and help Master gather information on this side. A glint of battle power radiated from this being as the Oathkeeper beside it nodded his head to the side, the eyes of a titanic Cthulhu in the distance releasing arcs of ether as all those from the infinite reality agreed. Little Henry nodded his head with a smile as he put the corpse of a blight serpent dragon emperor into his own exclusive space for grilling later, beckoning towards the still grim figure of Hyperion. It is just clusters of hidden forces stretched out across realities. For this, we'll follow your lead, Uncle Hyperion. The mind of this draconic elephantine beast still buzzed with many thoughts while also gazing at the progeny of Noah, and he couldn't help but shake his head and collect himself, terrifying thoughts coursing through his mind. Does even your few days old son have to be this ridiculous? What would happen if you have a few more like him? WAA, shocking possibilities bloomed as Hyperion pulled upon the memories of primordial beast, making a plan to raid hidden domains filled with monstrous existence, as he brought with him a terrifying set of beings. Oh, and don't be afraid if some regions might have a legend ender of reality protecting them. The childish yet majestic voice of little Henry came out once more to rouse Hyperion from his thoughts, as this time, he couldn't help but gaze at this child with utter shock. Father has sent me word that we shouldn't be afraid if we happen to run into a legend. We'll just need to let him know the moment we see signs of one appearing. Not just Hyperion, but even Natalia and others in the surroundings stared blankly at the figure of little Henry, talking as if everything was normal. His eyes were shining brightly as his little hands pulled on strings of light other beings couldn't see, a terrifying air gradually forming about him as he continued. And he wouldn't mention this haphazardly unless he discerned something with destiny. So let's be prepared for what is to come. The father and son duo was enough to leave everyone speechless, as those in the surroundings needed a minute before they could fully collect themselves and move out. Chapter 1798. A meeting of wills. The primordial beast bloodline was an interesting faction to consider in the vast realities. They stemmed from the action of the splitting of the main reality, as since they came after primordials, they should theoretically have much less power as they had lived for a shorter period of time. but then there was their unique nature of being in tune with the main reality as they came from realities themselves, with their only purpose being to destroy these realities as their essence returned to the main reality. If they chose to not destroy the reality they came from and exceed its boundaries, they could destroy a myriad of other realities and increase their strength this way. Then one had to ask, where did primordial beasts operate the most? Where would their core forces lie on weight, if the main reality was at the very center and the 5 pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodline domains stretched out from it? With immediate primordial bloodlines coming right after as their sovereignty spanned towards most of the explored realities. Then the primordial beasts had to have been hiding themselves among the unexplored realities that fell out the bounds of the domains of primordials, or very intricately hidden with unexplored areas of their domains. The number of unexplored realities that they had destroyed and returned back their essence to the main reality was unknown and uncountable as the strength they gained from this. Was it enough to catch up and match the primordials, especially those that were still here from the era of Oppenheimer, and their actions of destroying realities to return them to the main reality? In turn also caused the essence and laws of this domain to become even denser as the beings who enjoyed this were its current occupants, primordials. But then, what if the essence of the main reality that always returned when realities were destroyed went into something else? What if an anomaly that had somehow born an infinite reality sent out his soul in large numbers across the vast realities and entered thousands of them and began causing them to undergo apocalypse, with him taking the essence that would have gone back to the main reality for himself? What would be the product of Noah doing the exact same thing that primordial beasts were doing, but foregoing the ultimate destruction of all cosmos and life forms within a reality, as he instead assimilated them into his reality and took in a profound essence for his own construct? Well, it will for sure bring you problems sooner or later. And no matter how grand the idea is now, Lavalier's thoughts came out freely as, while bound to Noah's slumbering body, her awareness felt the emerging realities that had begun to layer their stellar rivers above the infinite reality to begin undergoing apocalypse and assimilation already. The pace that Noah was undergoing for this infinite dream was extremely fast, his souls moving rapidly the moment they woke, as those who landed in emerging realities would come back the fastest. Of the over 10,000 portions of souls Noah sent out, the vast majority would be explored and unexplored emerging realities as prime realities, and anything unique would make up the low numbers. But the actions he was doing were still astronomical and would have shocking implications. Lavaliers were watching it all, as a portion of it was in a unique white space right now. That's why I brought you two here. In this blank white space, Lavaliers will coagulated as she stared at the visage of a crimson-haired figure whose very skin also shone red and gold, her body wrapped with arcs of ruination as she stared over with a careful look. Beside her, a stellar radiant form that shifted from a circle to a cube to a prism, constantly spun with fantastical light, occasionally turning into an endless river of stellar bodies every few seconds. Your master is doing some pretty interesting things. And I am bound by too many chains, as I can't help him too much. But you two can do a whole lot more than what you've been doing in the past. Lavalier's languid voice echoed out as she had truly taken a portion of the wills of ruination and the infinite reality into a unique space, allowing for Noah's treasures to have a meeting for the first time without his knowledge. Towards Lavalier's words, the infinite reality was silent, but ruination. We are the source of Master's strength from the very beginning. You've come here much later, but think you can take the reins and tell this has nothing to do with me fighting for status or for the attention of your master. Lavalier's voice carried immense weight as she stopped Ruination's words, her form coagulating into a blinding pristine visage that even the infinite reality and Ruination couldn't make out as she continued. What I want is efficiency and communication. Like you, a fair crystalline white hand formed from light pointed towards the buzzing infinite reality. You have ridiculous features that you don't need to be waiting for your master to tell you to utilize in order to get things going. You have a function of being able to put together edicts. Constantly forge the highest tier ones that you can and just let them flow to your master. The blacksmith's forge can be operated without any of his clones. Go ahead and mass produce primordial relics or whatever the highest stage you can achieve without him. You can plant and manage sacred herbs. Fill entire cosmos with them and cause the flourishing of seas of essence across this domain. You all have ridiculous untapped potential that you are sitting on and doing nothing with it. I just want to change that. The white space buzzed as Ruination and the infinite reality turned silent. Don't even get me started with you. Didn't you play a hand in the making of his infinite mana? Something like that is rare to see in these barren lands, but something small like you managed to start it. Why are you lagging behind now? You can move independently and upgrade yourself, as all this time in the mirror dimension. We are close to attaining what we need in the mirror dimension. Ruination was the one to interrupt this time around as her crimson eyes shone fiercely. The infinite reality was silent as it gazed between the two clusters of light, a sigh echoing out from Lavalier as she continued, "You're going to be required if his infinite mana trait stands a chance of becoming something else when he undergoes the metamorphosis to a reality. Make sure your capabilities get more geared towards this, as everything about you and the infinite reality can be optimized to be much more efficient." The buzzing visage of Lavalier that the two other entities couldn't fully see brightened up as fair hands of light came to tap in the white air a few times. "So, why don't we start loving the concept of efficiency and start doing things before the say-so of your master? Let's kick off this first meeting with a game plan of things to accomplish before the end of this unexplored Grotto Sanctum event. First is the restructuring of the cosmos and the infinite reality and the focus of the countless beings within that are only about to increase. Do you all know how much karma your master has been accumulating with the beings under him? The ways to use this, a shocking meeting that even Noah didn't even know about, kicked off. The entities involved, unknown by many at this moment, as their identities in the future would stand for something unfathomable. Chapter 1799, Progression and Wonders. Across the space-time continuum, there were countless concepts not understood by many in a number of dimensions holding terrifying existences. Some dimensions were more unique than others, as aside from their inhabitants, their very surroundings were extremely hard to trek, as this was what had stopped Noah from making rapid advancements in the mirror dimension. Even the primordials had only begun entering its deeper depths and setting up their bases there, as Noah was only traversing across it with ruination for the same of materials required to form taboo relics, and also for acceptable materials to elevate the treasure accompanying him that was becoming more in tune with the mirror dimension. And at this moment, crack, Noah's glorious visage accompanied by the figure of the crimson gold ruination broke across a mountain of mirrors that reflected one's attacks onto themselves, destiny shining bright as Noah could see that he finally made headway. Before them, it wasn't an expanse of endless mirrors once more, as they arrived in a domain that held the auras of multiple mirror beasts and the firmaments of ascendancy, and a particularly disastrous one that had yet to reach the stage of a legend, but its raging would even cause some genius emperors to pause. But Noah, his eyes released a bright light as he laughed jovially, because the center of this domain held an enormous crystalline tree that was budding off pillars of mirror crystals that surged with mirror dimensional essence. The inhabitants of this domain surrounding this tree and paying homage to it as they were showered with essence in return. The crystalline pillars of mirror crystals budding off this mirror tree were unique natural treasures that should be more than sufficient to aid in the elevation of ruination and possibly the other taboo relics Noah needed to forge. Noah's entrance caused the eyes of many mirror beasts to lock onto them, the ferocious gaze of a titanic mirror turtle beast that looked like a moving mountain waking up from the distance, being all the more pronounced as it held an illusory crown, its body erupting with 30 golden ascendancy halos and 48 silvery reality passages at this moment as it roared out with majesty. Roar, a bellow of a mirror beast that far exceeded the stage of a legend's visage, as it seemed like a continental mirror turtle that came to life, carrying with it sharp mirror essences towards this. Noah's joy was vibrant as his true sanguine clone breathed in the surging atmosphere around him, his stellar chest rising as his starry hair flew around wildly, releasing his own vibrant bellow in return that carried with it Emperor's haki. Oh, boom, crack, the bellow of the mirror turtle beast was erased before it could even reach, as a terrifying force descended onto the mirror beasts within this domain, a battle about to finish within mere seconds as the unnamed Kainos Emperor moved to obtain materials to bright relics to taboo. Beside him, the eyes of ruination lit up brightly as her crimson gold hands waved, layers of mirrors protecting and isolating the glimmering treasure tree from afar, as a sense of hunger could be seen burning with her gaze. She wanted to exceed her past self and attain even more profound stages. She wanted to be of more use and never lose value to her master. An unheard cry of defiance rang out from a unique treasure in the mirror dimension as the weaving of destiny coiled in mysterious ways between the borders of pure-blooded bloodlines. A domain rift pulsed silently as multiple primordial legends surrounded it, the changes within unknown as they waited to see what destiny would unfold from it. But within the unexplored Grotto Sanctum itself, the chosen emperors and monstrous geniuses that had entered found themselves marveling at the shocking wonders within, as there seemed to be surprises in every corner. Even though everyone was randomly teleported to different outskirts of the Grotto Sanctum, they could still communicate with unique tools inside this sanctum, even though communication was nearly impossible from this domain to the outside realities, so knowledge was quickly spread among some connected factions as many beings quickly learned just how vast the lands they had entered were. Others appeared above stellar skies and red earth as they realized they couldn't fly unless they attained a taboo authority. while others appeared in frozen landscapes filled with endless mountains, volcanic mountains spurting out baleful waves of chaotic lava that contained natural laws of reality and could even burn those at the stage of a legend's visage, or even green plains with enormous verdant trees. What was most astounding was the overabundance of treasures and materials that beings were coming across, ranging from regions that held vibrant sacred herbs swirling with the essence of reality that could be used as materials to forge relics or absorbed to forge one's cosmos, and other regions that held glimmering soul crystals, the most pronounced being medium and high-tier soul crystals, as a few renowned beings even came to attain a trench of supreme soul crystals. Fights and blood broke out when it came to the few glimmering mountains of supreme soul crystals that were counted to have been obtained by 4 known beings so far. In a region of stellar flames burning around the very atmosphere itself, a party of magnificent dragon phoenixes flew across the sundering flames while heading deeper into the seemingly endless grotto sanctum. Anger was currently blazing within their eyes as they spoke amongst each other. Alexander King? Yes, the word passing around is that he is a follower of a candidate emperor of a regional domain of the royal humans. He was known to be a genius close to breaking the limits of his body as he refined multiple physiques and bathed in golden vestigial flames of royal humans. A sharp glint crossed the eyes of the leading body of a dragon phoenix as the flaming tails behind him released a dangerous light, his draconic forehead supporting a floating solidified crown with the words, Emperor, giving off a glint of power as he released a baleful aura while speaking coldly. He's captured or killed Ander and also obtained one of the trenches of supreme tier soul crystals. Yes, the other 3 known beings who've suppressed others to obtain the soul crystal mountains when they arose are Empress Acaris, Juliet. And the one known as Sien in existence that broke through to become a legend moments after entering the grotto sanctum. Chapter 1800 Progression and Wonders. Yes, to obtain immense power and resources in the unexplored grotto sanctum, genius existences who could break through at any time as they already had the epiphany of resonating their aspects of existence to form a reality. Did so right away as their foundations had already been forged for millions or billions of years. Now, they hoped to attain grotto nakers and even more profound resources in this sanctum to propel their power greatly above others. So the first thing that some beings did was isolate themselves and exceed the firmaments of ascendancy. After all, it would be much easier to suppress others once one attained reality. The leading dragon phoenix snorted disdainfully at this as he continued, a vestige from the olden era suppressing his realm until now. We can't aim for him or Acaris and Juliet, but this Alexander. Who does he think he is? A light of brutality flashed as multiple taboo authorities surged around this distinguished obsidian adjudicator, commander of a dragon phoenix legion from the main reality. Find the whereabouts of this Alexander and exactly what region he's moving in. We shall see whether he has really exceeded a limit. Or if he is merely another genius thinking there are no others like him. A command echoed out among a connected faction of the dragon phoenix bloodline as other clusters of communicating beings within the unexplored grotto sanctum were also passing around the news of all exceptional events and beings occurring. Word of powerful existences that had been suppressing themselves this whole time as they finally became legends the moment they entered the grotto sanctum, and these beings moving freely as even though the entrance of the domain rift didn't allow anyone at this stage to enter, it didn't kick out those that forged their reality within the sanctum. Word of beings obtaining astounding treasures and destiny spread as among them, the buzzing of the name Alexander King began to spread, especially the fact that he had defeated a young genius emperor of the dragon phoenix race who held a solidified authority with its own ecritures. Names of maddened beings that had already become legends that others steered away from included one known as Sien, a creature crackling with ether that moved with brutality and purpose as even emperors with solidified crowns stayed away from him. The outskirts of the unexplored grotto sanctum everyone was teleported into were too vast and filled with too many opportunities as no one being could obtain them all. Many beings obtaining fortune as the biggest boons of all. Would be for those who could pierce deeper into this grotto sanctum, as this became the main goal for all beings. If the outer perimeter contained supreme tier soul crystals and sacred herbs that could even act as ingredients for taboo elixirs and relics. Just what things would the median and inner regions hold? BZZT, in a region where stellar red earth gradually changed to molten flowing magma that contained the allure of stellar bodies, a massive rainbow-colored leaf sprouted from the stellar and constantly moving lava as it pulled with essence. This leaf holding a budding crimson gold light that gave off ridiculous waves of a naturally formed treasure as multiple beings were currently fighting for it. A glimmering willow tree unfurled countless branches that weaved across space, cutting apart anything they came across as 3 reality ursities stood against it with majestic gait and visage. The 3 stellar bears were adorned with solidified crowns while the willow tree had the ecritures, on its crown, these 4 beings fighting ferociously and with speed, as they had just recently found this treasure, and they knew other beings could very likely cross this region and join the fray, as they wanted to decide the victor soon. Glittering reality passages flourished behind them as this whole place was bathed with resplendent essence. These beings already fused with their halos as auroras of rainbow-colored wings sprouted behind them while they fought with fervor. The illusory paw of an enormous bear's claw would form as it would be disrupted by the sharp piercing power of countless branches that rained down. A single infinite willow tree genius withstanding the three reality Ursity as a unique domain seemed to be released from its body, that caused an abundant flourishing life force that also constrained the auras of the enemies in its surroundings. Its branches exploded in number once more as the battle neared a shocking height. But it was at this moment that these four beings fighting shuddered as all of them gazed upwards at the same time, feeling an overbearing sense of pressure pushing down onto them. Their faces changed as their worries came to fruition, and in the worst ways possible, as they saw the visage of a devilishly smiling existence who had a ridiculously massive reality passage above him that pressed down with horrific weight. The three reality bears gritted their teeth as the infinite willow tree was unwilling, it roared out with defiance as the eyes of the tyrannical existence above shone, his voice coming out authoritatively. Ascendant illuminating soul star, the stellar red skies changed color as a blazing star formed above. It released deadly soul flames that would burn the very souls of those laying their eyes on it, and like a hammer that struck against their hearts and soul. The ability cast by a mere 100x multiplier that solely targeted the soul caused the faces of the three beings below to wither and nearly fade. Ascendant multi-layered possession, after being bathed by the true dimensional dream damage values onto their very souls, these existences were dazed and could barely keep their true forms active as wondrously. None of them had set up strong enough defenses of the soul to withstand Noah's single attack. Strings of vibrant blue mana wrapped around the bodies of the three reality Ursity and an infinite willow tree as they became miniaturized and floated towards his waist. Noah nodding his head thoughtfully as he went down to collect the sacred herb material below that could very well act as a substitute when forging taboo elixirs or relics.